Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9 by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 14. Great Religious Movement in England, A.D. 1529, by John Richard Green. Part 1. The new learning, which had been slowly spreading from Italy over all Europe, did not markedly affect England until the 16th century. There, the long wars of the Roses had not only gone nigh to exterminating the old nobility, but had so distracted men's minds from more peaceful pursuits that little note was taken of the intellectual movement abroad. Under Henry VII and Henry VIII, all this changed. These Tudor monarchs were indeed tyrants over England, but they brought her peace and time for thought. Under the leadership of the celebrated Dutch scholar Erasmus and the almost equally renowned Englishmen Sir Thomas More and Dean Colet, the land awakened about 1500 to a new life of study and of culture, whose principles spread rapidly among the upper classes. When news of Luther's religious revolt reached England, the leaders of the new learning were at first inclined to favor his ideas. But the two movements, one scholarly and calm, the other impassioned and intense, soon parted company, as Green shows in his justly famous account. The true ruler of England at the time was the great cardinal, Wolsey, whose brain long enabled him to play upon King Henry as a toreador does upon a bull, guiding at will the frenzied rushes of the mighty brute. In 1521, the period when the following account begins, Wolsey was 50 years old. He had risen from being the studious son of a grazier and wool merchant to be a dean of the church under Henry VII and a bishop, cardinal, and Lord Chancellor of England under Henry VIII. His ambition to be pope was thwarted by the Emperor Charles V, but he was cardinal legate, having control of the Catholic Church throughout England, and it was said of him that in all European affairs he was 7 times more powerful than the Pope. In England, Luther's protest seemed at first to find no echo. King Henry VIII was, both on political and on religious grounds, firm on the papal side. England and Rome were drawn to a close alliance by the identity of their political position. Each was hard-pressed between the same great powers. Rome had to hold its own between the masters of southern and the masters of northern Italy, as England had to hold her own between the rulers of France and of the Netherlands. From the outset of his reign to the actual break with Clement VII, the policy of Henry is always at one with that of the papacy. Nor were the king's religious tendencies hostile to it. He was a trained theologian, and proud of his theological knowledge, but to the end his convictions remained firmly on the side of the doctrines which Luther denied. In 1521, therefore, he entered the lists against Luther with an assertion of the 7 sacraments, for which he was rewarded by Leo with the title of Defender of the Faith. The insolent abuse of the reformers' answer called More and Fisher into the field. The influence of the new learning was now strong at the English court. Colet and Grocyn were among its foremost preachers. Linacre was Henry's physician. More was a privy councillor. Pace was one of the secretaries of state. Tunstall was master of the rolls. And as yet the new learning, though scared by Luther's intemperate language, had steadily backed him in his struggle. Erasmus pleaded for him with the emperor. Ulrich von Hutten attacked the friars in satires and invectives as violent as his own. But the temper of the Renaissance was even more antagonistic to the temper of Luther than that of Rome itself. From the golden dream of a new age, wrought peaceably and purely by the slow progress of intelligence, the growth of letters, the development of human virtue, the reformer of Wittenberg turned away with horror. He had little or no sympathy with the new cult. He despised reason as heartily as any papal dogmatist could despise it. He hated the very thought of toleration or comprehension. He had been driven by a moral and intellectual compulsion to declare the Roman system a false one, but it was only to replace it by another system of doctrine just as elaborate and claiming precisely the same infallibility. To degrade human nature was to attack the very base of the new learning, and his attack on it called the foremost of its teachers to the field. But Erasmus no sooner advanced to its defense than Luther declared man to be utterly enslaved by original sin and incapable, through any efforts of his own, of discovering truth or of arriving at goodness. Such a doctrine not only annihilated the piety and wisdom of the classical past, from which the new learning had drawn its larger views of life and of the world, it trampled in the dust reason itself, the very instrument by which More and Erasmus hoped to regenerate both knowledge and religion. To More especially, with his keener perception of its future effect, this sudden revival of a purely theological and dogmatic spirit, severing Christendom into warring camps and ruining all hopes of union and tolerance, was especially hateful. The temper which hitherto had seemed so endearing, gentle, and happy suddenly gave way. His reply to Luther's attack upon the king sank to the level of the work it answered, and though that of Bishop Fisher was calmer and more argumentative, the divorce of the new learning from the Reformation seemed complete. But if the world of scholars and thinkers stood aloof from the new movement, it found a warmer welcome in the larger world where men are stirred rather by emotion than by thought. There was an England of which even More and Colet knew little, in which Luther's words kindled a fire that was never to die. As a great social and political movement, Lollardry had ceased to exist, and little remained of the directly religious impulse given by Wycliffe beyond a vague restlessness and discontent with the system of the Church. But weak and fitful as was the life of Lollardry, the prosecutions whose records lie scattered over the bishops' registers failed wholly to kill it. We see groups meeting here and there to read in a great book of heresy all one night certain chapters of the evangelists in English, while transcripts of Wycliffe's tracts passed from hand to hand. The smoldering embers needed but a breath to fan them into flame, and the breath came from William Tyndale. Born among the Cotswolds when Bosworth Field gave England to the Tudors, Tyndale passed from Oxford to Cambridge to feel the full impulse given by the appearance there of the New Testament of Erasmus. From that moment, one thought was at his heart. He perceived by experience how that it was impossible to establish the lay people in any truth except the Scriptures were plainly laid before their eyes in their mother tongue. "If God spare my life," he said to a learned controversialist, Ere many years I will cause a boy that driveth the plough shall know more of the Scripture than thou dost. But he was a man of 40 before his dream became fact. Drawn from his retirement in Gloucestershire by the news of Luther's protest at Wittenberg, he found shelter for a year with a London alderman, Humphrey Monmouth. He studied most part of the day at his book, said his host afterward, and would eat but sodden meat by his good will, and drink but small single beer. The book at which he studied was the Bible, but it was soon needful to quit England if his purpose was to hold. I understood at the last not only that there was no room in my Lord of London's palace to translate the New Testament, but also that there was no place to do it in all England. From Hamburg, where he took refuge in 1524, he probably soon found his way to the little town which had suddenly become the sacred city of the Reformation. Students of all nations were flocking there with an enthusiasm which resembled that of the Crusades. As they came in sight of the town, a contemporary tells us, they returned thanks to God with clasped hands, for from Wittenberg, as heretofore from Jerusalem, the light of evangelical truth had spread to the utmost parts of the earth. Such a visit could only fire Tyndale to face the poverty, exile, bitter absence from friends, hunger and thirst, and cold, great dangers, and innumerable other hard and sharp fightings, which the work he had set himself was to bring with it. In 1525, his version of the New Testament was completed, and means were furnished by English merchants for printing it at Cologne. But Tyndale had soon to fly with his sheets to Worms, a city whose Lutheran tendency made it a safer refuge, and it was from Worms that 6,000 copies of the New Testament were sent in 1526 to English shores. The king was keenly opposed to a book which he looked on as made at the solicitation and instance of Luther, and even the men of the new learning, from whom it might have hoped for welcome, were estranged from it by its Lutheran origin. We can only fairly judge their action by viewing it in the light of the time. What Warham and More saw oversea might well have turned them from a movement which seemed breaking down the very foundations of religion and society. Not only was the fabric of the church rent asunder and the center of Christian unity denounced as Babylon, but the reform itself seemed passing into anarchy. Luther was steadily moving onward from the denial of one Catholic dogma to that of another, and what Luther still clung to, his followers were ready to fling away. Karlstadt was denouncing the reformer of Wittenberg as fiercely as Luther himself had denounced the Pope, and meanwhile the religious excitement was kindling wild dreams of social revolution, and men stood aghast at the horrors of a peasant war which broke out in southern Germany. It was not, therefore, as a mere translation of the Bible that Tyndale's work reached England. It came as a part of the Lutheran movement, and it bore the Lutheran stamp in its version of ecclesiastical words. Church became congregation, priest was changed into elder. It came, too, in company with Luther's bitter invectives and reprints of the tracts of Wycliffe, which the German traders of the Steelyard were importing in large numbers. We can hardly wonder that More denounced the book as heretical, or that Warham ordered it to be given up by all who possessed it. Wolsey took little heed of religious matters, but his policy was one of political adhesion to Rome, and he presided over a solemn penance to which some Steelyard men submitted in St. Paul's. with 36 abbots, mitred priors, and bishops, and he in his whole pomp mitred, the cardinal looked on while great baskets full of books were commanded. After the great fire was made before the rood of Northern, the crucifix by the great north door of the cathedral, thus to be burned, and those heretics to go thrice about the fire and to cast in their faggots. But scenes and denunciations such as these were vain in the presence of an enthusiasm which grew every hour. Englishmen, says a scholar of the time, were so eager for the gospel as to affirm that they would buy a New Testament even if they had to give 100,000 pieces of money for it. Bibles and pamphlets were smuggled over to England and circulated among the poorer and trading classes through the agency of an association of Christian brethren, consisting principally of London tradesmen and citizens, but whose missionaries spread over the country at large. They found their way at once to the universities, where the intellectual impulse given by the new learning was quickening religious speculation. Cambridge had already won a name for heresy. Barnes, one of its foremost scholars, had to carry his faggot before Wolsey at St. Paul's. Two other Cambridge teachers, Bilney and Latimer, were already known as Lutherans. The Cambridge scholars whom Wolsey introduced into Cardinal College, which he was founding, spread the contagion through Oxford. A group of brethren was formed in Cardinal College for the secret reading and discussion of the epistles, and this soon included the more intelligent and learned scholars of the university. It was in vain that Clark, the center of this group, strove to dissuade fresh members from joining it by warnings of the impending dangers. "I fell down on my knees at his feet," says one of them, Anthony Daliber, "and with tears and sighs besought him that for the tender mercy of God he should not refuse me, saying that I trusted verily that he who had begun this on me would not forsake me, but would give me grace to continue therein to the end. When he heard me say so, he came to me, took me in his arms, and kissed me, saying, 'The Lord God Almighty grant you so to do, and from henceforth ever take me for your father, and I will take you for my son in Christ.'" In 1528, the excitement which followed on this rapid diffusion of Tyndale's works forced Wolsey to more vigorous action. Many of the Oxford brethren were thrown into prison, and their books seized. But in spite of the panic of the Protestants, some of whom fled oversea, little severity was really exercised. Henry's chief anxiety, indeed, was lest in the outburst against heresy the interest of the new learning should suffer harm. This was remarkably shown in the protection he extended to one who was destined to eclipse even the fame of Colet as a popular preacher. Hugh Latimer was the son of a Leicestershire yeoman, whose armor the boy had buckled on in the days of Henry VII, ere he set out to meet the Cornish insurgents at Blackheath Field. Latimer has himself described the soldierly training of his youth. "My father was delighted to teach me to shoot with a bow. He taught me how to draw, how to lay my body to the bow, not to draw with the strength of arm as other nations do, but with the strength of the body." At 14 he was at Cambridge, flinging himself into the new learning, which was winning its way there with a zeal that at last told on his physical strength. The ardor of his mental efforts left its mark on him in ailments and enfeebled health, from which, vigorous as he was, his frame never wholly freed itself. But he was destined to be known not as a scholar, but as a preacher. In his addresses from the pulpit, the sturdy, good sense of the man shook off the pedantry of the schools as well as the subtlety of the theologian. He had little turn for speculation, and in the religious changes of the day we find him constantly lagging behind his brother reformers. But he had the moral earnestness of a Jewish prophet, and his denunciations of wrong had a prophetic directness and fire. "Have pity on your soul," he cried to Henry, "and think that the day is even at hand when you shall give an account of your office and of the blood that hath been shed by your sword." His irony was yet more telling than his invective. "I would ask you a strange question," he said once at Paul's Cross to a ring of bishops. "Who is the most diligent prelate in all England, that passeth all the rest in doing of his office? I will tell you, it is the devil. Of all the pack of them that have cure, the devil shall go for my money, for he ordereth his business. Therefore, you unpreaching prelates, learn of the devil to be diligent in your office. If you will not learn of God, for shame learn of the devil." But Latimer was far from limiting himself to invective. His homely humor breaks in with story and apologue. His earnestness is always tempered with good sense. His plain and simple style quickens with a shrewd mother wit. He talks to his hearers as a man talks to his friends, telling stories such as we have given of his own life at home, or chatting about the changes and the chances of the day with a transparent simplicity and truth that raise even his chat into grandeur. His theme is always the actual world about him, and in his simple lessons of loyalty, of industry, of pity for the poor, he touches upon almost every subject from the plough to the throne. No such preaching had been heard in England before his day, and with the growth of his fame grew the danger of persecution. There were moments when, bold as he was, Latimer's heart failed him. "If I had not trust that God will help me," he wrote once, "I think the ocean side would have divided my Lord of London and me by this day." A citation for heresy at last brought the danger home. "I intend," he wrote with his peculiar medley of humor and pathos, "to make merry with my parishioners this Christmas for all the sorrow, lest perchance I may never return to them again." But he was saved throughout by the steady protection of the court. Wolsey upheld him against the threats of the Bishop of Ely. Henry made him his own chaplain, and the king's interposition at this critical moment forced Latimer's judges to content themselves with a few vague words of submission. What really sheltered the reforming movement was Wolsey's indifference to all but political matters. In spite of the foundation of Cardinal College, in which he was now engaged, and of the suppression of some lesser monasteries for its endowment, the men of the new learning looked on him as really devoid of any interest in the revival of letters or in their hopes of a general enlightenment. He took hardly more heed of the new Lutheranism. His mind had no religious turn, and the quarrel of faiths was with him simply one factor in the political game which he was carrying on, and which at this moment became more complex and absorbing than ever. The victory of Pavia had ruined that system of balance which Henry VII, and in his earlier days Henry VIII, had striven to preserve. But the ruin had not been to England's profit, but to the profit of its ally. While the emperor stood supreme in Europe, Henry had won nothing from the war, and it was plain that Charles meant him to win nothing. He set aside all projects of a joint invasion. He broke his pledge to wed Mary Tudor, and married a princess of Portugal. He pressed for a peace with France which would give him Burgundy. It was time for Henry and his minister to change their course. They resolved to withdraw from all active part in the rivalry of the two powers. In June 1525, a treaty was secretly concluded with France. But Henry remained on fair terms with the emperor, and though England joined the Holy League for the deliverance of Italy from the Spaniards, which was formed between France, the Pope, and the lesser Italian states on the release of Francis in the spring of 1526, by virtue of a treaty which he at once repudiated, she took no part in the lingering war which went on across the Alps. Charles was too prudent to resent Henry's alliance with his foes, and from this moment the country remained virtually at peace. No longer spurred by the interest of great events, the king ceased to take a busy part in foreign politics, and gave himself to hunting and sport. Among the fairest and gayest ladies of his court stood Anne Boleyn. She was sprung of a merchant family, which had but lately risen to distinction through two great marriages, that of her grandfather with the heiress of the Earls of Ormond, and that of her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, with a sister of the Duke of Norfolk. It was probably through his kinship with the Duke, who was now Lord Treasurer and high in the king's confidence, that Boleyn was employed throughout Henry's reign in state business, and his diplomatic abilities had secured his appointment as envoy both to France and to the emperor. His son, George Boleyn, a man of culture and a poet, was among the group of young courtiers in whose society Henry took most pleasure. Anne was his youngest daughter, born in 1507. She was still but a girl of 16 when the outbreak of war drew her from a stay in France to the English court. Her beauty was small, but her bright eyes, her flowing hair, her gaiety and wit soon won favor with the king, and only a month after her return, in 1522, the grant of honors to her father marked her influence over Henry. Fresh gifts in the following years showed that the favor continued. But in 1524, a new color was given to this intimacy by a resolve on the king's part to break his marriage with the queen. Catherine had now reached middle age. Her personal charms had departed. The death of every child, save Mary, may have woke scruples as to the lawfulness of a marriage on which a curse seemed to rest. The need of a male heir for public security may have deepened this impression. But whatever were the grounds of his action, we find Henry from this moment pressing the Roman See to grant him a divorce. It is probable that the matter was already mooted in 1525, a year which saw new proof of Anne's influence in the elevation of Sir Thomas Boleyn to the baronage as Lord Rochford. It is certain that it was the object of secret negotiation with the Pope in 1526. No sovereign stood higher in the favor of Rome than Henry, whose alliance had ever been ready in its distress, and who was even now prompt with aid in money. But Clement's consent to his wish meant a break with the emperor, Catherine's nephew, and the exhaustion of France, the weakness of the league in which the lesser Italian states strove to maintain their independence against Charles after the Battle of Pavia, left the Pope at the emperor's mercy. While the English envoy was mooting the question of divorce in 1526, the surprise of Rome by an imperial force brought home to Clement his utter helplessness. It is hard to discover what part Wolsey had as yet taken in the matter, or whether, as in other cases, Henry had till now been acting alone, though the cardinal himself tells us that on Catherine's first discovery of the intrigue, she attributed the proposal of divorce to my procurement and setting forth. But from this point, his intervention is clear. As legate, he took cognizance of all matrimonial causes, and in May 1527, a collusive action was brought in his court against Henry for cohabiting with his brother's wife. The king appeared by proctor, but the suit was suddenly dropped. Secret as were the proceedings, they had now reached Catherine's ear, and as she refused to admit the facts on which Henry rested his case, her appeal would have carried the matter to the tribunal of the Pope, and Clement's decision could hardly be a favorable one. End of section 14. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of March, 2022. Section 15 of the Great Events by Famous Historians. Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 15. Great Religious Movement in England, A.D. 1529, by John Richard Green, Part 2. The Pope was now, in fact, a prisoner in the Emperor's hands. At the very moment of the suit, Rome was stormed and sacked by the army of the Duke of Bourbon. If the Pope's Holiness fortune either to be slain or taken, Wolsey wrote to the king when the news of this event reached England, it shall not a little hinder your grace's affairs. But it was needful for the cardinal to find some expedient to carry out the king's will, for the group around Anne were using her skillfully for their purposes. A great party had now gathered to her support. Her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, an able and ambitious man, counted on her rise to set him at the head of the council board. The brilliant group of young courtiers to which her brother belonged saw in her success their own elevation, and the Duke of Suffolk, with the bulk of the nobles, hoped through her means to bring about the ruin of the statesmen before whom they trembled. What most served their plans was the growth of Henry's passion. If it please you, the king wrote at this time to Anne Boleyn, to do the office of a true, loyal mistress, and give yourself body and heart to me, who have been and mean to be your loyal servant, I promise you not only the name, but that I will make you my sole mistress, remove all others from my affection, and serve you only. What stirred Henry's wrath most was Catherine's stiff and obstinate refusal to bow to his will. Wolsey's advice that your grace should handle her both gently and docilely only goaded Henry's impatience. He lent an ear to the rivals who charged his minister with slackness in the cause, and danger drove the cardinal to a bolder and yet more unscrupulous device. The entire subjection of Italy to the emperor was drawing closer the French alliance, and a new treaty had been concluded in April. But this had hardly been signed when the sack of Rome and the danger of the Pope called for bolder measures. Wolsey was dispatched on a solemn embassy to Francis to promise an English subsidy on the dispatch of a French army across the Alps. but he aimed at turning the Pope's situation to the profit of the divorce. Clement was virtually a prisoner in the castle of St. Angelo, and as it was impossible for him to fulfill freely the function of a pope, Wolsey proposed, in conjunction with Francis, to call a meeting of the College of Cardinals at Avignon, which should exercise the papal powers till Clement's liberation. As Wolsey was to preside over this assembly, it would be easy to win from it a favorable answer to Henry's request. But Clement had no mind to surrender his power, and secret orders from the Pope prevented the Italian cardinals from attending such an assembly. Nor was Wolsey more fortunate in another plan for bringing about the same end by inducing Clement to delegate to him his full powers westward of the Alps. Henry's trust in him was fast waning before these failures, and the steady pressure of his rivals at court and the coldness of the king on his return in September was an omen of his minister's fall. Henry was in fact resolved to take his own course, and while Wolsey sought from the Pope a commission enabling him to try the case in his legatine court and pronounce the marriage null and void by sentence of law, Henry had determined, at the suggestion of the Boleyns and apparently of Thomas Cranmer, a Cambridge scholar who was serving as their chaplain, to seek, without Wolsey's knowledge, from Clement either his approval of a divorce, or, if a divorce could not be obtained, a dispensation to remarry without any divorce at all. For some months his envoys could find no admission to the Pope, and though in December Clement succeeded in escaping to Orvieto and drew some courage from the entry of the French army into Italy, his temper was still too timid to venture on any decided course. He refused the dispensation altogether. Wolsey's proposal for leaving the matter to a legatine court found better favor, but when the commission reached England, it was found to be of no effect or authority. What Henry wanted was not merely a divorce, but the express sanction of the Pope to his divorce, and this Clement steadily evaded. A fresh embassy with Wolsey's favorite and secretary, Stephen Gardiner, at its head, reached Orvieto in March 1528, to find, in spite of Gardiner's threats, hardly better success. But Clement at last consented to a legatine commission for the trial of the case in England. In this commission, Cardinal Campeggio, who was looked upon as a partisan of the English king, was joined with Wolsey. Great as the concession seemed, this gleam of success failed to hide from the minister the dangers which gathered round him. The great nobles whom he had practically shut out from the king's councils were longing for his fall. The Boleyns and the young courtiers looked on him as cool in Anne's cause. He was hated alike by men of the old doctrine and men of the new. The clergy had never forgotten his extortions. The monks saw him suppressing small monasteries. The foundation of Cardinal College failed to reconcile to him the scholars of the new learning. Their poet, Skelton, was among his bitterest assailants. The Protestants, goaded by the persecution of this very year, hated him with a deadly hatred. His French alliances, his declaration of war with the emperor, hindered the trade with Flanders, and secured the hostility of the merchant class. The country at large, galled with murrain and famine, and panic-struck by an outbreak of the sweating sickness which carried off 2,000 in London alone, laid all its suffering at the door of the cardinal. And now that Henry's mood itself became uncertain, Wolsey knew his hour was come. Were the marriage once made, he told the French ambassador, and a male heir born to the realm, he would withdraw from state affairs and serve God for the rest of his life. But the divorce had still to be brought about ere marriage could be made or heir be born. Henry indeed had seized on the grant of a commission as if the matter were at an end. Anne Boleyn was installed in the royal palace and honored with the state of a wife. The new legate, Campeggio, held the bishopric of Salisbury, and had been asked for as judge from the belief that he would favor the king's cause. But he bore secret instructions from the Pope to bring about, if possible, a reconciliation between Henry and the Queen, and in no case to pronounce sentence without reference to Rome. The slowness of his journey presaged ill. He did not reach England till the end of September, and a month was wasted in vain efforts to bring Henry to a reconciliation or Catherine to retirement into a monastery. A new difficulty disclosed itself in the supposed existence of a brief issued by Pope Julius, and now in the possession of the emperor, which overruled all the objections to the earlier dispensation on which Henry relied. The hearing of the cause was delayed through the winter, while new embassies strove to induce Clement to declare this brief also invalid. Not only was such a demand glaringly unjust, but the progress of the imperial arms brought vividly home to the Pope its injustice. The danger which he feared was not merely a danger to his temporal domain in Italy. It was a danger to the papacy itself. It was in vain that new embassies threatened Clement with the loss of his spiritual power over England. To break with the emperor was to risk the loss of his spiritual power over a far larger world. Charles had already consented to the suspension of the judgment of his diet at Worms, a consent which gave security to the new Protestantism in North Germany. If he burned heretics in the Netherlands, he employed them in his armies. Lutheran soldiers had played their part in the sack of Rome. Lutheranism had spread from North Germany along the Rhine. It was now pushing fast into the hereditary possessions of the Austrian house. It had all but mastered the Low Countries. France itself was mined with heresy, and were Charles once to give way, the whole continent would be lost to Rome. Amid difficulties such as these, the papal court saw no course open save one of delay. But the long delay told fatally for Wolsey's fortunes. Even Clement blamed him for having hindered Henry from judging the matter in his own realm and marrying on the sentence of his own courts, and the Boleyns naturally looked upon his policy as dictated by hatred to Anne. Norfolk and the great peers took courage from the bitter tone of the girl, and Henry himself charged the cardinal with a failure in fulfilling the promises he had made him. King and minister still clung indeed passionately to their hopes from Rome. But in 1529, Charles met their pressure with a pressure of his own, and the progress of his arms decided Clement to evoke the cause to Rome. Wolsey could only hope to anticipate this decision by pushing the trial hastily forward, and at the end of May, the two legates opened their court in the great hall of the Blackfriars. King and Queen were cited to appear before them when the court again met on June 18th. Henry briefly announced his resolve to live no longer in mortal sin. The Queen offered an appeal to Clement, and on the refusal of the legates to admit it, flung herself at Henry's feet. "Sire," said Catherine, "I beseech you to pity me, a woman and a stranger, without an assured friend, and without an indifferent counselor. I take God to witness that I have always been to you a true and loyal wife, that I have made it my constant duty to seek your pleasure, that I have loved all whom you loved, whether I have reason or not, whether they are friends to me or foes. I have been your wife for years. I have brought you many children. God knows that when I came to your bed, I was a virgin, and I put it to your own conscience to say whether it was not so. If there be any offense which can be alleged against me, I consent to depart with infamy. If not, then I pray you to do me justice." The piteous appeal was wasted on a king who was already entertaining Anne Boleyn with royal state in his own palace. The trial proceeded, and on July 23rd, the court assembled to pronounce sentence. Henry's hopes were at their highest when they were suddenly dashed to the ground. At the opening of the proceedings, Campeggio rose to declare the court adjourned to the following October. The adjournment was a mere evasion. The pressure of the imperialists had at last forced Clement to summon the cause to his own tribunal at Rome, and the jurisdiction of the legates was at an end. "Now I see," cried the Duke of Suffolk, as he dashed his hand on the table, "that the old saw is true, that there was never a legate or cardinal that did good to England." The Duke only echoed his master's wrath. Through the 20 years of his reign, Henry had known nothing of opposition to his will. His imperious temper had chafed at the weary negotiations, the subterfuges and perfidies of the Pope. Though the commission was his own device, his pride must have been sorely galled by the summons to the legate's court. The warmest adherents of the older faith revolted against the degradation of the crown. "It was the strangest and newest sight and device," says Cavendish, "that ever we read or heard of in any history or chronicle in any region, that a king and queen should be convented and constrained by process compellatory to appear in any court as common persons within their own realm and dominion, to abide the judgment and decree of their own subjects, having the royal diadem and prerogative thereof." Even this degradation had been borne in vain. Foreign and papal tribunal, as that of the legates really was, it lay within Henry's kingdom and had the air of an English court. But the citation to Rome was a summons to the king to plead in a court without his realm. Wolsey had himself warned Clement of the hopelessness of expecting Henry to submit to such humiliation as this. "If the king be cited to appear in person or by proxy, and his prerogative be interfered with, none of his subjects will tolerate the insult. To cite the king to Rome, to threaten him with excommunication, is no more tolerable than to deprive him of his royal dignity. If he were to appear in Italy, it would be at the head of a formidable army." But Clement had been deaf to the warning, and the case had been evoked out of the realm. Henry's wrath fell at once on Wolsey. Whatever furtherance or hindrance the cardinal had given to his remarriage, it was Wolsey who had dissuaded him from acting at the first independently, from conducting the cause in his own courts, and acting on the sentence of his own judges. Whether to secure the succession by a more indisputable decision, or to preserve uninjured the prerogatives of the papal see, it was Wolsey who had counseled him to seek a divorce from Rome and promised him success in his suit. And in this counsel Wolsey stood alone. Even Clement had urged the king to carry out his original purpose when it was too late. All that the Pope sought was to be freed from the necessity of meddling in the matter at all. It was Wolsey who had forced papal intervention on him, as he had forced it on Henry, and the failure of his plans was fatal to him. From the close of the legatine court, Henry would see him no more, and his favorite, Stephen Gardiner, who had become Chief Secretary of State, succeeded him in the king's confidence. If Wolsey still remained minister for a while, it was because the thread of the complex foreign negotiations which he was conducting could not be roughly broken. Here too, however, failure awaited him. His diplomacy sought to bring fresh pressure on the Pope and to provide a fresh check on the Emperor by a closer alliance with France. But Francis was anxious to recover his children who had remained as hostages for his return. He was weary of the long struggle and hopeless of aid from his Italian allies. At this crisis of his fate, therefore, Wolsey saw himself deceived and outwitted by the conclusion of peace between France and the Emperor in a new treaty at Cambrai. Not only was his French policy no longer possible, but a reconciliation with Charles was absolutely needful, and such a reconciliation could only be brought about by Wolsey's fall. In October, on the very day that the cardinal took his place with a haughty countenance and all his former pomp in the court of chancery, an indictment was preferred against him by the king's attorney for receiving bulls from Rome in violation of the statute of provisors. A few days later, he was deprived of the seals. Wolsey was prostrated by the blow. In a series of abject appeals, he offered to give up everything that he possessed if the king would but cease from his displeasure. His face, wrote the French ambassador, is dwindled to half its natural size. In truth, his misery is such that his enemies, Englishmen as they are, cannot help pitying him. For the moment, Henry seemed contented with his disgrace. 1,000 boats full of Londoners covered the Thames to see the cardinal's barge pass to the Tower, but he was permitted to retire to Esher. Although judgment of forfeiture and imprisonment was given against him in the King's Bench at the close of October, in the following February he received a pardon on surrender of his vast possessions to the crown, and was permitted to withdraw to his diocese of York, the one dignity he had been suffered to retain. Not less significant was the attitude of the New Learning. On Wolsey's fall, the seals had been offered to Warham, and it was probably at his counsel that they were finally given to Sir Thomas More. The Chancellor's dream, if we may judge it from the acts of his brief ministry, seems to have been that of carrying out the religious reformation which had been demanded by Colet and Erasmus while checking the spirit of revolt against the unity of the Church. His severities against the Protestants, exaggerated as they have been by polemic rancor, remain the one stain on a memory that knows no other. But it was only by a rigid severance of the cause of reform from what seemed to him the cause of revolution that More could hope for a successful issue to the projects of reform which the Council laid before Parliament. The petition of the Commons sounded like an echo of Colet's famous address to the Convocation. It attributed the growth of heresy not more to frantic and seditious books published in the English tongue contrary to the very true Catholic and Christian faith, than to the extreme and uncharitable behavior of diverse ordinaries. It remonstrated against the legislation of the clergy in convocation without the king's assent, or that of his subjects, the oppressive procedure of the church courts, the abuses of ecclesiastical patronage, and the excessive number of holy days. Henry referred the petition to the bishops, but they could devise no means of redress, and the ministry persisted in pushing through the houses their bills for ecclesiastical reform. The importance of the new measures lay really in the action of Parliament. They were an explicit announcement that church reform was now to be undertaken, not by the clergy, but by the people at large. On the other hand, it was clear that it would be carried out in a spirit of loyalty to the church. The Commons forced from Bishop Fisher an apology for words which were taken as a doubt thrown on their orthodoxy. Henry forbade the circulation of Tyndale's translation of the Bible as executed in a Protestant spirit. The reforming measures, however, were pushed resolutely on. Though the questions of convocation and the bishops' courts were adjourned for further consideration, the fees of the courts were curtailed, the clergy restricted from lay employments, pluralities restrained, and residence enforced. In spite of a dogged opposition from the bishops, the bills received the assent of the House of Lords, to the great rejoicing of lay people and the great displeasure of spiritual persons. Not less characteristic of the new learning was the intellectual pressure it strove to bring to bear on the wavering pope. Cranmer was still active in the cause of Anne Boleyn. He had just published a book in favor of the divorce, and he now urged on the ministry an appeal to the learned opinion of Christendom by calling for the judgment of the chief universities of Europe. His counsel was adopted, but Norfolk trusted to coarser means of attaining his end. Like most of the English nobles and the whole of the merchant class, his sympathies were with the House of Burgundy. He looked upon Wolsey as the real hindrance to the divorce, through the French policy which had driven Charles into a hostile attitude, and he counted on the cardinal's fall to bring about a renewal of friendship with the emperor and to ensure his support. The father of Anne Boleyn, now created Earl of Wiltshire, was sent in 1530 on this errand to the imperial court. But Charles remained firm to Catherine's cause, and Clement would do nothing in defiance of the emperor. Nor was the appeal to the learned world more successful. In France, the profuse bribery of the English agents would have failed with the University of Paris, but for the interference of Francis himself, eager to regain Henry's goodwill by this office of friendship. As shameless an exercise of the king's own authority was needed to wring an approval of his cause from Oxford and Cambridge. In Germany, the very Protestants, then in the fervor of their moral revival and hoping little from a proclaimed opponent of Luther, were dead against the king. So far as could be seen from Cranmer's test, every learned man in Christendom, but for bribery and threats, would have condemned the royal cause. Henry was embittered by failures which he attributed to the unskillful diplomacy of his new counselors, and it was rumored that he had been heard to regret the loss of the more dexterous statesmen whom they had overthrown. Wolsey, who, since the beginning of the year, had remained at York, though busy in appearance with the duties of his see, was hoping more and more as the months passed by for his recall. But the jealousy of his political enemies was roused by the king's regrets, and the pitiless hand of Norfolk was seen in the quick and deadly blow which he dealt at his fallen rival. On November 4th, the eve of his installation feast, the cardinal was arrested on a charge of high treason and conducted by the lieutenant of the Tower toward London. Already broken by his enormous labors, by internal disease, and the sense of his fall, Wolsey accepted the arrest as a sentence of death. An attack of dysentery forced him to rest at the Abbey of Leicester, and as he reached the gate, he said feebly to the brethren who met him, "I am come to lay my bones among you." On his deathbed, his thoughts still clung to the prince whom he had served. "Had I but served God as diligently as I have served the king," murmured the dying man, "he would not have given me over in my gray hairs. But this is my due reward for my pains and study, not regarding my service to God, but only my duty to my prince." End of section 15. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 22nd of April, 2022.
Section 16 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2022. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Pizarro conquers Peru, A.D. 1532, by Hernando Pizarro. Before Europeans visited Peru, a highly developed civilization existed there under the native Indian empire of the Incas, as the chiefs were called who ruled from the 13th to the 16th century. These sovereigns constituted a hereditary aristocratic order and had long been the masters of prodigious wealth taken from the gold and silver mines of the country. It was the rich treasure which they expected to find there that first led the Spaniards to look for conquests in that quarter of the world. When the South Sea, as the Spaniards called the Pacific Ocean, had been discovered by Balboa, and the first conquests on the mainland secured, another Spanish soldier, Francisco Pizarro, who had accompanied Balboa, settled in the new city of Panama. While living there in repose, he longed to perform further and greater services for the Spanish sovereign. He therefore obtained permission from the colonial governor to explore the Pacific coast toward the south. After an unsuccessful voyage in 1524 to 1526, he set out again in the latter year and sailed for Peru, reaching that country through many hardships, the surmounting of which places him fairly among the great discoverers. Having collected much information concerning the empire of the Incas, Pizarro went to Spain and received authority to conquer Peru. Returning to Panama, he sailed from there in December 1531 with 3 ships, 183 men, and 37 horses. He first landed at the island of Puna, where he was joined by Hernando de Soto, and then, crossing to Tumbes, marched inland and reached Cajamarca, the city of the Incas, in November 1532. The circumstantial account of what followed, written by Hernando Pizarro, half-brother and companion of Francisco, is fitly supplemented by the narrative of Prescott, whose story of the last of the Incas is so widely known. Hernando Pizarro. To the magnificent lords, the judges of the royal audience of His Majesty, who reside in the city of Santo Domingo. Magnificent lords, I arrived in this port of Yaguana on my way to Spain, by order of the governor Francisco Pizarro, to inform His Majesty of what has happened in that government of Peru, to give an account of the country and of its present condition, and, as I believe that those who come to this city give your worships inconsistent accounts, it has seemed well to me to write a summary of what has taken place, that you may be informed of the truth. The governor, in the name of His Majesty, founded a town near the sea-coast, which was called San Miguel. It is 25 leagues from that point of Tumbes. Having left citizens there, and assigned the Indians in the district to them, he set out, with 60 horse and 90 foot, in search of the town of Cajamarca, at which place he was informed that Atahualpa then was brother of him who is now lord of that land. Between the two brothers there had been a very fierce war, and this Atahualpa had conquered the land as far as he then was, which, from the point whence he started, was 150 leagues. After 7 or 8 marches, a captain of Atahualpa came to the governor and said that his lord had heard of his arrival and rejoiced greatly at it, having a strong desire to see the Christians, and when he had been 2 days with the governor, he said that he wished to go forward and tell the news to his lord, and that another would soon be on the road with a present as a token of peace. The governor continued his march until he came to a town called La Ramada. Up to that point all the land was flat, while all beyond was very rugged and obstructed by very difficult passes. When he saw that the messenger from Atahualpa did not return, he wished to obtain intelligence from some Indians who had come from Cajamarca, so they were tortured, and then they said that they had heard that Atahualpa was waiting for the governor in the mountains to give him battle. The governor then ordered the troops to advance, leaving the rear guard in the plain. The rest descended, and the road was so bad that, in truth, if they had been waiting for us, either in this pass or in another that we came to on the road to Cajamarca, they could very easily have stopped us, for, even by exerting all our skill, we could not have taken our horses by the roads, and neither horse nor foot can cross those mountains except by the roads. The distance across them to Cajamarca is full 20 leagues. When we were halfway, messengers arrived from Atahualpa and brought provisions to the governor. They said that Atahualpa was waiting for him at Cajamarca, wishing to be his friend, and that he wished the governor to know that his captains had taken his brother prisoner, that they would reach Cajamarca within 2 days, and that all the territory of his father now belonged to him. The governor sent back to say that he rejoiced greatly at this news, and that, if there was any lord who refused to submit, he would give assistance and subjugate them. 2 days afterward the governor came in sight of Cajamarca, and he met Indians with food. He put the troops in order and marched to the town. Atahualpa was not there, but was encamped on the plain at a distance of a league, with all his people in tents. When the governor saw that Atahualpa did not come, he sent a captain, with 15 horsemen, to speak to Atahualpa, saying that he would not assign quarters to the Christians until he knew where it was the pleasure of Atahualpa that they should lodge, and he desired him to come that they might be friends. Just then I went to speak to the governor, touching the orders in case the Indians made a night attack. He told me that he had sent men to seek an interview with Atahualpa. I told him that, out of the 60 cavalry we had, there might be some men who were not dexterous on horseback, and some unsound horses, and that it seemed a mistake to pick out 15 of the best, for if Atahualpa should attack them, their numbers were insufficient for defense, and any reverse might lead to a great disaster. He therefore ordered me to follow with other 20 horsemen, and to act according to circumstances. When I arrived, I found the other horsemen near the camp of Atahualpa, and that their officer had gone to speak with him. I left my men there also, and advanced with 2 horsemen to the lodging of Atahualpa, and the captain announced my approach and who I was. I then told Atahualpa that the governor had sent me to visit him, and to ask him to come, that they might be friends. He replied that a cacique of the town of San Miguel had sent to tell him that we were bad people and not good for war, and that he himself had killed some of us, both men and horses. I answered that those people of San Miguel were like women, and that one horse was enough for the whole of them, that when he saw us fight he would know what we were like, that the governor had a great regard for him, that if he had any enemy he had only to say so, and that the governor would send to conquer him. He said that 4 marches from that spot there were some very rebellious Indians who would not submit to him, and that the Christians might go there to help his troops. I said that the governor would send 10 horsemen who would suffice for the whole country, and that his Indians were unnecessary, except to search for those who concealed themselves. He smiled like a man who did not think so much of us. The captain told me that, until I came, he had not been able to get him to speak, but that one of his chiefs had answered for him, while he always kept his head down. He was seated in all the majesty of command, surrounded by all his women, and with many chiefs near him. Before coming to his presence there was another group of chiefs, each standing according to his rank. At sunset I said that I wished to go, and asked him to tell me what to say to the governor. He replied that he would come to see him on the following morning, that he would lodge in 3 great chambers in the courtyard, and that the center one should be set apart for himself. That night a good lookout was kept. In the morning he sent messengers to put off his visit until the afternoon, and these messengers, in conversing with some Indian girls in the service of the Christians, who were their relations, told them to run away because Atahualpa was coming that afternoon to attack the Christians and kill them. Among the messengers there came that captain who had already met the governor on the road. He told the governor that his lord Atahualpa said that, as the Christians had come armed to his camp, he also would come armed. The governor replied that he might come as he liked. Atahualpa set out from his camp at noon, and when he came to a place which was about half a quarter of a league from Cajamarca, he stopped until late in the afternoon. There he pitched his tents and formed his men in 3 divisions. The whole road was full of men, and they had not yet left off marching out of the camp. The governor had ordered his troops to be distributed in the 3 halls which were in the open courtyard, in form of a triangle, and he ordered them to be mounted and armed until the intentions of Atahualpa were known. Having pitched his tents, Atahualpa sent a messenger to the governor to say that as it was now late he wished to sleep where he was, and that he would come in the morning. The governor sent back to beg him to come at once, because he was waiting for supper, and that he should not sup until Atahualpa should come. The messengers came back to ask the governor to send a Christian to Atahualpa, that he intended to come at once, and that he would come unarmed. The governor sent a Christian, and presently Atahualpa moved, leaving the armed men behind him. He took with him about 5,000 or 6,000 Indians without arms, except that, under their shirts, they had small darts and slings with stones. He came in a litter, and before him went 300 or 400 Indians in liveries, cleaning the straws from the road and singing. Then came Atahualpa in the midst of his chiefs and principal men, the greatest among them being also borne on men's shoulders. When they entered the open space, 12 or 15 Indians went up to the little fortress that was there and occupied it, taking possession with a banner fixed on a lance. When Atahualpa had advanced to the center of an open space, he stopped, and a Dominican friar, who was with the governor, came forward to tell him, on the part of the governor, that he waited for him in his lodging, and that he was sent to speak with him. The friar then told Atahualpa that he was a priest, and that he was sent there to teach the things of the faith, if they should desire to be Christians. He showed Atahualpa a book which he carried in his hands, and told him that the book contained the things of God. Atahualpa asked for the book, and threw it on the ground, saying, "I will not leave this place until you have restored all that you have taken in my land. I know well who you are and what you have come for." Then he rose up in his litter and addressed his men, and there were murmurs among them and calls to those who were armed. The friar went to the governor and reported what was being done, and that no time was to be lost. The governor sent to me, and I arranged with the captain of the artillery that, when a sign was given, he should discharge his pieces, and that, on hearing the reports, all the troops should come forth at once. This was done, and as the Indians were unarmed, they were defeated without danger to any Christian. Those who carried the litter and the chiefs who surrounded Atahualpa were all killed, falling round him. The governor came out and seized Atahualpa, and, in protecting him, he received a knife cut from a Christian in the hand. The troops continued the pursuit as far as the place where the armed Indians were stationed, who made no resistance whatever, because it was now night. All were brought into the town where the governor was quartered. Next morning the governor ordered us to go to the camp of Atahualpa, where we found 40,000 Castellanos and 4,000 or 5,000 marcos of silver. The camp was as full of people as if none were wanting. All the people were assembled, and the governor desired them to go to their homes, and told them that he had not come to do them harm, that what he had done was by reason of the pride of Atahualpa, and that he himself ordered it. On asking Atahualpa why he had thrown away the book and shown so much pride, he answered that his captain, who had been sent to speak with the governor, had told him that the Christians were not warriors, that the horses were unsaddled at night, and that with 200 Indians he could defeat them all. He added that this captain and the chief of San Miguel had deceived him. The governor then inquired concerning his brother the Cusco, and he answered that he would arrive next day, that he was being brought as a prisoner, and that his captain remained with the troops in the town of Cusco. It afterward turned out that in all this he had spoken the truth, except that he had sent orders for his brother to be killed, lest the governor should restore him to his lordship. The governor said that he had not come to make war on the Indians, but that our lord the emperor, who was lord of the whole world, had ordered him to come that he might see the land, and let Atahualpa know the things of our faith, in case he should wish to become a Christian. The governor also told him that that land and all other lands belonged to the emperor, and that he must acknowledge him as his lord. He replied that he was content, and, observing that the Christians had collected some gold, Atahualpa said to the governor that they need not take such care of it, as if there was so little, for he could give them 10,000 plates, and that he could fill the room in which he was up to a white line, which was the height of a man and a half from the floor. The room was 17 to 18 feet wide and 35 feet long. He said that he could do this in 2 months. 2 months passed away, and the gold did not arrive, but the governor received tidings that every day parties of men were advancing against him. In order both to ascertain the truth of these reports and to hurry the arrival of the gold, the governor ordered me to set out with 20 horsemen and 10 or 12 foot soldiers for a place called Guamachuco, which is 20 leagues from Cajamarca. This was the place where it was reported that armed men were collecting together. I advanced to that town and found a quantity of gold and silver, which I sent thence to Cajamarca. Some Indians, who were tortured, told us that the captains and armed men were at a place 6 leagues from Guamachuco, and, though I had no instructions from the governor to advance beyond that point, I resolved to push forward with 14 horsemen and 9 foot soldiers, in order that the Indians might not take heart at the notion that we had retreated. The rest of my party were sent to guard the gold, because their horses were lame. Next morning I arrived at that town, and did not find any armed men there, and it turned out that the Indians had told lies, perhaps to frighten us and induce us to return. At this village I received permission from the governor to go to a mosque of which we had intelligence, which was 100 leagues away on the sea-coast in a town called Pachacamac. It took us 22 days to reach it. The road over the mountains is a thing worth seeing, because, though the ground is so rugged, such beautiful roads could not in truth be found throughout Christendom. The greater part of them is paved. There is a bridge of stone or wood over every stream. We found bridges of network over a very large and powerful river, which we crossed twice, which was a marvelous thing to see. The horses crossed over by them. At each passage they have 2 bridges, the one by which the common people go over, and the other for the lords of the land and their captains. The approaches are always kept closed, with Indians to guard them. These Indians exact transit dues from all passengers. The chiefs and people of the mountains are more intelligent than those of the coast. The country is populous. There are mines in many parts of it. It is a cold climate, it snows, and there is much rain. There are no swamps. Fuel is scarce. Atahualpa has placed governors in all the principal towns, and his predecessors had also appointed governors. In all these towns there were houses of imprisoned women with guards at the doors, and these women preserved their virginity. If any Indian has any connection with them, his punishment is death. Of these houses, some are for the worship of the sun, others for that of old Cusco, the father of Atahualpa. Their sacrifices consist of sheep and chica, which they pour out on the ground. They have another house of women in each of the principal towns, also guarded. These women are assembled by the chiefs of the neighboring districts, and when the lord of the land passes by, they select the best to present to him, and when they are taken, others are chosen to fill up their places. These women also have the duty of making chica for the soldiers when they pass that way. They took Indian girls out of these houses and presented them to us. All the surrounding chiefs come to these towns on the roads to perform service when the army passes. They have stores of fuel and maize and of all other necessaries. They count by certain knots on cords, and so record what each chief has brought. When they had to bring us loads of fuel, maize, chica, or meat, they took off knots or made them on some other part, so that those who have charge of the stores keep an exact account. In all these towns they received us with great festivities, dancing and rejoicing. When we arrived on the plain of the sea-coast, we met with a people who were less civilized, but the country was populous. They also have houses of women, and all the other arrangements as in the towns of the mountains. They never wished to speak to us of the mosque, for there was an order that all who should speak to us of it should be put to death. But as we had intelligence that it was on the coast, we followed the high road until we came to it. The road is very wide, with an earthen wall on either side, and houses for resting at intervals, which were prepared to receive the Cusco when he travelled that way. There are very large villages, the houses of the Indians being built of canes, and those of the chiefs are of earth, with roofs of branches of trees, for in that land it never rains. From the city of San Miguel to this mosque, the distance is 160 or 180 leagues, the road passing near the seashore through a very populous country. The road, with a wall on each side, traverses the whole of this country, and neither in that part nor in the part farther on, of which we had notice for 200 leagues, does it ever rain. They live by irrigation, for the rainfall is so great in the mountains that many rivers flow from them, so that throughout the land there is no 3 leagues without a river. The distance from the sea to the mountains is in some parts 10 leagues, in others 12. It is not cold. Throughout the whole of this coastland, and beyond it, tribute is not paid to Cusco, but to the mosque. The bishop of it was in Cajamarca with the governor. He had ordered another room of gold, such as Atahualpa had ordered, and the governor ordered me to go on this business and to hurry those who were collecting it. When I arrived at the mosque, I asked for the gold, and they denied it to me, saying that they had none. I made some search, but could not find it. The neighboring chiefs came to see me and brought presents, and in the mosque there was found some gold dust, which was left behind when the rest was concealed. Altogether I collected 85,000 castellanos and 3,000 marcos of silver. This town of the mosque is very large and contains grand edifices and courts. Outside there is another great space surrounded by a wall, with a door opening on the mosque. In this space there are the houses of the women, who, they say, are the women of the devil. Here also are the storerooms where the stores of gold are kept. There is no one in the place where these women are kept. Their sacrifices are the same as those to the sun, which I have already described. Before entering the first court of the mosque, a man must fast for 20 days. Before ascending to the court above, he must fast for a year. In this upper court the bishop used to be. When messengers of the chiefs, who had fasted for a year, went up to pray to God that he would give them a good harvest, they found the bishop seated with his head covered. There are other Indians whom they call pages of the sun. When these messengers of the chief delivered their messages to the bishop, the pages of the devil went into a chamber where they said that he speaks to them, and that devil said that he was enraged with the chiefs, with the sacrifices they had to offer, and with the presents they wished to bring. I believe that they do not speak with the devil, but that these his servants deceive the chiefs. For I took pains to investigate the matter, and an old page, who was one of the chief and most confidential servants of their god, told the chief, who repeated it to me, that the devil said they were not to fear the horses, as they could do no harm. I caused the page to be tortured, and he was so stubborn in his evil creed that I could never gather anything from him, but that they really held their devil to be a god. This mosque is so feared by all the Indians that they believe that, if any of those servants of the devil asked them for anything, and they refused it, they would presently die. It would seem that the Indians do not worship this devil from any feelings of devotion, but from fear. For the chiefs told me that, up to that time, they had served that mosque because they feared it, but that now they had no fear but of us, and that therefore they wished to serve us. The cave in which the devil was placed was very dark, so that one could not enter it without a light, and within it was very dirty. I made all the caciques, who came to see me, enter the place, that they might lose their fear, and, for want of a preacher, I made my sermon, explaining to them the errors in which they lived. In this town I learned that the principal captain of Atahualpa was at a distance of 20 leagues from us, in a town called Jauja. I sent to tell him to come and see me, and he replied that I should take the road to Cajamarca, and that he would take another road and meet me. The governor, on hearing that the captain was for peace, and that he was ready to come with me, wrote to me to tell me to return, and he sent 3 Christians to Cusco, which is 50 leagues beyond Jauja, to take possession and to see the country. I returned by the road of Cajamarca, and by another road, where the captain of Atahualpa was to join me. But he had not started, and I learned from certain chiefs that he had not moved, and that he had taken me in. So I went back to the place where he was, and the road was very rugged, and so obstructed with snow that it cost us much labor to get there. Having reached the royal road and come to a place called Bombon, I met a captain of Atahualpa with 5,000 armed Indians whom Atahualpa had sent on pretense of conquering a rebel chief, but, as it afterward appeared, they were assembled to kill the Christians. Here we found 500,000 pesos of gold that they were taking to Cajamarca. This captain told me that the captain general remained in Jauja, that he knew of our approach and was much afraid. I sent a messenger to him to tell him to remain where he was and to fear nothing. I also found a Negro here who had gone with the Christians to Cusco, and he told me that these fears were feigned, for that the captain general had many well-armed men with him, that he counted them by his knots in presence of the Christians, and that they numbered 35,000 Indians. So we went to Jauja, and when we were half a league from the town, and found that the captain did not come out to receive us, a chief of Atahualpa, whom I had with me, and whom I had treated well, advised me to advance in order of battle, because he believed that the captain intended to fight. We went up a small hill overlooking Jauja and saw a large black mass in the plaza, which appeared to be something that had been burned. I asked what it was, and they told me it was a crowd of Indians. The plaza is large and has a length of 1/4 of a league. As no one came to receive us on reaching the town, our people advanced in the expectation of having to fight the Indians. But at the entrance of the square, some principal men came out to meet us with offers of peace, and told us that the captain was not there, as he had gone to reduce certain chiefs to submission. It would seem that he had gone out of fear with some of his troops, and had crossed the river near the town by a bridge of network. I sent to tell him to come to me peaceably, or else the Christians would destroy him. Next morning the people came who were in the square. They were Indian servants, and it is true that they numbered over 100,000 souls. We remained here 5 days, and during all that time they did nothing but dance and sing and hold great drinking feasts. The captain did not wish to come with me, but when he saw that I was determined to make him, he came of his own accord. I left the chief who came with me as captain there. This town of Jauja is very fine and picturesque, with very good level approaches, and it has an excellent river bank. In all my travels I did not see a better site for a Christian settlement, and I believe that the governor intends to form one there, though some think that it would be more convenient to select a position near the sea, and are, therefore, of an opposite opinion. All the country, from Jauja to Cajamarca, by the road we returned, is like that of which I have already given a description. After returning to Cajamarca and reporting my proceedings to the governor, he ordered me to go to Spain and to give an account to His Majesty of this and other things which appertain to his service. I took from the heap of gold 100,000 castellanos for His Majesty, bringing the amount of his fifth. The day after I left Cajamarca, the Christians who had gone to Cusco returned and brought 1,500,000 of gold. After I arrived at Panama, another ship came in with some knights. They say that a distribution of the gold was made, and that the share of His Majesty, besides the 100,000 pesos and the 500,000 marcos of silver that I bring, was another 165,000 castellanos and 7,000 or 8,000 marcos of silver, while to all those of us who had gone, a further share of gold was sent. After my departure, according to what the governor writes to me, it became known that Atahualpa had assembled troops to make war on the Christians, and justice was done upon him. The governor made his brother, who was an enemy, lord in his place. Molina comes to this city, and from him your worships may learn anything else that you may desire to know. The shares of the troops were, to the horsemen 9,000 castellanos, to the governor 6,000, to me 3,000. The governor has derived no other profit from that land, nor has there been deceit or fraud in the account. I say this to your worships because, if any other statement is made, this is the truth. May our Lord long guard and prosper the magnificent persons of your worships. Done in this city, November 1533. At the service of your worships, Hernando Pizarro. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Pizarro conquers Peru, A.D. 1532. By William H. Prescott. The clouds of the evening had passed away, and the sun rose bright on the following morning, the most remarkable epoch in the annals of Peru. It was Saturday, November 16, 1532. The loud cry of the trumpet called the Spaniards to arms with the first streak of dawn, and Pizarro, briefly acquainting them with the plan of this assault, made the necessary dispositions. The plaza was defended on its three sides by low ranges of buildings, consisting of spacious halls with wide doors or vomitories opening into the square. In these halls he stationed his cavalry in two divisions, one under his brother Hernando, the other under the Soto. The infantry he placed in another of the buildings, reserving 20 chosen men to act with himself as occasion might require. Pedro de Candia, with a few soldiers and the artillery, comprehending under this imposing name two small pieces of ordnance called falconets, he established in the fortress. All received orders to wait at their posts till the arrival of the Inca. After his entrance into the great square they were still to remain under cover, withdrawn from observation, till the signal was given by the discharge of a gun, when they were to cry their war cries, to rush out in a body from their covert, and, putting the Peruvians to the sword, bear off the person of the Inca. The arrangements of the immense halls, opening on a level with the plaza, seemed to be contrived on purpose for a coup d'etat. Pizarro particularly inculcated order and implicit obedience, that in the hurry of the moment there should be no confusion. Everything depended on their acting with concert, coolness, and celerity. The chief next saw that their arms were in good order, and that the breastplates of their horses were garnished with bells, to add by their noise to the consternation of the Indians. Refreshments were also liberally provided, that the troops should be in condition for the conflict. These arrangements being completed, Mass was performed with great solemnity by the ecclesiastics who attended the expedition. The God of battles was invoked to spread his shield over the soldiers who were fighting to extend the empire of the cross, and all joined with enthusiasm in the chant Exsurge Domine, rise O Lord, and judge thine own cause. One might have supposed them a company of martyrs about to lay down their lives in defence of their faith, instead of a licentious band of adventurers meditating one of the most atrocious acts of perfidy on the record of history. Yet whatever were the vices of the Castilian cavalier, hypocrisy was not among the number. He felt that he was battling for the cross, and under this conviction, exalted as it was at the moment as this into the predominant impulse, he was blind to the baser motives which mingled with the enterprise. With feelings thus kindled to a flame of religious ardour, the soldiers of Pizarro looked forward with renovated spirits to the coming conflict, and the chieftain saw with satisfaction that in the hour of trial his men would be true to their leader and themselves. It was late in the day before any movement was visible in the Peruvian camp, where much preparation was making to approach the Christian quarters with due state and ceremony. A message was received from Atahualpa informing the Spanish commander that he should come with his warriors fully armed, in the same manner as the Spaniards had come to his quarters the night preceding. This was not an agreeable intimation to Pizarro, though he had no reason, probably, to expect the contrary. But to object might imply distrust, or perhaps disclose, in some measure, his own designs. He expressed his satisfaction, therefore, at the intelligence, assuring the Inca that, come as he would be received by him as a friend and brother. It was noon before the Indian procession was on its march, when it was seen occupying the great causeway for a long extent. In front came a large body of attendants, whose office seemed to be to sweep away every particle of rubbish from the road. High above the crowd appeared the Inca, borne on the shoulders of his principal nobles, while others of the same rank marched by the sides of his litter, displaying such a dazzling show of ornaments on their persons, that, in the language of one of the conquerors, they blazed like the sun. But the greater part of the Inca's forces mustered along the fields that lined the road, and were spread over the broad meadows as far as the eye could reach. When the royal procession had arrived within half a mile of the city, it came to a halt, and Pizarro saw, with surprise, that Atahualpa was preparing to pitch his tents as if to encamp there. A messenger soon after arrived, informing the Spaniards that the Inca would occupy his present station the ensuing night, and enter the city on the following morning. This intelligence greatly disturbed Pizarro, who had shared in the general impatience of his men at the tardy movements of the Peruvians. The troops had been under arms since daylight, the cavalry mounted and the infantry at their post, waiting in silence the coming of the Inca. A profound stillness reigned throughout the town, broken only at intervals by the cry of the sentinel from the summit of the fortress, as he proclaimed the movements of the Indian army. Nothing, Pizarro well knew, was so trying to the soldiers as prolonged suspense in a critical situation like the present, and he feared lest his ardour might evaporate, and be succeeded by that nervous feeling natural to the bravest soul at such a crisis, and which, if not fear, is next akin to it. He returned an answer, therefore, to Atahualpa, deprecating his change of purpose, and adding that he had provided everything for his entertainment, and expected him that night to sup with him. This message turned the Inca from his purpose, and, striking his tents again, he resumed his march, first advising the General that he should leave the greater part of his warriors behind, and enter the place with only a few of them and without arms, as he preferred to pass the night at Cajamarca. At the same time he ordered accommodations to be provided for himself and his retinue in one of the large stone buildings, called, from a serpent sculpted on the walls, the House of the Serpent. No tidings could have been more grateful to the Spaniards. It seemed as if the Indian monarch was eager to rush into the snare that had been spread for him. The fanatical cavalier could not fail to discern in it the immediate finger of Providence. It is difficult to account for this wavering conduct of Atahualpa, so different from the bold and decided character which history ascribes to him. There is no doubt that he made his visit to the white men in perfect good faith, though Pizarro was probably right in conjecturing that this amiable disposition stood on a very precarious footing. There is as little reason to suppose that he distrusted the sincerity of the strangers, or he would not thus unnecessarily have proposed to visit them unarmed. His original purpose of coming with all his force was doubtless to display his royal state, and perhaps also to show greater respect for the Spaniards, but when he consented to accept their hospitality and pass the night in their quarters, he was willing to dispense with a great part of his armed soldiery, and visit them in a manner that implied entire confidence in their good faith. He was too absolute in his own empire easily to suspect, and he probably could not comprehend the audacity with which a few men, like those now assembled at Cajamarca, meditated an assault on a powerful monarch in the midst of his victorious army. He did not know the character of the Spaniard. It was not long before sunset when the van of the royal procession entered the gates of the city. First came some hundreds of the menials, employed to clear the path from every obstacle, and singing songs of triumph as they came, which in our ears, says one of the conquerors, sounded like the songs of hell. Then followed other bodies of different ranks and dressed in different liveries. Some wore a showy stuff, checkered white and red, like the squares of a chessboard. Others were clad in pure white, bearing hammers or maces of silver or copper, and the guards, together with those in immediate attendance of the Prince, were distinguished by a rich azure livery and a profusion of gay ornaments, while the large pendants attached to the ears indicated the Peruvian noble. Elevated high above his vassals came the Inca Atahualpa, borne on a sedan or open litter, on which was a sort of throne made of massive gold of inestimable value. The palanquin was lined with the richly coloured plumes of tropical birds, and studded with shining plates of gold and silver. The monarch's attire was much richer than on the preceding evening. Round his neck was suspended a collar of emeralds of uncommon size and brilliancy. His short hair was decorated with golden ornaments, and the imperial borla encircled his temples. The bearing of the Inca was sedate and dignified, and from his lofty station he looked down on the multitudes below with an air of composure, like one accustomed to command. As the leading lines of the procession entered the great square, larger, says an old chronicler, than any square in Spain, they opened to the right and left for the royal retinue to pass. Everything was conducted with admirable order. The monarch was permitted to traverse the plaza in silence, and not a Spaniard was to be seen. When some 5,000 or 6,000 of his people had entered the place, Atahualpa halted, and, turning round with an inquiring look, demanded, "Where are the strangers?" At this moment Fray Vicente de Valverde, a Dominican friar, Pizarro's chaplain, and afterward Bishop of Cuzco, came forward with his breviary, or, as other accounts say, a Bible in one hand and a crucifix in the other, and approaching the Inca, told him that he came by order of his commander to expound to him the doctrines of the true faith, for which purpose the Spaniards had come from a great distance to his country. The friar then explained, as clearly as he could, the mysterious doctrine of the Trinity, and ascending high in his account, he began with the creation of man, thence passed to his fall, to his subsequent redemption by Jesus Christ, to the crucifixion, and the ascension, when the Saviour left the Apostle Peter as his vice-regent upon earth. This power had been transmitted to the successors of the Apostle, good and wise men, who, under the title of Popes, held authority over all powers and potentates on earth. One of the last of these Popes had commissioned the Spanish Emperor, the most mighty monarch in the world, to conquer and convert the natives in this western hemisphere, and his general, Francisco Pizarro, had now come to execute this important mission. The friar concluded with beseeching the Peruvian monarch to receive him kindly, to abjure the errors of his own faith and embrace that of the Christians now proffered to him, the only one by which he could hope for salvation, and furthermore to acknowledge himself a tributary of the Emperor Charles, who in that event would aid and protect him as his loyal vassal. Whether Atahualpa possessed himself of every link in the curious chain of argument by which the monk connected Pizarro with St. Peter may be doubted. It is certain, however, that he must have had very incorrect notions of the Trinity if, as Garcilaso states, the interpreter, Felipillo, explained it by saying that "the Christians believed in 3 gods and 1 God, and that made 4." But there is no doubt he perfectly comprehended that the drift of the discourse was to persuade him to resign his sceptre and acknowledge the supremacy of another. The eyes of the Indian monarch flashed fire, and his dark brow grew darker as he replied, "I will be no man's tributary. I am greater than any prince upon earth. Your emperor may be a great prince, I do not doubt it when I see that he has sent his subjects so far across the waters, and I am willing to hold him as a brother. As for the Pope of whom you speak, he must be crazy to talk of giving away countries which do not belong to him. For my faith," he continued, "I will not change it. Your own God, as you say, was put to death by the very men whom he created. But mine," he concluded, pointing to his deity, then alas sinking in glory behind the mountains, "my God still lives in the heavens and looks down on his children," and then demanded of Valverde by what authority he had said these things. The friar pointed to the book which he held as his authority. Atahualpa, taking it, turning over the pages a moment, then, as the insult he had received probably flashed across his mind, he threw it down with vehemence and exclaimed, "Tell your comrades that they shall give me an account of their doings in my land. I will not go from here till they have made me full satisfaction for all the wrongs they have committed." The friar, greatly scandalized by the indignity offered to the sacred volume, stayed only to pick it up, and hastening to Pizarro, informed him of what had been done, exclaiming at the same time, "Do you not see that, while we stand here wasting our breath in talking with this dog, full of pride as he is, the fields are filling with Indians? Set on at once, I absolve you." Pizarro saw that the hour had come. He waved a white scarf in the air, the appointed signal. The fatal gun was fired from the fortress. Then, springing into the square, the Spanish captain and his followers shouted the old war cry of "Saint Iago and ad dem." It was answered by the battle cry of every Spaniard in the city, as, rushing from the avenues of the great halls in which they were concealed, they poured into the plaza, horse and foot, each in his own dark column, and threw themselves into the midst of the Indian crowd. The latter, taken by surprise, stunned by the report of artillery and muskets, the echoes of which reverberated like thunder from the surrounding buildings, and blinded by the smoke which rolled in sulphurous volumes along the square, were seized with a panic. They knew not whither to fly for refuge from the coming ruin. Nobles and commoners, all were trampled down under the fierce charge of the cavalry, who dealt their blows right and left without sparing, while their swords, flashing through the thick gloom, carried dismay into the hearts of the wretched natives, who now, for the first time, saw the horse and his rider in all their terrors. They made no resistance, as indeed they had no weapons with which to make it. Every avenue to escape was closed, for the entrance to the square was choked up with the dead bodies of men who had perished in vain efforts to fly. And such was the agony of the survivors under the terrible pressure of their assailants, that a large body of Indians, by their convulsive struggles, burst through the wall of stone and dried clay which formed part of the boundary of the plaza. It fell, leaving an opening of more than 100 paces, through which multitudes now found their way into the country, still hotly pursued by the cavalry, who, leaping the fallen rubbish, hung on the rear of the fugitives, striking them down in all directions. Meanwhile the fight, or rather massacre, continued hot around the Inca, whose person was the great object of the assault. His faithful nobles, rallying about him, threw themselves in the way of the assailants, and strove, by tearing them from their saddles, or at least by offering their own bosoms as a mark for their vengeance, to shield their beloved master. It is said by some authorities that they carried weapons concealed under their clothes. If so, it availed them little, as it is not pretended that they used them. But the most timid animal will defend itself when at bay. That they did not do so in the present instance is proof that they had no weapons to use. Yet they still continued to force back the cavaliers, clinging to their horses with dying grasp, and, as one was cut down, another was taking the place of his fallen comrade with a loyalty truly affecting. The Indian monarch, stunned and bewildered, saw his faithful subjects falling round him without hardly comprehending his situation. The litter on which he rode heaved to and fro as the mighty press swayed backward and forward, and he gazed on the overwhelming ruin like some forlorn mariner, who, tossed about in his bark by the furious elements, sees the lightnings flash and hears the thunder bursting around him, with the consciousness that he can do nothing to avert his fate. At length, weary with the work of destruction, the Spaniards, as the shades of evening grew deeper, felt afraid that the royal prize might, after all, elude them, and some of the cavaliers made a desperate effort to end the affray at once by taking Atahualpa's life. But Pizarro, who was nearest his person, called out with stentorian voice, "Let no one who values his life strike at the Inca," and stretching out his arm to shield him, received a wound on the hand from one of his own men, the only wound received by a Spaniard in the action. The struggle now became fiercer than ever round the royal litter. It reeled more and more, and at length, several of the nobles who supported it having been slain, it was overturned, and the Indian prince would have come with violence to the ground, had not his fall been broken by the efforts of Pizarro and some other of the cavaliers who caught him in their arms. The imperial borla was instantly snatched from his temples by a soldier named Estete, and the unhappy monarch, strongly secured, was removed to a neighbouring building where he was carefully guarded. All attempt at resistance now ceased. The fate of the Inca soon spread over town and country. The charm which might have held the Peruvians together was dissolved. Every man thought only of his own safety. Even the soldiery encamped on the adjacent fields took alarm, and, learning the fatal tidings, were seen flying in every direction before their pursuers who, in the heat of triumph, showed no touch of mercy. At length Night, more pitiful than man, threw her friendly mantle over the fugitives, and the scattered troops of Pizarro rallied once more to the sound of the trumpet in the bloody square of Cajamarca. Section 17.
Section 18 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Calvin is driven from Paris, AD 1533, by A. M. Fairbairn. He makes Geneva the stronghold of Protestantism. Among what may be called the second generation of Protestant reformers, the great leader was John Calvin. By his writings and by his directive and administrative work, he exerted a strong influence upon the Reformed churches in his own day and upon the theology and polity of later times. He was born in France in 1509, and while still in early manhood, having become familiar with classical learning, with law, and especially with theology, he ardently embraced the Protestant faith and began to preach the Reformed doctrines. Calvin spent some time in Paris, then a center of the new learning and of religious ferment, and there he felt the effects of raging persecution. The publication of his great work, The Institutes of the Christian Religion, marked an epoch in the history of Protestantism. Though differing on certain points from the teaching of Luther, it was a powerful exposition of the Protestant faith as Calvin understood it, severely logical in form and especially distinguished by its stern doctrines relating to divine sovereignty. When, in 1536, Calvin went to live in Geneva, it was already a Protestant city. He became virtually its ruler and made it a kind of theocracy, or rather, a religious republic, which he administered with vigorous laws enforced with the greatest strictness. Zealous Protestants from many countries gathered at Geneva, and from there the influence of Calvin, somewhat modified by that of his Swiss predecessor Zwingli, spread rapidly into France, England, Scotland, and Germany. At the time of Calvin's death, 1564, there were three types of Protestantism established in the world: his own and those of Luther and Zwingli. In Great Britain, and afterward in America, the Calvinistic type came to play a most important part in religious and national development. Two estimates of Calvin, the first from a Protestant point of view, the second that of a Roman Catholic writer, are here presented. In 1528, Calvin's father, perhaps illuminated by the disputes in his cathedral chapter, discovered that the law was a surer road to wealth and honor than the church, and decided that his son should leave theology for jurisprudence. The son, nothing loath, obeyed, and left Paris for Orleans, possibly as he descended the steps of the College de Montaigu, brushing shoulders with the Spanish freshman named Ignatius Loyola. In Orleans, Calvin studied law under Pierre L'Estawell, who is described as juris consultorum gallorum facile princeps, and as eclipsing in classical knowledge Reuchlin, Aleander, and Erasmus, and Greek under Volmer, in whose house he met for the first time Theodore Beza, then a boy about 10 years of age. After a year in Orleans, he went to Bourges, attracted by the fame of the Italian jurist Alciati, whose ungainliness of body and speech and vanity of mind his students loved to satirize, and even by occasional rebellion to chasten. In 1531, Gerard Calvin died, and his son, in 1532, published his first work, a commentary on Seneca's De Clementia. His purpose has been construed by the light of his late career, and some have seen in the book a veiled defense of the Huguenot martyrs, others a cryptic censure of Francis I, and yet others a prophetic dissociation of himself from Stoicism. But there is no mystery in the matter. The work is that of a scholar who has no special interest in either theology or the Bible. This may be statistically illustrated. Calvin cites 22 Greek authors and 55 Latin, the quotations being most abundant and for many books. But in his whole treatise, there are only 3 biblical texts expressly cited, and those from the Vulgate. The man is cultivated and learned, writes elegant Latin, is a good judge of Latinity, criticizes like any modern the mind and style, the knowledge and philosophy, the manner, the purpose, and the ethical ideas of Seneca. But the passion for religion has not as yet penetrated as it did later into his very bones. Erasmus is in Calvin's eyes the ornament of letters, though his large edition of Seneca is not all it ought to have been. But even Erasmus could not, at 23, have produced a work so finished in its scholarship, so real in its learning, or so wide in its outlook. The events of the next few months are obscure, but we know enough to see how forces, internal and external, were working toward change. In the second half of 1532 and the earlier half of 1533, Calvin was in Orleans, studying, teaching, practicing the law, and acting in the university as proctor for the Picard nation. Then he went to Noyon, and in October he was once more in Paris. The capital was agitated. Francis was absent, and his sister, Margaret of Navarre, held her court there, favoring the new doctrines, encouraging the preachers, the chief among them being her own almoner, Gerard Roussel. 2 letters of Calvin to Francis Daniel belong to this date and place, and in them we find a changed note. One speaks of the troublous times, and the other narrates 2 events. First, it describes a play pungent with gall and vinegar, which the students had performed in the College of Navarre to satirize the Queen. And secondly, the action of certain factious theologians who had prohibited Margaret's mirror of a sinful soul. She had complained to the king, and he had intervened. The matter came before the university, and Nicholas Kopp, the rector, had spoken strongly against the arrogant doctors and in defense of the Queen, mother of all the virtues and of all good learning. Leclerc, a parish priest, the author of the mischief, defended his performance as a task to which he had been formally appointed, praising the king, the Queen as woman and as author, contrasting her book with such an obscene production as Pantagruel, and finally saying that the book had been published without the approval of the faculty and was set aside only as liable to suspicion. 2 or 3 days later, on November 1st, 1533, came the famous rectorial address which Calvin wrote, and Kopp revised and delivered, and which shows how far the humanist had traveled since April 4th, 1532, the date of the Clementia. He is now alive to the religious question, though he has not carried it to its logical and practical conclusion. 2 fresh influences have evidently come into his life: the New Testament of Erasmus and certain sermons by Luther. The exordium of the address reproduces, almost literally, some sentences from Erasmus's Paraclesis, including those which unfold his idea of the Philosophia Christiana, while the body of it repeats Luther's exposition of the Beatitudes and his distinction between law and gospel, with the involved doctrines of grace and faith. Yet Ave Gratia Plena is retained in the exordium, and at the end the peacemakers are praised, who follow the example of Christ and contend not with the sword, but with the word of truth. This address enables us to seize Calvin in the very act and article of change. He has come under a double influence. Erasmus has compelled him to compare the ideal of Christ with the church of his own day, and Luther has given him a notion of grace, which has convinced his reason and taken possession of his imagination. He has thus ceased to be a humanist and a papist, but has not yet become a reformer. And a reformer was precisely what his conscience, his country, and his reason compelled him to become. Francis was flagrantly immoral, but a fanatic in religion, and mercy was not a virtue congenial to either church or state. Calvin had seen the Protestants from within. He knew their honesty, their honor, the purity of their motives, and the integrity of their lives, and he judged, as a jurist would, that a man who had all the virtues of citizenship ought not to be oppressed and treated as unfit for civil office or even as a criminal by the state. This is no conjecture, for it is confirmed by the testimony he bears to the influence exercised over him by the martyred Etienne de la Forge. He thus saw that a changed mind meant a changed religion, and a changed religion a change of abode. Copp had to flee from Paris, and so had Calvin. In the May of 1534 he went to Noyon, laid down his offices, was imprisoned, liberated, and while there he seems to have finally renounced Catholicism. But he feared the forces of disorder which lurked in Protestantism, and which seemed embodied in the Anabaptists. Hence, at Orleans, he composed a treatise against one of their favorite beliefs, the sleep of the soul between death and judgment. Conscious personal being was in itself too precious, and in the sight of God too sacred, to be allowed to suffer even a temporary lapse. But to serve the cause he loved was impossible with the stake waiting for him, its fires scorching his face, and kindly friends endangered by his presence. And so, in the winter of 1534, he retired from France and settled at Basel. Now a city where Protestantism reigned, where learning flourished, and where men so unlike as Erasmus and Farel, the fervid preacher of reform, could do their work unhindered, was certain to make a deep impression on a fugitive harassed and expatriated on account of religion. And the impression it made can be read in the Christiani Religionis Institutio, and especially in the prefatory letter to Francis I. The Institutio is Calvin's positive interpretation of the Christian religion. The letter is learned, eloquent, elegant, dignified, the address of a subject to his sovereign, yet of a subject who knows that his place in the state is as legal, though not as authoritative, as the sovereign's. It throbs with the noble indignation against injustice, and with the noble enthusiasm for freedom and truth. It is one of the great epistles of the world, a splendid apology for the oppressed and arraignment of the oppressors. It does not implore toleration as a concession, but claims freedom as a right. Its author is a young man of but 26, yet he speaks with the gravity of age. He tells the king that his first duty is to be just, that to punish unheard is but to inflict violence and perpetrate fraud. Those for whom he speaks are, though simple and godly men, yet charged with crimes that, were they true, ought to condemn them to 1,000 fires and gibbets. These charges the king is bound to investigate, for he is a minister of God, and if he fails to serve the God whose minister he is, then he is a robber and no king. Then he asks, who are our accusers? And he turns on the priest, like a new Erasmus, who does not, like the old, delight in satire for its own sake, or in a literature which scourges men by holding up the mirror to vice, but who feels the sublimity of virtue so deeply that witticisms at the expense of vice are abhorrent to him. He takes up the charges in detail. It is said that the doctrine is new, doubtful, and uncertain, unconfirmed by miracles, opposed to the fathers and ancient custom, schismatical, and productive of schism, and that its fruits are sex, seditions, license. On no point is he so emphatic as the repudiation of the personal charges. The people he pleads for have never raised their voice in faction or sought to subvert law and order. They fear God sincerely and worship him in truth, praying even in exile for the royal person and house. The book which this address to the king introduces is a scheduled program of reform in religion. The first edition of the Institutio is distinguished from all later editions by the emphasis it lays, not on dogma, but on morals, on worship, and on polity. Calvin conceives the gospel as a new law which ought to be embodied in a new life, individual and social. What came later to be known as Calvinism may be stated in an occasional sentence or implied in a paragraph, but it is not the substance or determinative idea of the book. The problem discussed has been set by the studies and the experience of the author. He has read the New Testament as a humanist, learned in the law, and he has been startled by the contrast between its ideal and the reality which confronts him. And he proceeds in a thoroughly judicial fashion, just as Tertullian before him, and as Grotius and Selden after him. Without a document, he can decide nothing. He needs a written law or actual custom, and his book falls into divisions which these suggest. Hence, his first chapter is concerned with duty or conduct, as prescribed by the Ten Commandments. His second with faith is contained in the apostolic symbol. His third with prayer is fixed by the words of Christ. His fourth with the sacrament as given in the Scriptures. His fifth with the false sacraments as defined by tradition and enforced by Catholic custom. And his sixth with Christian liberty or the relation of the ecclesiastical and civil authorities. But though the book is, as compared with what it became later, limited in scope and contents, the last edition, which left the author's hand in 1559, had grown from a work in 6 chapters to one in 4 books and 80 chapters. Yet its constructive power, its critical force, its large outlook impressed the student. We have here none of Luther's scholasticism or of Melanchthon's deft manipulation of incompatible elements. But we have the first thoughts on religion of a mind trained by ancient literature to the criticism of life. The Institutio bears the date Mens Martio, anno 1536. But Calvin, without waiting till his book was on the market, made a hurried journey to Ferrara, whose Duchess Renée, a daughter of Louis XII, stood in active sympathy with the reformers. The reasons for this brief visit are very obscure, but it may have been undertaken in the hope of mitigating, by the help of Renée, the severity of the persecutions in France. On his return, Calvin ventured, tradition says, to Noyon, probably for the sake of family affairs. But he certainly reached Paris, and, while in the second half of July making his way into Germany, he arrived at Geneva. An old friend, possibly Louis de Tillet, discovered him and told Farel, and Farel, in sore straits for a helper, besought him, and indeed in the name of the Almighty commanded him to stay. Calvin was reluctant, but he was reserved and shy, and conceived his vocation to be the scholars rather than the preachers. But the entreaties of Farel, half tearful, half minatory, prevailed, and thus Calvin's connection with Geneva began. Calvin's life from this point onward falls into 3 parts. his first stay in Geneva from July 1536 to March 1538. His residence in Strasbourg from September 1538 to September 1541, and his second stay in Geneva from the last date till his death, May 27, 1564. In the first period he, in company with Farel, made an attempt to organize the church and reform the mind and manners of Geneva, and failed. His exile, formally voted by the council, was the penalty of his failure. In the second period, he was professor of theology and French preacher at Strasbourg, a trusted divine and advisor, a delegate to the Protestant churches of Germany, which he learned to know better, making the acquaintance of Melanchthon and becoming more appreciative of Luther. At Strasbourg, some of his best literary work was done. His letter to Cardinal Sadoleto, in its way his most perfect production. His Commentary on the Romans, a treatise on the Lord's Supper, the second Latin and the first French edition of his Institutio. In the third period, he introduced and completed his legislation at Geneva, taught, preached, and published there, watched the churches everywhere, and conducted the most extensive correspondence of his day. In these 28 years, he did a work which changed the face of Christendom. We come then to Calvin's legislative achievements as his main title, To Name and Fame. But 2 points must here be noted. In the first place, while his theology was less original and effective than his legislation or polity, yet he so construed the former as to make the latter its logical and indeed inevitable outcome. The polity was a deduction from the theology, which may be defined as a science of the divine will as a moral will, aiming at the complete moralization of man, whether as a unit or as a society. The two were thus so organically connected that each lent strength to the other, the system to the church and the church to the system, while other and more potently reasonable theologies either died or lived a feeble and struggling life. Secondly, the legislation was made possible and practicable by Geneva, probably the only place in Europe where it could have been enacted and enforced. We have learned enough concerning Genevan history and institutions to understand why this should have been the case. The city was small, free, homogeneous, distinguished by a strong local patriotism, a stalwart communal life. In obedience to these instincts, it had just emancipated itself from the ecclesiastical prince and its ancient religious system, and the change thus accomplished was, though disguised in a religious habit, yet essentially political. For the council which abolished the bishop had made itself heir to his faculties and functions. It could only dismiss him as a civil lord by dismissing him as the ecclesiastical head of Geneva, and in so doing it assumed the right to succeed as well as to supersede him in both capacities. This, however, involved a notable inversion of old ideas. Before the change, the ecclesiastical authority had been civil, but because of the change, the civil authority became ecclesiastical. If theocracy means the rule of the church or the sovereignty of the clergy in the state, then the ancient constitution of Geneva was theocratic. If democracy means the sovereignty of the people in church as well as in state, then the change had made it democratic. And it was just after the change had been effected that Calvin's connection with the city began. Its chief pastor had persuaded him to stay as a colleague, and the council appointed him professor and preacher. He was young, exactly 27 years of age, full of high ideals, but inexperienced, unacquainted with men, without any knowledge of Geneva and the state of things there. He could therefore make no terms, could only stay to do his duty. What that duty was soon became apparent. Geneva had not become any more moral in character because it had changed its mind in religion. It had 2 months before Calvin's arrival sworn to live according to the holy evangelical law and word of God, but it did not seem to understand its own oath, and the man whom his intellectual sincerity and moral integrity had driven out of Catholicism could not hold office in any church which made light of conviction and conduct, and so he at once set himself to organize a church that should be efficaciously moral. He built on the ancient Genevan idea that the city is a church, only he wished to make the church to be primary and real. The theocracy, which had been construed as the reign of the clergy, he would interpret as ideal and realize as a reign of God. The citizens, who had assumed control of their own spiritual destinies and ecclesiastical affairs, he wanted to instruct in their responsibilities and discipline into obedience. And he would do it in the way of a jurist who believes in the harmony of law and custom. He would, by positive enactments, train the city, which conceived itself to be a church, to be and behave as if it were indeed a church, living according to the gospel which it had sworn to obey. Thus a confession of faith was drawn up, which the people were to adopt as their own, and so attain clarity and concordance of mind concerning God and his word. And a catechism was composed, which was to be made the basis of religious instruction in both the school and the family, for the citizen as well as the child. Worship was to be carefully regulated, psalm books prepared, psalm singing cultivated. The preacher was to interpret the word, and the pastor to supervise the flock. The Lord's Supper was to be celebrated monthly, but only those who were morally fit or worthy were to be allowed to communicate. The church, in order that it might fulfill its functions and guard the holy table, must have the right of excommunication. It was not enough that a man should be a citizen or a counselor to be admitted to the Lord's Supper. His mind must be Christian and his conduct Christ-like. Without faith, the rite was profaned. The presence of Christ was not realized. Moreover, since matrimonial cases were many and infelicities sprang both from differences of faith and impurity of conduct, a board, composed partly of magistrates and partly of ministers, was to be appointed to deal with them, and it was to have the power to exclude from the church those who either did not believe its doctrines or did not obey its commandments. These were drastic proposals to be made to a city which had just dismissed its bishop, attained political freedom, and proclaimed a reformation of religion, and Calvin was not the man to leave them inoperative. A card player was pilloried. A tire woman, a mother, and 2 bridesmaids were arrested because they had adorned the bride too gaily. An adulterer was driven with the partner of his guilt through the streets by the common hangman, and then banished. These things taxed the temper of the city sorely. It was not unfamiliar with legislation of the kind, but it had not been accustomed to see it enforced. Hence, men who came to be known as libertines, though they were both patriotic and moral and only craved freedom, rose and said, "This is an intolerable tyranny. We will not allow any man to be lord over our consciences." And about the same time, Calvin's orthodoxy was challenged. 2 Anabaptists arrived and demanded liberty to prophesy, and Peter Caroli charged him with heresy as to the Trinity. He would not use the Athanasian Creed, and he defended himself by reasons that the scholar who knows its history will respect. The end soon came. When he heard that he had been sentenced to banishment, he said, "If I had served men, this would have been a poor reward, but I have served him who never fails to perform what he has promised. In 1541, Geneva recalled Calvin, and he obeyed as one who goes to fulfill an imperative but unwelcome duty. There is nothing more pathetic in the literature of the period than his hesitancies and fears. He tells Farel that he would rather die 100 times than again take up the cross, in qua miliis quotiet perundum esset. And he writes to Viret that it were better to perish once for all than in illa carnifica iterum tocere. But he loved Geneva, and it was an evil case. Rome was plotting to reclaim it. Savoy was watching her opportunity. The patriots feared to go forward, and even the timid did not go back. So the necessities of the city, divided between its factions and its foes, constituted an appeal which Calvin could not resist. But he did not yield unconditionally. He went back as the legislator who was to frame laws for its church, and he so adapted them to the civil constitution and the constitution to them that he raised the little city of Geneva to be the Protestant Rome. The Ordinances Ecclesiastiques may be described as Calvin's program of Genevan reform, or his method for applying to the local and external church the government which our Lord had instituted and the apostles had realized. These ordinances expressed his historical sense and gratified his religious temper, while adapting the church to the city so that the city might become a better church. To explain in detail how he proposed to do this is impossible within our limits, and we shall therefore confine ourselves to the most important of the factors he created, the ministry. The ministerial ideal embodied in these ecclesiastical ordinances may be said to have had certain indirect but international results. It compelled Calvin to develop his system of education. It supplied the Reformed Church, especially in France, with the men which it needed to fight its battles and to form the iron in its blood. It presented the Reformed Church everywhere with an intellectual and educational ideal, which must be realized if its work was to be done. And it created the modern preacher, defining the sphere of his activity and setting up for his imitation a noble and lofty example. Calvin soon found that the Reformed faith could live in a democratic city only by an enlightened pulpit speaking to enlightened citizens, and that an educated ministry was helpless without an educated people. His method for creating both entitles him to rank among the foremost makers of modern education. As a humanist, he believed in the classical languages and literatures. There is a tradition which says that he read through Cicero once a year, and so he built his system on the solid rock of Greco-Roman antiquity. Yet he did not neglect religion. He so trained the boys of Geneva through his catechism that each was said to be able to give a reason for his faith, like a doctor of the Sorbonne. He believed in the unity of knowledge in the community of learning, placing the magistrate and the minister, the citizen and the pastor, in the hands of the same teacher, and binding the school and the university together. The boy learned in the one, and the man studied in the other. But the school was the way to the university. The university was the goal of the school. In nothing does the pedagogic genius of Calvin more appear than in his fine jealousy as to the character and competence whether of masters or professors, and in his unwearied quest after qualified men. His letters teem with references to the men in various lands and many universities whom he was seeking to bring to Geneva. The first rector, Antoine Saunier, was a notable man, and he never rested till he had secured his dear old teacher, Matherin Cordier. Castilio was a schoolmaster. Theodore Beza was a head of college and academy. or school and university together, and Calvin himself was a professor of theology. The success of the college was great. The success of the academy was greater. Men came from all quarters: English, Italians, Spanish, Germans, Russians, ministers, jurists, old men, young men, all with the passion to learn in their blood, to jostle each other among the thousand hearers who met to listen to the great reformer. But France was the main feeder of the academy. Frenchmen filled its chairs, occupied its benches, learned in it the courage to live and the will to die. From Geneva, books poured into France, and the French church was ever appealing for ministers, yet never appealed in vain. Within 11 years, 1555 to 1566, Calvin died in 1564, it is known that Geneva sent 161 pastors into France. How many more may have gone unrecorded we cannot tell. And they were learned men, strenuous, fearless, praised by a French bishop as modest, grave, saintly, with the name of Jesus Christ ever on their lips. Charles IX implored the magistrates of Geneva to stop the supply and withdraw the men already sent. But the magistrates replied that the preachers had been sent not by them, but by their ministers, who believed that the sovereign duty of all princes and kings was to do homage to him, who had given to them their dominion. It was small wonder that the Venetian Soriano should describe Geneva as the mine whence came the ore of heresy, or that the Protestants should gather courage as they heard the men from Geneva sing psalms in the face of torture and death. It was indeed a very different France which the eyes of the dying Calvin saw from that which the young man had seen 30 years before. Religious hate was even more bitter and vindictive. War had come and made persecution more ferocious. But the Huguenots had grown numerous, potent, respected, feared, and disputed, with Catholicism the supremacy of the kingdom, and Calvin had done it, not by arms nor by threats, nor by encouragement of sedition or insurrection. To such action he was ever resolutely opposed, but by the agency of the men whom he formed in Geneva, and by their persuasive speech. The Reformed minister was essentially a preacher, intellectual, exegetical, argumentative, seriously concerned with the subjects that most appeal to the serious-minded. Modern oratory may be said to begin with him, and indeed to be his creation. He helped to make the vernacular tongues of Western Europe literary. He accustomed the people to hear the gravest and most sacred themes discussed in the language which they knew, and the themes ennobled the language. The language was never allowed to degrade the themes, and there was no tongue and no people that he influenced more than the French. Calvin made Bossuet and Massillon possible. As a preacher, he found his successor in Waterloo, and a literary critic who does not love him has expressed a doubt as to whether Pascal could be more eloquent or was so profound. And the ideal then realized in Geneva exercised an influence far beyond France. It extended into Holland, which, in the strength of the Reformed faith, resisted Charles V and his son, achieved independence, and created the freest and best educated state on the continent of Europe. John Knox breathed for a while the atmosphere of Geneva, was subdued into the likeness of the man who had made it, and when he went home, he copied its education and tried to repeat its reformation. English reformers, fleeing from martyrdom, found a refuge within its hospitable walls, and, returning to England, attempted to establish a Genevan discipline, and failed, but succeeded in forming the Puritan character. If the author of the Ordinances Ecclesiastiques accomplished whether directly or indirectly so much, we need not hesitate to term him a notable friend to civilization. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Calvin is driven from Paris, A.D. 1533, by Jean M. V. Audin. When the sword of the law fell upon one of his followers, the voice of Luther was magnificent. It exclaimed in the ears of emperors, kings, and dukes, "You have shed the blood of the just." And then the Saxon, in honor of the martyr, extemporized a hymn which was chanted in the very face of the civil power. In the Low Countries, at Brussels, the Lord his greatness hath displayed in the death of two of his loved children, on whom grand gifts he had bestowed. Calvin had not the courage to imitate Luther. He has told us that he wanted courage. He again repeats it. He says that he, a plebeian, trifling as a man, and having but little learning, has nothing in him which could deserve celebrity. And yet he essayed a timid protest in favor of certain Huguenots who had been burned on the public square. The work, says Prince Masson, of a double-faced writer, a Catholic in his writings and a Lutheran in his bedchamber. This is his first book. It is entitled De Clementia, or Treatise on Clemency, and is a paraphrase of some Latin writer of the Decline. Moreover, this is the first time that a commentator is ignorant of the life of him whose work he publishes. Calvin has confounded the two Senecas, the Father and the Son, the rhetorician and the philosopher, of both of whom he makes but one literary personage, living the very patriarchal life of more than 115 years. We must pardon Varellus for having, with sufficient acrimony, brought into relief the mistake of the biographer of Seneca the philosopher, and not, like the historians of the Reformation, become vexed at the proud tone of the French historian. Had the fault been committed by a Catholic, where is the Protestant who would not have done the same thing as Varellus? The literary work which Calvin, in the shape of a commentary, has interwoven with the treatise of Seneca is a production not unworthy of literature of the revival. It is an amplification which one would have supposed to have been written in the cell of a Benedictine monk. So numerous are the citations, so great is the display of erudition, so replete is it with the names, Greek and Latin, of poets, historians, moralists, rhetoricians, philosophers, and philologists. Calvin is a coquettish student who loves to parade his reading and his memory. His work is a gallery, open to all the modern and ancient glories of literature, whom the commentator calls to his aid, often for the elucidation of a doubtful passage. The young rhetorician glorifies his country, and when, upon his march, he encounters some historic name by which his idea can be illustrated, he hastens to proclaim it, with all its titles to admiration. He there salutes Boudet in magnificent terms. Boudet, the glory and pillar of human learning, thanks to whom, at this day, France can claim the palm of erudition. The portrait which he draws of Seneca is the production of a practiced pen. Seneca, whose pure and polished phrase savors, in some sort, of his age, his diction florid and elegant, his style, without labor or restraint, moves on, free and unembarrassed. It may be seen that the student had the honor to study under Mathurin Courtier, and to attend the lectures of Alicati. But, after all, his book is but a defective allegory. For what reader could have divined that the writer designed to represent Francis I under the name of Nero, as addressed by the Cordovan? The treatise could produce no sensation, and, like the work of Seneca, must be shipwrecked in that sea of the passions which, at the two epochs, raged around both writers. Calvin experienced much trouble in having his Latin commentary printed. He was in need of funds, and the revenues of his benefice of Pont l'Evêque were insufficient to defray the expense of printing. How could he apply to the Monmouth family? Moreover, he was in dread that his book should prove a failure, and thereby injure his budding reputation. All these alarms of a maiden author are set forth in various letters which he addressed on this subject to the dear friends of his bosom. Behold my books of Seneca concerning clemency, printed at my own expense and labor. They must now be sold in order that I may again obtain the money which I have expended. I must also watch that my reputation does not suffer. You will oblige me then by informing me how the work has been received, whether with favor or indifference. The whole anxiety of the poor author is to lose nothing by the enterprise. His purse is empty. It needs replenishing, and he urges the professors to give circulation to the treatise. He solicits one of his friends at Bourges, a member of the university, to bring it forward in his lectures, and appeals to the aid of Daniel, to whom he sent 100 copies. Papier Maison was mistaken. The commentary on clemency did not first appear, as he supposes, under the title of Lucius Calvinus, Civis Romanus, but under that of Calvinus, a name ever after retained by the Reformer. This treatise introduced Calvin to the notice of the learned world. Bucer, Capito, Padius sent congratulations to the writer. Calvin, in September 1532, had sent a copy of his work to Bucer, who was then at Strasbourg. The person commissioned to present it was a poor young man, suspected of Anabaptism, and a refugee from France. Calvin's letter of recommendation is replete with tender compassion for the miseries of the sinner. My dear Bucer, he writes, you will not be deaf to my entreaties. You will not disregard my tears. I implore you to come to the aid of the proscribed. Be a father to the orphan. This was sending the sick man to a sad physician. Bucer, by turns Catholic, Lutheran, Anabaptist, Sviglian. Besides, why this proselytism of a moral cure? The exile was Anabaptist by the same title as Calvin was predestinarian, in virtue of a text of Scripture. Go, whoever shall believe and be baptized will be saved. The Anabaptists believed in the inefficacy of baptism without faith manifested by an external act. But is not Calvin at this very hour as much to be pitied as the Anabaptist? He also doubted, searched, and interrogated his Bible, and imagined that he had caught the meaning of a letter which no intelligence before him had been able to seize. And what was this truth, the conquest of which infused such fear into his soul, that, before he could announce it to the world, he sold his charge of Pont l'Evêque and even his paternal inheritance? In the year 1531, John Calvin presented himself before Simon Legendre and Peter Leroy, royal notaries at Paris, to invest his brothers with powers of attorney to sell what had been left him by his father and mother. To all to whom these present letters shall come, John de la Barry, Chevalier Count d'Estampes, Governor of Paris and Chief of the Judicial Tribunal of said city, greeting, we make known that before Simon Legendre and Peter Leroy, notaries of our Lord the King at Paris, came in person, Master John Calvin, licentiate at law, and Anthony Coven, his brother, clerk, living at Paris, and sons of Gerard Coven, while yet alive, secretary of Monsieur the Bishop of Noyon, and of Jean Lefranc, his wife, who jointly and severally make, name, ordain, appoint, and establish as their general agent and special attorney Master Charles Coven, their brother, to whom, bearing these present letters they grant, and by these presents do give full power and right to sell, concede, and alienate to whatever person or persons the two undivided thirds belonging to the aforesaid constituents, coming to them in proper right of succession by the demise of the aforesaid deceased Jean Lefranc, their mother, also the fourth undivided part of a piece of meadow, containing 14 acres or thereabout, situated in the territory of Noyon, and pertaining on one part of the wood of Chastelaine, on another to the monks and sisters of the Hotel d'Hier of St. John at Noyon, on another to the nuns and abbess of the French convent, the Abbey au Bois, and to the chapter of the Church of Notre Dame of the said city, and running up to the highway passing from Noyon to Genery, to make sale and alienation of the same, for such price and at such costs as the aforesaid Master Charles Coven, their brother, shall judge for the better, to collect the money and give security with lien upon all their future possessions. Done and passed on Wednesday, the 15th day of February, in the year 1531. Some short time after this, Calvin resigned his charge of the Chapel de Justine to Anthony de la Mallière, mendicanti pretio conventionis, for the sum agreed on, says the act of transfer, and also surrendered his benefice of Pont-l'Evêque for a similar consideration. The storm was gathering. Calvin wished to expose to its fury some other head than his own, and chose that of Nicolas Cop, rector of the Sorbonne at Paris. Cop was a German of Basel, who was captivated with the student because of his ready speech, his airs of virtue, his scriptural knowledge, his railleries against the monks, and his ridicule of the university. As to the rest, he was a man of a dull, heavy mind, understood nothing of theological subjects, and would have been much better placed in a refectory than in a learned body, at table than in the professor's chair. Cop had to pronounce his usual discourse on All Saints' Day, in presence of the Sorbonne and the university. He had recourse to Calvin, who set to work and built him up a discourse, says Beza, an oration quite different from those which were customary. The Sorbonne and University did not assist at the discourse, but only some Franciscans, who appeared to be scandalized at certain propositions of the orator, and among others at one concerning justification by faith alone in Christ, an old error which for many ages has been trailed along in all the writings of heretics, often dead and resuscitated, and which Calvin, in Cop's discourse, dressed out in tinsel in order to give us some appearance of novelty. But our Franciscans had sight and hearing equally as good. They detected the heresy easily, and denounced to the Parliament the evil-sounding propositions, which they had taken pains to note down in writing. Cop was greatly embarrassed by his new glory. He had not expected so much fame. He, however, held up well and convoked the university at the Mathurins. The university assembled in a body in order to judge the cause. The rector there commenced a discourse, drawn up by Calvin, in which he formally denied having preached the propositions denounced, with the exception of one only, precisely the worst, that concerning justification, Imagine the tumult which the orator excited. Scarcely could he make himself heard and ask mercy. The old Sorbonnists shuddered on their benches. The unfortunate cop would have been seized had he not made his escape, to return no more. The student kept himself concealed at the College de Fairbairn, which was already surrounded by a body of archers headed by John Warren. Calvin was warned of their approach. He escaped through a window, concealed himself in the suburb St. Victor at the house of a vine dresser, changed his clothes, assumed the long gown of the vine dresser, and, placing a wallet of white linen and a rake on his shoulders, he took the road to Noyon. A canon of that city, who was on his way to Paris, met the curé of Pont-l'Evêque and recognized him. "Where are you going, Master John?" he demanded, "in this fine disguise?" "Where God shall please," answered Calvin, who then began to explain the motive and reasons for his disguise. "And would you not do better to return to Noyon and to God?" asked the canon, looking at him sadly. Calvin was a moment silent. Then, taking the priest's hand, "Thank you," said he, "but it is too late." During this colloquy, the lieutenant was searching Calvin's papers and secured those which might have compromised the friends of the fugitive. Calvin found a refuge with the Queen of Navarre, who was fortunate enough to reconcile her protégé with the court and the university. The person whom she employed to effect this was an adroit man who had succeeded in deceiving the government. Francis I based his glory upon the patronage and encouragement which he accorded to learning, and Calvin, as a man of letters, merited consideration. The king needed some forgiveness for serious political faults, and, with reason, he believed that the humanist would redeem his character before the people. He was at once the protector and the slave of the literati. At that period, the little court of Nerac was the asylum of writers who, like Despériers, there prepared their civilum mundi, of gallant ladies who composed love tales, of which they were often the heroines themselves, of poets who extemporized odes after Beza's model, of clerics and other gentry of the church, who entertained packs of hunting dogs and courtesans, of Italian play actors who, in the Queen's Theatre, presented comedies taken from the New Testament, in which Jesus was made to utter horrible things against monks and nuns, or of princes who, like the Queen's husband, scarcely knew how to read, and yet discoursed like doctors about doctrine and discipline. It was against Roussel, the confessor of Margaret, that Calvin at a later date composed his Advertus Nicodemus. At Nerac he found Lefebvre d'Etaples, who had fled the wrath of the Sorbonne, and who regarded the young man with a benignant eye, predicting that he was to become the author of the restoration of the Church in France. Lefebvre recalls to our mind that priest about whom Mathesius tells us, who said to Luther when sick, "My child, you will not die. God has great designs in your regard." As to the rest, James Lefebvre d'Etaples was a sufficiently charitable and honest man. He died a Catholic, and very probably without ever having prophesied in the terms mentioned by Beza. It does not appear that Margaret enjoined the law of silence upon her guest of Noyon, for we find him decimating his errors in Saintonge, where many laborers flocked to hear him and abandoned Catholicism to embrace the Reformation. It was while on one of his excursions that the missionary encountered Louis de Tillet, clerk of the Parliament of Paris and secretary of du Tillet, Bishop of Meaux. Louis possessed a beautiful dwelling at Clay, a sort of Thebes, retired and pleasant, where Calvin commenced his most serious work, Institutes of the Christian Religion. The time he could spare from this literary occupation he devoted to preaching in the neighboring cities, and especially at Angoulême. A vine beneath which he loved to recline and muse may still be seen. It was for a long time called Calvin's vine. He was still living on the last bounties of a church which he had renounced, and which he called a stepmother and a prostitute, and on the presence of a queen gallant, whose morals and piety he lauded, continuing to assist at the Catholic service and composing Latin orations, which were delivered out of the assembly of the Synod at the Temple of St. Peter. He left the court of Margaret and reappeared at Orleans. The Reformation in France, as in Germany, wherever it showed itself, produced on all sides disorder and trouble. In place of a uniform symbol, it brought contradictory confessions, which gave rise to interminable disputes. In Germany, the Lutheran word caused 1,000 sects to spring up, each of which wished to establish a Christian republic on the ruins of Catholicism. Karlstadt, Schwenkenfeld, Ecolampadius, Zwingli, Munzer, Boskold, begotten by Luther, had denied their father and taught heterogeneous dogmas, of which every one passed for the production of the Holy Ghost. Luther, who no longer concealed himself beneath a monk's robe, but borrowed the ducal sword, drove before him all these rebel angels, and at the gate of Württemberg stationed an executioner to prohibit their entrance. Driven back into the provinces, the dissenters appealed to open force. Germany was then inundated with the blood of her noble intelligences, who had been born for her glory. Munzer died on the scaffold, and the Anabaptists marched to punishment, denying and cursing the Saxon who did violence to their faith. Everything was perishing: painting, sculpture, poesy, letters. The Reformation imitated Nero and sang its triumphs amid ruins and blood. In France, it was destined soon to excite similar tempests. It had already troubled the Church. It no longer, as before, sheltered itself beneath the shades of night to propagate its doctrines. It erected by the side of the Catholic pulpit another pulpit from which its dogmas were defended by its disciples. It led its partisans at court, among the clergy, in the universities, and in the parliaments. Calvin's book, De Clementia, gained him a large number of proselytes. His disciples had an austere air, downcast eyes, pale faces, emaciated cheeks, all the signs of labor and sufferings. They mingled little with the world, avoided female conversation, the court, and shows. The Bible was their book of predilection. They spoke like the Savior in apologues. They were termed Christians of the primitive church. To resemble these, they only needed the very essence of Christianity, namely, faith, hope, and charity. To be convinced that their symbol was as diversified as their faces, it was only necessary to hear them speak. Some taught the sleep of the soul after this life, till the day of the last judgment. Others the necessity of a second baptism. Among them were the Lutherans, who believed in the real presence, and Zwinglians, who rejected it, apostles of free will and defenders of fatalism. Melanchthonians, who admitted an ecclesiastical hierarchy. Carstadians, who maintained that every Christian is a priest. Realists, chained to the letter. Idealists, who bent the letter to the thought. Rationalists, who rejected every mystery. Mystics, who lost themselves in the clouds. And anti-Trinitarians, who, like Servetus, admitted but two persons in God. These doctors all carried with them the same book, a Bible. Servetus, a Spanish physician, had left his own country and established himself in 1531 at Hagenau, where he had published different treatises against the Trinity. He had disputed at Basel with Ecolampadius. Some time before this renegade from the Lutheran faith was strangled by the devil. if we are to believe the account given by Dr. Martin Luther. Servetus boasted that he triumphed over the theologian. Having left Basel in 1532 and crossed the Rhine, he came to hurl a solemn defiance at Calvin. The gauntlet was taken up by the curé of Pont-l'Evêque. The place of combat indicated, the day for the tournament named. But at the appointed hour, the heart of this unhappy wretch failed, says Beza, who, having agreed to dispute, did not dare appear. Calvin, on his part, in his refutations of the errors of Servetus, published in 1554, boasts of having in vain offered the Spanish physician remedies suitable to cure his malady. Servetus pretends that his adversary was laying snares for him, which he had the good fortune to avoid. At a later period he forgot his part, and came to throw himself into the ambuscade of his enemy. The parliaments redoubled their severity. Calvin was narrowly watched. His liberty might be compromised and even his life put in peril. He resolved to abandon France, either from fear or spite, if we are to credit an ecclesiastical historian, not being able to forgive Francis I for the preference manifested by this prince toward a relation of the constable, of moderate circumstances, who was promoted to a benefice, for which the author of the commentary on Seneca had condescended to make solicitation. The testimony of the historian is weighty. Solier knows neither hatred, passion, nor anger. He seeks after the truth, and he believes that he has found it in the recital which we are about to peruse. We, the undersigned, Louis Chariton, Councillor of the King, Dean of the Presidents of the Parliaments of Paris, son of the late Andrew Chariton, who was first Baron of Champagne, and Councillor to the High Chamber of the Parliament of Paris, Madame Antoinette Chariton, widow of Noel Runard, former master in the Chamber of the Courts of Paris, and daughter of the late Hugh Chariton, Lord of Batterson, and John Chariton, Sieur de la Terrière, all three cousins and grandchildren of Hugh Chariton, certify that we have frequently heard from our fathers that the aforesaid Sir Hugh Chariton had several times told them that under the reign of Francis I, while the court was at Fontainebleau, Calvin, who had a benefice at Noyen, came there and took lodgings in the hotel where the aforesaid Sir Chariton was lodging, who, understanding that Calvin was a man of letters and of great erudition, and being very fond of the society of learned men, informed him that he would be delighted to have some interviews with him. To this Calvin the more willingly consented under the belief that the aforesaid Sir de Chariton might be able to assist him in the affair which had brought him to Fontainebleau. That, after several interviews, the aforesaid Sir de Chariton demanded from Calvin the object of his journey, to which he answered that he had come to solicit a priory from the king, for which there was but one rival, who was a relative of the constable. The Sir de Chariton asked him if he thought this nothing. He replied that he was aware of the high consideration enjoyed by the constable, but he also knew that the king, in disposing of benefices, was wont to choose the most proper persons, and that the relative of the constable was of very poor capacity. To which the aforesaid Sir de Chariton rejoined that this was no obstacle, since no great capacity was needed to hold a simple benefice. Whereupon Calvin exclaimed and cried out that if such wrong was done him, he would find means to make them speak of him for 500 years. And the aforesaid Sir de Chariton, having urged him strongly to tell him how he would do this, Calvin conducted him to his room and showed him the commencement of his institutes. And after having read a portion of them, Calvin demanded his opinion. He answered that it was poison well put in sugar, and advised him not to continue a work which was only a false interpretation of the Scriptures and of everything which the Holy Fathers had written. And as he perceived that Calvin remained firm in his wicked purpose, He gave notice thereof to the constable, who declared that Calvin was a fool and should soon be brought to his senses. But 2 days after, the benefice having been bestowed on the relative of the constable, Calvin departed and began to propagate his sect, which, being very convenient, was embraced by many persons, some through libertinism, others from weakness of mind. That some time after, the constable was going to his government at Languedoc, and passed through Lyon, where the aforesaid Sieur de Chariton paid him a visit, and was asked if he did not belong to the sect of Calvin, with whom he had lodged. He answered that he would be very sorry to embrace a religion, the father and founder of which he had seen born. In testimony whereof we have given our signatures at Paris, this 20th September 1682. Signed, Chariton, President, A. Chariton, Widow Renard, and Chariton de la Terrière. After having published his Psychopannychia in 1534 at Orleans, Calvin left that city. He felt a desire to visit Basel, at that time the Athens of Switzerland, a city of renown, so long the abode of Erasmus, famous for its literati, its celebrated printers, and its theologians amorous of novelties, where Froben had published his fine edition of the works of St. Jerome, where Holbein had painted his picture of Christ ready for the sepulchre, where Capito taught Hebrew, and Ecolapidus commented on the Psalms. He set out from Orleans in company with his friend Dutillet. Near Metz, their domestic robbed them and fled with their sacks and valises, and they were forced to seek Strasbourg on foot, nearly destitute of clothing, and with but 10 crowns in their pockets. Calvin spent some time in Strasbourg studying the different transformations which the Reformed gospel had undergone during the brief space of 15 years. He entered into intimate relations with some of the most celebrated representatives of Protestantism. Anyone else who had arrived there free from prejudices against Catholicism would have found salutary instruction in the ceaseless agitations of that city, which knew not where to poise itself in order to find repose, and which, since 1521, had become Lutheran, Anabaptist, Stiglian, and at that very moment was dreaming of a new transfiguration, to be accomplished by the aid of Bucer, one of its new guests. At Basel, Calvin found Simon Guinness and Erasmus. Calvin could not neglect this opportunity of visiting the Batavian philologist, whose fame was European. After a short interview, they separated. Bucer, who had assisted at the meeting, was solicitous to know the opinion of the caustic old man. "Master," said he, "what think you of the newcomer?" Erasmus smiled, without answering. Bucer insisted. "I behold," said the author of the Colloquies, "a great pest which is springing up in the church against the church." On the next day, Dutillet, clerk of the Parliament of Paris, arrived at Basel, and by dint of tears and entreaties brought with him his brother Louis, who repented, made his abjuration, and was shortly after elected archdeacon, a dignity disputed with him by Renardi, who was to be used by the Reformation for the execution of the plot of Amboise. The Psychopannychia, the first controversial work of Calvin, is a pamphlet directed against the sect of Anabaptists, whom the bloody day of Frankenhausen had conquered, but not subdued. The spirits of Munzer lived again in his disciples, who were parading their mystic reveries through Holland, Flanders, and France. Luther had essayed his powers against Munzer, imagining that by his fiery language, his Pindaric wrath, his flames and thunders, he would soon overwhelm the chief of the miners, as he had defeated, it is said, those theological dwarfs who were unable to stand before him. From the summit of the mountain he had appeared to Munzer in the midst of lightnings, but those lightnings did not alarm his adversary, who was bold enough to face him with unquailing eye. Munzer also possessed a fiery tongue, which he used with admirable skill to inflame and arouse the peasants. This time victory remained with the man of the sledgehammer, and Luther, who wished to terminate the affair at any cost, was reduced, as is well known, to avail himself of the sword of one of his electors. The wrecks which escaped from the funeral of Sequis of Thuringia took refuge in a new land. France received and listened to the prophets of Anabaptism. These Anabaptists maintained seducing doctrines. They dreamed of a sort of Jerusalem, very different from the Jewish Jerusalem, a Jerusalem quite spiritual, without swords, soldiers, or civil magistracy, the true city of the elect. Their speech was infected with Pelagianism and Arianism. On several points of dogma, they agreed with Catholics, on predestination, for example, and on the merit of works. Some of them taught the sleep of the soul till the day of judgment. It was against these sleepers that Calvin determined to measure himself. The commentary on Seneca is a philological work, a book of the revival, a rhetorical declamation, in which Calvin is evidently aspiring to a place among the humanists and making his court in sufficiently fine Latin to all the Ciceronians of the age. This was bringing himself forward with skill and tact. The Latin language was the idiom of the church, of the convents, colleges, universities, and parliaments. The Psychopanacea is a religious pamphlet, and now Calvin must expect a rival in the first pamphleteer of Germany, Luther himself. It is certain that Calvin was acquainted with the writings of the Saxon monk against Eck, Tetzel, Prierius, Latonus, and the Sorbonists. He must be praised for not having dreamed of entering the lists against a spirit of such a temper as his rival. Had he desired, after Luther's manner, to deal in caricature, he would certainly have failed. Sallies, play upon words, and conceits did not suit a mind like his, whose forte was finesse. By nature sober, he could not, like the Saxon monk, fertilize his brain in enormous pots of beer. Moreover, beer was not as yet in use beyond the Rhine. Nor had he, at his service, those German smoking houses, where, of an evening, among the companions of gay science, his weary mind might have revived its energies. In France, the monks did not resort to taverns. Calvin was, therefore, everything he was destined to become, an adroit, biting disputant, ready at retort, but without warmth or enthusiasm. He loves to bear testimony in his own behalf, that he did not indulge his wrath, except modestly, that he always made it a rule to set aside outrageous or biting expressions, that he almost always moderated his style, which was better adapted to instruct than to drive forcibly, in such sort, however, that it may ever attract those who would not be led. One must see that, with such humor and style, Calvin might have died forgotten in some little benefice of Swabia, and that he was never formed for raising storms, but only for using them. At this epoch, the grand agitator of society was first society itself, and then Luther, that great pamphleteer, whose books are quite full of demons, who drove humanity into the paths of a revolution, for which all the elements had been prepared years before. Luther had sown the wind. Calvin came to reap the whirlwind. Not that the latter does not sometimes rise even to wrath, but it is a wrath which savors of labor, and which he pursues as a rhymester would a rebellious epithet. Besides, he is good enough to repent for it, as if this wrath burned the face over which it glowed. I have presented some things, he murmurs, a little sharply, even roughly said, which, peradventure, may offend the delicate ears of some. But, as I am aware that there are good persons who have conceived such affection for this dream of the sleep of souls, I would not have them offended with me. Where Calvin is concerned, we must not allow our admiration to be too easily awaked. We must note that he is speaking of an Anabaptist, that is, of a soul which has grown off the papism. But let the Catholic appear, a priest unknown to fame, who, as editor, shall have reprinted a new edition of the work of Henry VIII, Assertion Septem Sacramentorum. For instance, Gabriel de Saconnet, precentor of Lyon. And you shall then behold Calvin, under the form of a dithyrambic or congratulatory epistle, without the least regard for delicate ears, throw into the face of the Catholic the most filthy expressions of offense. Calvin has himself given a correct estimate of the value of his Psychopannychia and of his treatise against the Anabaptists, which one of his historians desires to have reprinted in our time, purged of all its bitterness of style. He was right in saying, I have reproved the foolish curiosity of those who are debating these questions, which, in fact, are but vexations of mind. One day this question about the sleep of souls, one that in the ancient church has long since been examined by Matito, was presented to Luther, who disposed of it in a few words. These, said he, are picked nutshells. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. England breaks with the Roman Church. A.D. 1534. John Richard Green. Part 1. Following the fall of Wolsey, Sir Thomas More became Lord Chancellor of England. But the real power of Wolsey passed to another and perhaps even more able minister, Thomas Cromwell. Henry VIII needed always some strong, able, crafty guide to show him a path through the intricacies of European politics and enable him at the same time to follow the savage dictates of his passion and his whims. Such a helper he found now in Cromwell. Few men have ever been so daring or so ruthless as this great statesman. He helped Henry in all his evil schemes, though Green and other critics as well have thought to discern a larger, wiser policy in the impenetrable mind of the subtle minister. As Secretary of State, he drove England at his own pace through the vast religious changes of the period. For the ruin he brought upon Catholicism, and more especially for his destruction of the 1,000 monasteries that dotted England, he has been called the hammer of the monks. Of even lower birth than Wolsey, and rising to almost equal power, Cromwell began life as a son of a blacksmith. He wandered over Europe and especially Italy as a soldier, merchant, and general adventurer of the lower and wilder type. He became Wolsey's right-hand man and held loyally by his chief even after the latter's overthrow. It had been Henry's passion for Anne Boleyn and the resulting necessity for divorce from his wife Catherine that caused Wolsey's fall. On the same passion did Cromwell build his rise. He secretly urged the king to break with Rome entirely and declare himself sole head of the English Church. Thus he could divorce himself. Henry first tried a last negotiation with the Pope. That failing, he turned to his new adviser. Cromwell was again ready with his suggestion that the king should disavow the papal jurisdiction, declare himself head of the Church within its realm, and obtain a divorce from his own ecclesiastical courts. But the new minister looked on the divorce as simply the prelude to a series of changes which he was bent upon accomplishing. In all his checkered life, that had left its deepest stamp on him in Italy. Not only in the rapidity and ruthlessness of his designs, but in their larger scope, their admirable combination, the Italian statecraft entered with Cromwell into English politics. He is, in fact, the first English minister in whom we can trace through the whole period of his rule the steady working out of a great and definite aim, that of raising the king to absolute authority on the ruins of every rival power within his realm. It was not that Cromwell was a mere slave of tyranny. Whether we may trust the tale that carries him in his youth to Florence or not, his statesmanship was closely modelled on the ideal of the Florentine thinker whose book was constantly in his hand. Even as a servant of Wolsey, he startled the future cardinal, Reginald Pole, by bidding him take for his manual in politics the Prince of Machiavelli. Machiavelli hoped to find in Caesar Borgia, or in the later Lorenzo de' Medici, a tyrant who, after crushing all rival tyrannies, might unite and regenerate Italy. And, terrible and ruthless as his policy was, the final aim of Cromwell seems to have been that of Machiavelli, an aim of securing enlightenment and order for England by the concentration of all authority in the crown. The first step toward such an end was the freeing the monarchy from its spiritual obedience to Rome. What the first of the Tudors had done for the political independence of the kingdom, the second was to do for its ecclesiastical independence. Henry VII had freed England from the interference of France or the House of Burgundy, and in the question of the divorce, Cromwell saw the means of bringing Henry VIII to free it from the interference of the papacy. In such an effort, resistance could be looked for only from the clergy. But their resistance was what Cromwell desired. The last check on royal absolutism, which had survived the Wars of the Roses, lay in the wealth, the independent synods and jurisdiction, and the religious claims of the Church. And for the success of the new policy, it was necessary to reduce the great ecclesiastical body to a mere department of the state, in which all authority should flow from the sovereign alone, his will be the only law, his decision the only test of truth. Such a change, however, was hardly to be wrought without a struggle, and the question of national independence in all ecclesiastical matters furnished ground on which the Crown could conduct this struggle to the best advantage. The Secretary's first blow showed how unscrupulously the struggle was to be waged. A year had passed since Wolsey had been convicted of a breach of the Statute of Provisors. The pedantry of the judges declared the whole nation to have been formally involved in the same charge by its acceptance of his authority. The legal absurdity was now redressed by a general pardon, but from this pardon the clergy found themselves omitted. In the spring of 1531, a convocation was assembled to be told that forgiveness could be bought at no less a price than the payment of a fine amounting to 1,000,000 of our present money, and the acknowledgment of the king as the chief protector, the only and supreme lord, and head of the church and clergy of England. Unjust as was the first demand, they at once submitted to it. Against the second, they struggled hard. But their appeals to Henry and Cromwell met only with demands for instant obedience. A compromise was at last arrived at by the insertion of a qualifying phrase, "so far as the law of Christ will allow." And with this addition the words were again submitted by Warham to the convocation. There was a general silence. "Whoever is silent seems to consent," said the Archbishop. "Then are we all silent?" replied a voice from among the crowd. There is no ground for thinking that the headship of the Church, which Henry claimed in this submission, was more than a warning addressed to the independent spirit of the clergy, or that it bore as yet the meaning which was afterward attached to it. It certainly implied no independence of Rome, for negotiations were still being carried on with the papal court. But it told Clement plainly that in any strife that might come between himself and Henry, the clergy were in the king's hand, and that he must look for no aid from them in any struggle with the crown. The warning was backed by an address to the Pope from the Lords and some of the Commons, who assembled after a fresh prorogation of the Houses in the spring. "The cause of His Majesty," the peers were made to say, "is the cause of each of ourselves." They laid before the Pope what they represented as the judgment of the universities in favour of the divorce, but they faced boldly the event of its rejection. "Our condition," they ended, "will not be wholly irredeemable. Extreme remedies are ever harsh of application, but he that is sick will, by all means, be rid of his distemper." In the summer, the banishment of Catherine from the king's palace to a house at Ampthill showed the firmness of Henry's resolve. Each of these acts was no doubt intended to tell on the Pope's decision, for Henry still clung to the hope of extorting from Clement a favourable answer, and at the close of the year a fresh embassy, with Gardiner, now Bishop of Winchester, at its head, was dispatched to the papal court. But the embassy failed like its predecessors, and at the opening of 1532 Cromwell was free to take more decisive steps in the course on which he had entered. What the nature of his policy was to be had already been detected by eyes as keen as his own. More had seen in Wolsey's fall an opening for the realisation of those schemes of religious and even of political reform on which the scholars of the new learning had long been brooding. The substitution of the Lords of the Council for the autocratic rule of the cardinal minister, the break-up of the great mass of powers which had been gathered into a single hand, the summons of a parliament, the ecclesiastical reforms which it at once sanctioned, were measures which promised a more legal and constitutional system of government. The question of the divorce presented to More no serious difficulty. Untenable as Henry's claims seemed to the new Chancellor, his faith in the omnipotence of Parliament would have enabled him to submit to any statute which named a new spouse as queen and her children as heirs to the crown. But as Cromwell's policy unfolded itself, he saw that more than this was impending. The Catholic instinct of his mind, the dread of a rent Christendom and of the wars and bigotry that must come of its rending, united with More's theological convictions to resist any spiritual severance of England from the papacy. His love for freedom, his revolt against the growing autocracy of the crown, the very height and grandeur of his own spiritual convictions, all bent him to withstand a system which would concentrate in the king the whole power of church as of state, would leave him without the one check that remained on his despotism, and make him arbiter of the religious faith of his subjects. The later revolt of the Puritans against the king worship which Cromwell established proved the justice of the provision which forced More in the spring of 1532 to resign the post of Chancellor. But the revolution from which he shrank was an inevitable one. Till now, every Englishman had practically owned a double life and a double allegiance. As citizen of a temporal state, his life was bounded by English shores, and his loyalty due exclusively to his English king. But as citizen of the state spiritual, he belonged not to England, but to Christendom. The law which governed him was not a national law, but a law that embraced every European nation, and the ordinary course of judicial appeals in ecclesiastical cases proved to him that the sovereignty in all matters of conscience or religion lay, not at Westminster, but at Rome. Such a distinction could scarcely fail to bring embarrassment with it as the sense of national life and national pride waxed stronger, and from the reign of the Edwards, the problem of reconciling the spiritual and temporal relations of the realm grew daily more difficult. Parliament had hardly risen into life when it became the organ of the national jealousy, whether of any papal jurisdiction without the realm, or of the separate life and separate jurisdiction of the clergy within it. The movement was long arrested by religious reaction and civil war. But the fresh sense of national greatness, which sprang from the policy of Henry VIII, the fresh sense of national unity as the monarchy gathered all power into its single hand, would have itself revived the contest even without the spur of the divorce. What the question of the divorce really did was to stimulate the movement by bringing into clearer view the wreck of the great Christian commonwealth of which England had till now formed a part, and the impossibility of any real exercise of a spiritual sovereignty over it by the weakened papacy, as well as by outraging the national pride through the summons of the king to a foreign bar and the submission of English interests to the will of a foreign emperor. With such a spur as this, the movement, which More dreaded, moved forward as quickly as Cromwell desired. The time had come when England was to claim for herself the fullness of power, ecclesiastical as well as temporal, within her bounds, and, in the concentration of all authority within the hands of the sovereign, which was the political characteristic of the time, to claim this power for the nation was to claim it for the king. The import of that headship of the Church, which Henry had assumed in the preceding year, was brought fully out in one of the propositions laid before the Convocation of 1532. "The King's Majesty," runs this memorable clause, "hath as well the care of the souls of his subjects as their bodies, and may by the law of God by his Parliament make laws touching and concerning as well the one as the other." The principle embodied in these words was carried out in a series of decisive measures. Under strong pressure, the Convocation was brought to pray that the power of independent legislation till now exercised by the Church should come to an end, and to promise that from henceforth we shall forbear to enact, promulge, or put into execution any such constitutions and ordinances so by us to be made in time coming, unless your Highness by your royal assent shall license us to make, promulge, and execute them, and the same so made be approved by your Highness's authority. Rome was dealt with in the same unsparing fashion. The Parliament forbade by statute any further appeals to the papal court, and on a petition from the clergy in Convocation, the Houses granted power to the king to suspend the payments of first fruits, or the year's revenue which each bishop paid to Rome on his election to a see. All judicial, all financial connection with the papacy was broken by these two measures. The last, indeed, was as yet but a menace which Henry might use in his negotiations with Clement. The hope which had been entertained of aid from Charles was now abandoned, and the overthrow of Norfolk and his policy of alliance with the Empire was seen at the midsummer of 1532 in the conclusion of a league with France. Cromwell had fallen back on Wolsey's system, and the divorce was now to be looked for from the united pressure of the French and English kings on the papal court. But the pressure was as unsuccessful as before. In November, Clement threatened the king with excommunication if he did not restore Catherine to her place as queen and abstain from all intercourse with Anne Boleyn till the case was tried. But Henry still refused to submit to the judgment of any court outside his realm, and the Pope, ready as he was with evasion and delay, dared not alienate Charles by consenting to a trial within it. The lavish pledges which Francis had given in an interview during the preceding summer may have aided to spur the king to a decisive step which closed the long debate. At the opening of 1533, Henry was privately married to Anne Boleyn. The match, however, was carefully kept secret while the papal sanction was being gained for the appointment of Cranmer to the See of Canterbury, which had become vacant by Archbishop Warham's death in the preceding year. But Cranmer's consecration at the close of March was the signal for more open action, and Cromwell's policy was at last brought fairly into play. The new primate at once laid the question of the king's marriage before the two houses of Convocation, and both voted that the licence of Pope Julius had been beyond the papal powers, and that the marriage which it authorised was void. In May, the king's suit was brought before the archbishop in his court at Dunstable. His judgment annulled the marriage with Catherine as void from the beginning, and pronounced the marriage with Anne Boleyn, which her pregnancy had forced Henry to reveal, a lawful marriage. A week later, the hand of Cranmer placed upon Anne's brow the crown which she had coveted so long. There was much murmuring at measures such as these. Many thought that the Bishop of Rome would curse all Englishmen, and that the Emperor and he would destroy all the people. Fears of the overthrow of religion told on the clergy. The merchants dreaded an interruption of the trade with Flanders, Italy, and Spain. But Charles, though still loyal to his aunt's cause, had no mind to incur risks for her, and Clement, though he annulled Cranmer's proceedings, hesitated as yet to take sterner action. Henry, on the other hand, conscious that the die was thrown, moved rapidly forward in the path that Cromwell had opened. The Pope's reversal of the Primate's judgment was answered by an appeal to a general council. The decision of the cardinals to whom the case was referred in the spring of 1534, a decision which asserted the lawfulness of Catherine's marriage, was met by the enforcement of the long suspended statute forbidding the payment of first fruits to the Pope. Though the king was still firm in his resistance to Lutheran opinions, and at this moment endeavoured to prevent by statute the importation of Lutheran books, the less scrupulous hand of his minister was seen already striving to find a counterpoise to the hostility of the emperor in an alliance with the Lutheran princes of North Germany. Cromwell was now fast rising to a power which rivalled Wolsey's. His elevation to the post of Lord Privy Seal placed him on a level with the great nobles of the council board, and Norfolk, constant in his hopes of reconciliation with Charles and the papacy, saw his plans set aside for the wider and more daring projects of the blacksmith's son. Cromwell still clung to the political engine whose powers he had turned to the service of the crown. The Parliament which had been summoned at Wolsey's fall met steadily year after year, and measure after measure had shown its accordance with the royal will in the strife with Rome. It was now called to deal a final blow. Step by step the ground had been cleared for the great statute by which the new character of the English Church was defined in the session of 1534. By the Act of Supremacy, authority in all matters ecclesiastical was vested solely in the Crown. The courts spiritual became as thoroughly the king's courts as the temporal courts at Westminster. The statute ordered that the king shall be taken, accepted, and reputed the only supreme head on earth of the Church of England, and shall have and enjoy, annexed and united to the imperial crown of this realm, as well the title and state thereof, as all the honours, jurisdictions, authorities, immunities, profits, and commodities to the said dignity belonging, with full power to visit, repress, redress, reform, and amend all such errors, heresies, abuses, contempts, and enormities, which by any manner of spiritual authority or jurisdiction might or may lawfully be reformed. The full import of the Act of Supremacy was only seen in the following year. At the opening of 1535, Henry formally took the title of On Earth Supreme Head of the Church of England, and some months later Cromwell was raised to the post of Vicar General or Vicegerent of the King in all matters ecclesiastical. His title, like his office, recalled the system of Wolsey. It was not only as legate, but in later years as Vicar General of the Pope, that Wolsey had brought all spiritual causes in England to an English court. The supreme ecclesiastical jurisdiction in the realm passed into the hands of a minister who as Chancellor already exercised its supreme civil jurisdiction. The papal power had therefore long seemed transferred to the Crown before the legislative measures which followed the divorce actually transferred it. It was in fact the system of Catholicism itself that trained men to look without surprise on the concentration of all spiritual and secular authority in Cromwell. Successor to Wolsey as Keeper of the Great Seal, it seemed natural enough that Cromwell should succeed him also as Vicar General of the Church, and that the union of the two powers should be restored in the hands of a minister of the king. But the mere fact that these powers were united in the hands, not of a priest, but of a layman, showed the new drift of the royal policy. The Church was no longer to be brought indirectly under the royal power. In the policy of Cromwell, it was to be openly laid prostrate at the foot of the throne. And this policy his position enabled him to carry out with a terrible thoroughness. One great step toward its realization had already been taken, which annihilated the free legislative powers of the convocations of the clergy. Another followed in an act which, under the pretext of restoring the free election of bishops, turned every prelate into a nominee of the king. The election of bishops by the chapters of their cathedral churches had long become formal, and their appointment had, since the time of the Edwards, been practically made by the papacy on the nomination of the crown. The privilege of free election was now with bitter irony restored to the chapters, but they were compelled on pain of praemunire to choose whatever candidate was recommended by the king. This strange expedient has lasted till the present time, though its character has wholly changed with the development of constitutional rule. The nomination of bishops has ever since the accession of the Georges passed from the king in person to the minister, who represents the will of the people. Practically, therefore, an English prelate, alone among all the prelates of the world, is now raised to his episcopal throne by the same popular election which raised Ambrose to his episcopal chair at Milan. But at the moment of the change, Cromwell's measure reduced the English bishops to absolute dependence on the crown. Their dependence would have been complete had his policy been thoroughly carried out, and the royal power of deposition put in force, as well as that of appointment. As it was, Henry could warn the Archbishop of Dublin that, if he persevered in his proud folly, we will be able to remove you again and to put another man of more virtue and honesty in your place. By the more ardent partisans of the Reformation, this dependence of the bishops on the crown was fully recognised. On the death of Henry VIII, Cranmer took out a new commission from Edward for the exercise of his office. Latimer, when the royal policy clashed with his belief, felt bound to resign the see of Worcester. If the power of deposition was quietly abandoned by Elizabeth, the abandonment was due not so much to any deference for the religious instincts of the nation, as to the fact that the steady servility of the bishops rendered its exercise unnecessary. A second step in Cromwell's policy followed hard on this enslavement of the episcopate. Master of convocation, absolute master of the bishops, Henry had become master of the monastic orders through the right of visitation over them, which had been transferred by the Act of Supremacy from the papacy to the crown. The monks were soon to know what this right of visitation implied in the hands of the Vicar General. As an outlet for religious enthusiasm, monasticism was practically dead. The friar, now that his fervour of devotion and his intellectual energy had passed away, had sunk into a mere beggar. The monks had become mere landowners. Most of the religious houses were anxious only to enlarge their revenues and to diminish the number of those who shared them. In the general carelessness which prevailed as to the spiritual objects of their trust, in the wasteful management of their estates, in the indolence and self-indulgence which for the most part characterized them, the monastic establishments simply exhibited the faults of all corporate bodies that have outlived the work which they were created to perform. They were no more unpopular, however, than such corporate bodies generally are. The Lollard cry for their suppression had died away. In the north, where some of the greatest abbeys were situated, The monks were on good terms with the country gentry, and their houses served as schools for their children, nor is there any sign of a different feeling elsewhere. But they had drawn on themselves at once the hatred of the new learning and of the monarchy. In the early days of the revival of letters, popes and bishops had joined with princes and scholars in welcoming the diffusion of culture and the hopes of religious reform. But, though an abbot or a prior here or there might be found among the supporters of the movement, the monastic orders as a whole repelled it with unswerving obstinacy. The quarrel only became more bitter as years went on. The keen sarcasms of Erasmus, the insolent buffoonery of Hutton, were lavished on the lovers of darkness and of the cloister. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. England breaks with the Roman Church. Destruction of the monasteries. A.D. 1534. John Richard Green. Part 2. In England, Colet and More echoed with greater reserve the scorn and invective of their friends. The monarchy had other causes for its hate. In Cromwell's system there was no room for either the virtues or the vices of monasticism, for its indolence and superstition, or for its independence of the throne. The bold stand which the monastic orders had made against benevolences had never been forgiven, while the revenues of their foundations offered spoil vast enough to fill the royal treasury and secure a host of friends for the new reforms. 2 royal commissioners, therefore, were dispatched on a general visitation of the religious houses, and their reports formed a Black Book, which was laid before Parliament in 1536. It was acknowledged that about a third of the houses, including the bulk of the larger abbeys, were fairly and decently conducted. The rest were charged with drunkenness, with simony, and with the foulest and most revolting crimes. The character of the visitors, the sweeping nature of their report, and the long debate which followed on its reception, leave little doubt that these charges were grossly exaggerated. But the want of any effective discipline which had resulted from their exemption from all but papal supervision told fatally against monastic morality, even in abbeys like St. Albans, and the acknowledgment of Warham, as well as a partial measure of suppression begun by Wolsey, goes some way to prove that, in the smaller houses at least, indolence had passed into crime. A cry of "Down with them!" broke from the Commons as the report was read. The country, however, was still far from desiring the utter downfall of the monastic system, and a long and bitter debate was followed by a compromise which suppressed all houses whose income fell below £200 a year. Of the 1,000 religious houses which then existed in England, nearly 400 were dissolved under this Act, and their revenues granted to the Crown. The secular clergy alone remained, and injunction after injunction from the Vicar General taught rector and vicar that they must learn to regard themselves as mere mouthpieces of the royal will. The Church was gagged. With the instinct of genius, Cromwell discerned the part which the pulpit, as the one means which then existed of speaking to the people at large, was to play in the religious and political struggle that was at hand, and he resolved to turn it to the profit of the monarchy. The restriction of the right of preaching to priests who received licences from the Crown silenced every voice of opposition. Even to those who received these licences, theological controversy was forbidden, and a high-handed process of tuning the pulpits by express directions as to the subject and tenor of each special discourse made the preachers at every crisis mere means of diffusing the royal will. As a first step in this process, every bishop, abbot, and parish priest was required by the new vicar general to preach against the usurpation of the papacy and to proclaim the king as supreme head of the church on earth. The very topics of the sermon were carefully prescribed. The bishops were held responsible for the compliance of the clergy with these orders, and the sheriffs were held responsible for the obedience of the bishops. While the great revolution which struck down the church was in progress, England looked silently on. In all the earlier ecclesiastical changes, in the contest over the papal jurisdiction and papal exactions, in the reform of the church courts, even in the curtailment of the legislative independence of the clergy, the nation as a whole had gone with the king. But from the enslavement of the priesthood, from the gagging of the pulpits, from the suppression of the monasteries, the bulk of the nation stood aloof. There were few voices indeed of protest. As the royal policy disclosed itself, as the monarchy trampled underfoot the tradition and reverence of ages gone by, as its figure rose bare and terrible out of the wreck of old institutions, England simply held her breath. It is only through the stray depositions of royal spies that we catch a glimpse of the wrath and hate which lay seething under this silence of the people. For the silence was a silence of terror. Before Cromwell's rise, and after his fall from power, the reign of Henry VIII witnessed no more than the common tyranny and bloodshed of the time. But the years of Cromwell's administration form the one period in our history which deserves the name that men have given to the rule of Robespierre. It was the English Terror. It was by terror that Cromwell mastered the king. Cranmer could plead for him at a later time with Henry as one whose surety was only by your majesty, who loved your majesty, as I ever thought, no less than God. But the attitude of Cromwell toward the king was something more than that of absolute dependence and unquestioning devotion. He was so vigilant to preserve your majesty from all treasons, adds the primate, that few could be so secretly conceived, but he detected the same from the beginning. Henry, like every Tudor, was fearless of open danger, but tremulously sensitive to the lightest breath of hidden disloyalty, and it was on this dread that Cromwell based the fabric of his power. He was hardly secretary before spies were scattered broadcast over the land. Secret denunciations poured into the open ear of the minister. The air was thick with tales of plots and conspiracies, and with the detection and suppression of each, Cromwell tightened his hold on the king. As it was by terror that he mastered the king, so it was by terror that he mastered the people. Men felt in England, to use the figure by which Erasmus paints the time, as if a scorpion lay sleeping under every stone. The confessional had no secrets for Cromwell. Men's talk with their closest friends found its way to his ear. Words idly spoken, the murmurs of a petulant abbot, the ravings of a moonstruck nun, were, as the nobles cried passionately at his fall, tortured into treason. The only chance of safety lay in silence. Friends who used to write and send me presents, Erasmus tells us, now send neither letter nor gifts, nor receive any from anyone, and this through fear. But even the refuge of silence was closed by a law more infamous than any that has ever blotted the statute book of England. Not only was thought made treason, but men were forced to reveal their thoughts on pain of their very silence being punished with the penalties of treason. All trust in the older bulwarks of liberty was destroyed by a policy as daring as it was unscrupulous. The noblest institutions were degraded into instruments of terror. Though Wolsey had strained the law to the utmost, he had made no open attack on the freedom of justice. If he shrank from assembling parliaments, it was from his sense that they were the bulwarks of liberty. But under Cromwell, the coercion of juries and the management of judges rendered the courts mere mouthpieces of the royal will, and where even this shadow of justice proved an obstacle to bloodshed, Parliament was brought into play to pass bill after bill of attainder. "He shall be judged by the bloody laws he has himself made," was the cry of the council at the moment of his fall, and by a singular retribution, the crowning injustice which he sought to introduce even into the practice of attainder, the condemnation of a man without hearing his defence, was only practised on himself. But, ruthless as was the terror of Cromwell, it was of a nobler type than the terror of France. He never struck uselessly or capriciously, or stooped to the meaner victims of the guillotine. His blows were effective just because he chose his victims from among the noblest and the best. If he struck at the church, it was through the Carthusians, the holiest and the most renowned of English churchmen. If he struck at the baronage, it was through Lady Salisbury, in whose veins flowed the blood of kings. If he struck at the new learning, it was through the murder of Sir Thomas More. But no personal vindictiveness mingled with his crime. In temper, indeed, so far as we can judge from the few stories which lingered among his friends, he was a generous, kindly-hearted man, with pleasant and winning manners which atoned for a certain awkwardness of person, and with a constancy of friendship which won him a host of devoted adherents. But no touch either of love or hate swayed him from his course. The student of Machiavelli had not studied the Prince in vain. He had reduced bloodshed to a system. Fragments of his paper still show us with what a business-like brevity he ticked off human lives among the casual remembrances of the day. Item: the Abbott of Reading to be sent down to be tried and executed at Reading. Item: to know the King's pleasure touching Master More. Item: when Master Fisher shall go to his execution, and the other. It is indeed this utter absence of all passion, of all personal feeling, that makes the figure of Cromwell the most terrible in our history. He has an absolute faith in the end he is pursuing, and he simply hews his way to it as a woodman hews his way through the forest, axe in hand. The choice of his first victim showed the ruthless precision with which Cromwell was to strike. In the general opinion of Europe, the foremost Englishman of the time was Sir Thomas More. As the policy of the divorce ended in an open rupture with Rome, he had withdrawn silently from the ministry, but his silent disapproval of the new policy was more telling than the opposition of obscurer foes. To Cromwell there must have been something specially galling in More's attitude of reserve. The religious reforms of the new learning were being rapidly carried out, but it was plain that the man who represented the very life of the new learning believed that the sacrifice of liberty and justice was too dear a price to pay even for religious reform. In the actual changes which the divorce brought about, there was nothing to move More to active or open opposition. Though he looked on the divorce and remarriage as without religious warrant, he found no difficulty in accepting an Act of Succession passed in 1534, which declared the marriage of Anne Boleyn valid, annulled the title of Catherine's child Mary, and declared the children of Anne the only lawful heirs to the crown. His faith in the power of Parliament over all civil matters was too complete to admit a doubt of its competence to regulate the succession to the throne. But by the same act, an oath recognising the succession as then arranged was ordered to be taken by all persons, and this oath contained an acknowledgment that the marriage with Catherine was against Scripture and invalid from the beginning. Henry had long known More's belief on this point, and the summons to take this oath was simply a summons to death. More was at his house at Chelsea when the summons called him to Lambeth, to the house where he had bandied fun with Warham and Erasmus, or bent over the easel of Holbein. For a moment there may have been some passing impulse to yield, but it was soon over. Triumphant in all else, the monarchy was to find its powers stop short at the conscience of man. The great battle of spiritual freedom, the battle of the Protestant against Mary, of the Catholic against Elizabeth, of the Puritan against Charles, of the Independent against the Presbyterian, began at the moment when More refused to bend or to deny his convictions at a king's bidding. "I thank the Lord," More said with a sudden start as the boat dropped silently down the river from his garden steps in the early morning. "I thank the Lord that the field is won." At Lambeth, Cranmer and his fellow commissioners tendered to him the new oath of allegiance, but, as they expected, it was refused. They bade him walk in the garden that he might reconsider his reply. The day was hot, and More seated himself in a window from which he could look down into the crowded court. Even in the presence of death, the quick sympathy of his nature could enjoy the humour and life of the throng below. "I saw," he said afterward, "Master Latimer very merry in the court, for he laughed and took one or twain by the neck so handsomely that if they had been women I should have weened that he waxed wanton." The crowd below was chiefly of priests, rectors, and vicars, pressing to take the oath that More found harder than death. He bore them no grudge for it. When he heard the voice of one who was known to have boggled hard at the oath, a little while before, calling loudly and ostentatiously for drink, he only noted him with his peculiar humour. He drank, More supposed, either from dryness or from gladness, or to show quod ille notus erat pontifici. He was called in again at last, but only repeated his refusal. It was in vain that Cranmer plied him with distinctions which perplexed even the subtle wit of the ex-chancellor. More remained unshaken and passed to the Tower. He was followed there by Bishop Fisher of Rochester, the most aged and venerable of the English prelates, who was charged with countenancing treason by listening to the prophecies of a religious fanatic called the Nun of Kent. But for the moment even Cromwell shrank from their blood. They remained prisoners, while a new and more terrible engine was devised to crush out the silent but widespread opposition to the religious changes. By a statute passed at the close of 1534, a new treason was created in the denial of the king's titles, and in the opening of 1535 Henry assumed, as we have seen, the title of "on earth supreme head of the Church of England." The measure was at once followed up by a blow at victims hardly less venerable than More. In the general relaxation of the religious life, the charity and devotion of the brethren of the Charterhouse had won the reverence even of those who condemned monasticism. After a stubborn resistance, they had acknowledged the royal supremacy and taken the oath of submission prescribed by the Act. But, by an infamous construction of the statute which made the denial of the supremacy treason, the refusal of satisfactory answers to official questions, as to a conscientious belief in it, was held to be equivalent to open denial. The aim of the new measure was well known, and the brethren prepared to die. In the agony of waiting, enthusiasm brought its imaginative consolations. When the host was lifted up, there came as it were a whisper of air, which breathed upon our faces as we knelt, and there came a sweet, soft sound of music. They had not long, however, to wait, for their refusal to answer was the signal for their doom. 3 of the brethren went to the gallows. The rest were flung into Newgate, chained to posts in a noisome dungeon where, tied and not able to stir, they were left to perish of jail fever and starvation. In a fortnight 5 were dead and the rest at the point of death. "Almost dispatched," Cromwell's envoy wrote to him, "by the hand of God, of which, considering their behaviour, I am not sorry." Their death was soon followed by that of More. The interval of imprisonment had failed to break his resolution, and the new statute sufficed to bring him to the block. With Fisher, he was convicted of denying the king's title as only supreme head of the church. The old bishop approached the scaffold with a book of the New Testament in his hand. He opened it at a venture ere he knelt, and read, "This is life eternal to know thee, the only true God." In July, more followed his fellow prisoners to the block. On the eve of the fatal blow, he moved his beard carefully from the reach of the doomsman's axe. "Pity that should be cut," he was heard to mutter with a touch of the old sad irony, "that has never committed treason." Cromwell had at last reached his aim. England lay panic-stricken at the feet of the low-born knave, as the nobles called him, who represented the omnipotence of the crown. Like Wolsey, he concentrated in his hands the whole administration of the state. He was at once foreign minister and home minister, and vicar general of the church, the creator of a new fleet, the organiser of armies, the president of the terrible Star Chamber. His Italian indifference to the mere show of power stood out in strong contrast with the pomp of the cardinal. Cromwell's personal habits were simple and unostentatious. If he clutched at money, it was to feed the army of spies whom he maintained at his own expense, and whose work he surveyed with a ceaseless vigilance, for his activity was boundless. More than 50 volumes remain of the gigantic mass of his correspondence. Thousands of letters from poor beadsmen, from outraged wives and wronged labourers and persecuted heretics, flowed into the all-powerful minister, whose system of personal government turned him into the universal court of appeal. But powerful as he was, and mighty as was the work which he had accomplished, he knew that harder blows had to be struck before his position was secure. The new changes, above all the irritation which had been caused by the outrages with which the dissolution of the monasteries was accompanied, gave point to the mutinous temper that prevailed throughout the country. For the revolution in agriculture was still going on, and evictions furnished embittered outcasts to swell the ranks of any rising. Nor did it seem as though revolt, if it once broke out, would want leaders to head it. The nobles, who had writhed under the rule of the cardinal, writhed yet more bitterly under the rule of one whom they looked upon not only as Wolsey's tool, but as a low-born upstart. "The world will never mend," Lord Hussey had been heard to say, "till we fight for it." "Knaves rule about the king," cried Lord Exeter. "I trust some day to give them a buffet." At this moment, too, the hopes of political reaction were stirred by the fate of one whom the friends of the old order looked upon as the source of all their troubles. In the spring of 1536, while the dissolution of the monasteries was marking the triumph of the new policy, Anne Boleyn was suddenly charged with adultery and sent to the Tower. A few days later she was tried, condemned, and brought to the block. The Queen's ruin was everywhere taken as an omen of ruin to the cause which had become identified with her own, and the old nobility mustered courage to face the minister who held them at his feet. They found their opportunity in the discontent of the north, where the monasteries had been popular, and where the rougher mood of the people turned easily to resistance. In the autumn of 1536, a rising broke out in Lincolnshire, and this was hardly quelled when all Yorkshire rose up in arms. From every parish the farmers marched with the parish priest at their head upon York, and the surrender of this city determined the waverers. In a few days, Skipton Castle, where the Earl of Cumberland held out with a handful of men, was the only spot north of the Humber which remained true to the king. Durham rose at the call of the chiefs of the House of Neville, Lords Westmoreland and Latimer. Though the Earl of Northumberland feigned sickness, the Percys joined the revolt. Lord Dacre, the chief of the Yorkshire nobles, surrendered Pomfret and was acknowledged as their chief by the insurgents. The whole nobility of the north were now enlisted in the Pilgrimage of Grace, as the rising called itself, and 30,000 tall men and well horsed moved on the Don, demanding the reversal of the royal policy, a reunion with Rome, the restoration of Catherine's daughter Mary to her rights as heiress of the crown, redress for the wrongs done to the church, and above all the driving away of base-born councillors, or, in other words, the fall of Cromwell. Though their advance was checked by negotiation, the organisation of the revolt went steadily on throughout the winter, and a Parliament of the North, which gathered at Pomfret, formally adopted the demands of the insurgents. Only 6,000 men under Norfolk barred their way southward, and the Midland counties were known to be disaffected. But Cromwell remained undaunted by the peril. He suffered indeed Norfolk to negotiate, and allowed Henry under pressure from his council to promise pardon and a free Parliament at York, a pledge which Norfolk and Dacre alike construed into an acceptance of the demands made by the insurgents. Their leaders at once flung aside the badge of the 5 wounds which they had worn, with a cry, "We will wear no badge but that of our lord the king," and nobles and farmers dispersed to their homes in triumph. But the towns of the north were no sooner garrisoned and Norfolk's army in the heart of Yorkshire than the veil was flung aside. A few isolated outbreaks in the spring of 1537 gave a pretext for the withdrawal of every concession. The arrest of the leaders of the Pilgrimage of Grace was followed by ruthless severities. The country was covered with gibbets. Whole districts were given up to military execution. But it was on the leaders of the rising that Cromwell's hand fell heaviest. He seized his opportunity for dealing at the northern nobles a fatal blow. Cromwell, one of the chief among them, broke fiercely out as he stood at the council board. "It is thou that art the very special and chief cause of all this rebellion and wickedness, and dost daily travail to bring us to our ends and strike off our heads. I trust that ere thou die, though thou wouldst procure all the noblest heads within the realm to be stricken off, yet there shall one head remain that shall strike off thy head." But the warning was unheeded. Lord Darcy, who stood first among the nobles of Yorkshire, and Lord Hussey, who stood first among the nobles of Lincolnshire, went alike to the block. The Abbot of Barlings, who had ridden into Lincoln with his canons in full armour, swung with his brother abbots of Whaley, Woburn, and Sawley from the gallows. The abbots of Fountains and of Jervaux were hanged at Tyburn side by side with the representative of the great line of Percy. Lady Bulmer was burnt at the stake. Sir Robert Constable was hanged in chains before the gate of Hull. The defeat of the Northern revolt showed the immense force which the monarchy had gained. Even among the rebels themselves, not a voice had threatened Henry's throne. It was not at the king that they aimed these blows, but at the low-born knaves who stood about the king. At this moment, too, Henry's position was strengthened by the birth of an heir. On the death of Anne Boleyn, he had married Jane Seymour, the daughter of a Wiltshire knight, and in 1537 this queen died in giving birth to a boy, the future Edward VI. The triumph of the crown at home was doubled by its triumph in the great dependency which had so long held the English authority at bay across St. George's Channel. With England and Ireland alike at his feet, Cromwell could venture on a last and crowning change. He could claim for the monarchy the right of dictating at its pleasure the form of faith and doctrine to be taught throughout the land. Henry had remained true to the standpoint of the new learning, and the sympathies of Cromwell were mainly with those of his master. They had no wish for any violent break with the ecclesiastical forms of the past. They desired religious reform rather than religious revolution, a simplification of doctrine rather than any radical change in it, the purification of worship rather than the introduction of any wholly new ritual. Their theology remained, as they believed, a Catholic theology, but a theology cleared of the superstitious growths which obscured the true Catholicism of the early church. In a word, their dream was the dream of Erasmus and Colet. The spirit of Erasmus was seen in the articles of religion which were laid before Convocation in 1536. In the acknowledgment of justification by faith, a doctrine for which the founders of the new learning, such as Contarini and Pole, were struggling at Rome itself. In the condemnation of purgatory, of pardons, and of masses for the dead, as it was seen in the admission of prayers for the dead and in the retention of the ceremonies of the Church without material change. A series of royal injunctions which followed carried out the same policy of reform. Pilgrimages were suppressed. The excessive number of holy days was curtailed. The worship of images and relics was discouraged in words which seemed almost copied from the protest of Erasmus. His appeal for a translation of the Bible, which weavers might repeat at their shuttle and ploughmen sing at their plough, received at last a reply. At the outset of the ministry of Norfolk and More, the king had promised an English version of the Scriptures, while prohibiting the circulation of Tyndale's Lutheran translation. The work, however, lagged in the hands of the bishops, and as a preliminary measure the Creed, the Lord's Prayer, and the 10 Commandments were now rendered into English and ordered to be taught by every schoolmaster and father of a family to his children and pupils. But the bishop's version still hung on hand, till, in despair of its appearance, a friend of Archbishop Cranmer, Miles Coverdale, was employed to correct and revise the translation of Tyndale, and the Bible which he edited was published in 1538 under the avowed patronage of Henry himself. But the force of events was already carrying England far from the standpoint of Erasmus or More. The dream of the new learning was to be wrought out through the progress of education and piety. In the policy of Cromwell, reform was to be brought about by the brute force of the monarchy. The story of the royal supremacy was graven even on the title page of the new Bible. It is Henry on his throne who gives the sacred volume to Cranmer, ere Cranmer and Cromwell can distribute it to the throng of priests and laymen below. Hitherto men had looked on religious truth as a gift from the Church. They were now to look on it as a gift from the King. The very gratitude of Englishmen for fresh spiritual enlightenment was to tell to the profit of the royal power. No conception could be further from that of the new learning, from the plea for intellectual freedom which runs through the life of Erasmus, or the craving for political liberty which gives nobleness to the speculations of More. Nor was it possible for Henry himself to avoid drifting from the standpoint he had chosen. He had written against Luther. He had persisted in opposing Lutheran doctrine. He had passed new laws to hinder the circulation of Lutheran books in his realm. But influences from without as from within drove him nearer to Lutheranism. If the encouragement of Francis had done somewhat to bring about his final breach with the papacy, he soon found little will in the French king to follow him in any course of separation from Rome, and the French alliance threatened to become useless as a shelter against the wrath of the emperor. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnston, and John Rudd. England Breaks with the Roman Church, A.D. 1534, by John Richard Green, Part 3. Charles was goaded into action by the bill annulling Mary's right of succession, and in 1535 he proposed to unite his house with that of Francis by close intermarriage, and to sanction Mary's marriage with a son of the French king if Francis would join in an attack on England. Whether such a proposal was serious or no, Henry had to dread attack from Charles himself and to look for new allies against it. He was driven to offer his alliance to the Lutheran princes of North Germany, who dreaded like himself the power of the emperor, and who were now gathering in the lead of Smalcald. But the German princes made agreement as to doctrine a condition of their alliance, and their pressure was backed by Henry's partisans among the clergy at home. In Cromwell's scheme for mastering the priesthood, it had been needful to place men on whom the king could rely at their head. Cranmer became primate, Latimer became Bishop of Worcester, Shaxton and Barlow were raised to the sees of Salisbury and St David's, Hilsey to that of Rochester, Goodrich to that of Ely, Fox to that of Hereford. But it was hard to find men among the clergy who paused at Henry's theological resting place, and of these prelates all except Latimer were known to sympathise with Lutheranism, though Cranmer lagged far behind his fellows in their zeal for reform. The influence of these men, as well as of an attempt to comply at least partly with the demand of the German princes, left its stamp on the Articles of 1536. For the principle of Catholicism, of a universal form of faith overspreading all temporal dominions, the Lutheran states had substituted the principle of territorial religion, of the right of each sovereign or people to determine the form of belief which should be held within their bounds. The severance from Rome had already brought Henry to this principle, and the Act of Supremacy was its emphatic assertion. In England, too, as in North Germany, the repudiation of the papal authority as a ground of faith, of the voice of the Pope as a declaration of truth, had driven men to find such a ground and declaration in the Bible, and the Articles expressly based the faith of the Church of England on the Bible and the three creeds. With such fundamental principles of agreement, it was possible to borrow from the Augsburg Confession 5 of the 10 articles which Henry laid before the Convocation. If penance was still retained as a sacrament, baptism and the Lord's Supper were alone maintained to be sacraments with it. The doctrine of transubstantiation, which Henry stubbornly maintained, differed so little from the doctrine maintained by Luther that the words of Lutheran formularies were borrowed to explain it. Confession was admitted by the Lutheran churches as well as by the English. The veneration of saints and the doctrine of prayer to them, though still retained, was so modified as to present little difficulty even to a Lutheran. However disguised in form, the doctrinal advance made in the Articles of 1536 was an immense one, and a vehement opposition might have been looked for from those of the bishops like Gardiner who, while they agreed with Henry's policy of establishing a national church, remained opposed to any change in faith. But the Articles had been drawn up by Henry's own hand, and all whisper of opposition was hushed. Bishops, abbots, clergy not only subscribed to them, but carried out with implicit obedience the injunctions which put their doctrine roughly into practice, and the failure of the Pilgrimage of Grace in the following autumn ended all thought of resistance among the laity. But Cromwell found a different reception for his reforms when he turned to extend them to the sister island. The religious aspect of Ireland was hardly less chaotic than its political aspect had been. Ever since Strongbow's landing, there had been no one Irish church, simply because there had been no one Irish nation. There was not the slightest difference in doctrine or discipline between the church without the Pale and the church within it. But within the Pale, the clergy were exclusively of English blood and speech, and without it they were exclusively of Irish. Irishmen were shut out by law from abbeys and churches within the English boundary, and the ill will of the natives shut out Englishmen from churches and abbeys outside it. As to the religious state of the country, it was much on a level with its political condition. Feuds and misrule told fatally on ecclesiastical discipline. The bishops were political officers or hard fighters like the chiefs around them, Their sees were neglected, their cathedrals abandoned to decay. Through whole dioceses the churches lay in ruins and without priests. The only preaching done in the country was done by the begging friars, and the results of the friars' preaching were small. If the king do not provide a remedy, it was said in 1525, there will be no more Christianity than in the middle of Turkey. Unfortunately, the remedy which Henry provided was worse than the disease. Politically, Ireland was one with England, and the great revolution which was severing the one country from the papacy extended itself naturally to the other. The results of it, indeed, at first seemed small enough. The supremacy, a question which had convulsed England, passed over into Ireland to meet its only obstacle in a general indifference. Everybody was ready to accept it without a thought of the consequences. The bishops and clergy within the Pale bent to the king's will as easily as their fellows in England, and their example was followed by at least 4 prelates of dioceses without the Pale. The native chieftains made no more scruple than the lords of the council in renouncing obedience to the Bishop of Rome, and in acknowledging Henry as the supreme head of the Church of England and Ireland under Christ. There was none of the resistance to the dissolution of the abbeys which had been witnessed on the other side of the Channel, and the greedy chieftains showed themselves perfectly willing to share the plunder of the Church. But the results of the measure were fatal to the little culture and religion which even the past centuries of disorder had spared. Such as they were, the religious houses were the only schools that Ireland contained. The system of vicars, so general in England, was rare in Ireland. Churches in the patronage of the abbeys were for the most part served by the religious themselves, and the dissolution of their houses suspended public worship over large districts of the country. The friars, hitherto the only preachers, and who continued to labour and teach in spite of the efforts of the government, were thrown necessarily into a position of antagonism to the English rule. Had the ecclesiastical changes which were forced on the country ended here, however, in the end little harm would have been done. But in England the breach with Rome, the destruction of the monastic orders, and the establishment of the supremacy had aroused in a portion of the people itself a desire for theological change which Henry shared and was cautiously satisfying. In Ireland, the spirit of the Reformation never existed among the people at all. They accepted the legislative measures passed in the English Parliament without any dream of theological consequences, or of any change in the doctrine or ceremonies of the Church. Not a single voice demanded the abolition of pilgrimages, or the destruction of images, or the reform of public worship. The mission of Archbishop Browne in 1535, for the plucking down of idols and extinguishing of idolatry, was a first step in the long effort of the English government to force a new faith on a people who to a man clung passionately to their old religion. Browne's attempts at tuning the pulpits were met by a sullen and significant opposition. Neither by gentle exhortation, the Archbishop wrote to Cromwell, nor by evangelical instruction, neither by oath of them solemnly taken, nor yet by threats of sharp correction, may I persuade or induce any, whether religious or secular, since my coming over once to preach the word of God, nor the just title of our illustrious prince. Even the acceptance of the supremacy, which had been so quietly effected, was brought into question when its results became clear. The bishops abstained from compliance with the order to erase the Pope's name out of their mass books. The pulpits remained steadily silent. When Browne ordered the destruction of the images and relics in his own cathedral, he had to report that the prior and canons find them so sweet for their gain that they heed not my words. Cromwell, however, was resolute for a religious uniformity between the two islands, and the primate borrowed from some of his patrons' vigour. Recalcitrant priests were thrown into prison, images were plucked down from the rood loft, and the most venerable of Irish relics, the staff of St. Patrick, was burned in the marketplace. But he found no support in his vigour save from across the Channel. The Irish Council looked coldly on. Even the Lord Deputy still knelt to say prayers before an image at Trim. A sullen, dogged opposition baffled Cromwell's efforts, and their only result was to unite all Ireland against the Crown. But Cromwell found it easier to deal with Irish inaction than with the feverish activity which his reforms stirred in England itself. It was impossible to strike blow after blow at the Church without rousing wild hopes in the party who sympathised with the work with which Luther was doing oversea. Few as these Lutherans, or Protestants, still were in numbers, their new hopes made them a formidable force. And in the school of persecution they had learned a violence which delighted in outrages on the faith which had so long trampled them underfoot. At the very outset of Cromwell's changes, 4 Suffolk youths broke into a church at Dovercourt, tore down a wonder-working crucifix, and burned it in the fields. The suppression of the lesser monasteries was the signal for a new outburst of ribald insult to the old religion. The roughness, insolence, and extortion of the commissioners sent to effect it drove the whole monastic body to despair. Their servants rode along the road with copes for doublets or tunicles for saddlecloths, and scattered panic among the larger houses which were left. Some sold their jewels and relics to provide for the evil day they saw approaching. Some begged of their own will for dissolution. It was worse when fresh ordinances of the Vicar General ordered the removal of objects of superstitious veneration. Their removal, bitter enough to those whose religion twined itself around the image or the relic which was taken away, was embittered yet more by the insults with which it was accompanied. A miraculous rood at Boxley, which bowed its head and stirred its eyes, was paraded from market to market, and exhibited as a juggle before the court. Images of the Virgin were stripped of their costly vestments and sent to be publicly burned at London. Latimer forwarded to the capital the figure of Our Lady, which he had thrust out of his cathedral church at Worcester with rough words of scorn. She, with her old sister of Walsingham, her younger sister of Ipswich, and their 2 other sisters of Doncaster and Penrice, would make a jolly muster at Smithfield. Fresh orders were given to fling all relics from their reliquaries and to level every shrine with the ground. In 1538 the bones of St. Thomas of Canterbury were torn from the stately shrine which had been the glory of his metropolitan church, and his name was erased from the service books as that of a traitor. The introduction of the English Bible into churches gave a new opening for the zeal of the Protestants. In spite of royal injunctions that it should be read decently and without comment, the young zealots of the party prided themselves on shouting it out to a circle of excited hearers during the service of Mass, and accompanied their reading with violent expositions. Protestant maidens took the new English primer to church with them, and studied it ostentatiously during matins. Insult passed into open violence when the bishops' courts were invaded and broken up by Protestant mobs, and law and public opinion were outraged at once when priests who favoured the new doctrines began openly to bring home wives to their vicarages. A fiery outburst of popular discussion compensated for the silence of the pulpits. The new scriptures, in Henry's bitter words of complaint, were disputed, rhymed, sung, and jangled in every tavern and alehouse. The articles which dictated the belief of the English Church roused a furious controversy. Above all, the sacrament of the Mass, the centre of the Catholic system of faith and worship, and which still remained sacred to the bulk of Englishmen, was attacked with a scurrility and profaneness which passed belief. The doctrine of transubstantiation, which was as yet recognised by law, was held up in scorn in ballads and mystery plays. In one church a Protestant lawyer raised a dog in his hands when the priest elevated the host. The most sacred words of the old worship, the words of consecration, hoc est corpus, were travestied into a nickname for jugglery as hocus pocus. It was by this attack on the Mass, even more than by the other outrages, that the temper both of Henry and the nation was stirred to a deep resentment. With the Protestants, Henry had no sympathy whatever. He was a man of the new learning. He was proud of his orthodoxy and of his title of Defender of the Faith. And above all, he shared to the utmost his people's love of order, their clinging to the past, their hatred of extravagance and excess. The first sign of reaction was seen in the Parliament of 1539. Never had the Houses shown so little care for political liberty. The monarchy seemed to free itself from all parliamentary restrictions whatever when a formal statute gave the King's proclamations the force of parliamentary laws. Nor did the Church find favour with them. No word of the old opposition was heard when a bill was introduced granting to the King the greater monasteries which had been saved in 1536. More than 600 religious houses fell at a blow, and so great was the spoil that the King promised never again to call on his people for subsidies. But the houses were equally at one in withstanding the new innovations of religion, and an act for abolishing diversity of opinions in certain articles concerning Christian religion passed with general assent. On the doctrine of transubstantiation, which was reasserted by the first of 6 articles to which the Act owes its usual name, there was no difference of feeling or belief between the men of the new learning and the older Catholics. But the road to a further instalment of even moderate reform seemed closed by the 5 other articles, which sanctioned communion in one kind, the celibacy of the clergy, monastic vows, private masses, and auricular confession. A more terrible feature of the reaction was the revival of persecution. Burning was denounced as the penalty for a denial of transubstantiation. On a second offence, it became the penalty for an infraction of the other 5 doctrines. A refusal to confess or to attend Mass was made felony. It was in vain that Cranmer, with the 5 bishops who partially sympathised with the Protestants, struggled against the bill in the Lords. The Commons were all of one opinion, and Henry himself acted as spokesman on the side of the articles. In London alone, 500 Protestants were indicted under the new Act. Latimer and Shaxton were imprisoned, and the former forced into a resignation of his see. Cranmer himself was only saved by Henry's personal favour. But the first burst of triumph was no sooner spent than the hand of Cromwell made itself felt. Though his opinions remained those of the new learning, and differed little from the general sentiment which found itself represented in the Act, he leaned instinctively to the one party which did not long for his fall. His wish was to restrain the Protestant excesses, but he had no mind to ruin the Protestant. In a little time, therefore, the bishops were quietly released. The London indictments were quashed. The magistrates were checked in their enforcement of the law, while a general pardon cleared the prisons of the heretics who had been arrested under its provisions. A few months after the enactment of the 6 articles, we find from a Protestant letter that persecution had wholly ceased. The word is powerfully preached, and books of every kind may safely be exposed for sale. Never, indeed, had Cromwell shown such greatness as in his last struggle against fate. Benaved by the king, whose confidence in him waned as he discerned the full meaning of the religious changes which Cromwell had brought about, met too by a growing opposition in the council as his favour declined, the temper of the man remained indomitable as ever. He stood absolutely alone. Wolsey, hated as he had been by the nobles, had been supported by the church, but churchmen hated Cromwell with an even fiercer hate than the nobles themselves. His only friends were the Protestants, and their friendship was more fatal than the hatred of his foes. But he showed no signs of fear or of halting in the course he had entered on. So long as Henry supported him, however reluctant his support might be, he was more than a match for his foes. He was strong enough to expel his chief opponent, Bishop Gardiner of Winchester, from the royal council. He met the hostility of the nobles with a threat which marked his power. If the lords would handle him so, he would give them such a breakfast as never was made in England, and that the proudest of them should know. He soon gave a terrible earnest of the way in which he could fulfil his threat. The opposition to his system gathered, above all, round two houses, which represented what yet lingered of the Yorkist tradition, the Courtenays and the Poles. Courtenay, the Marquis of Exeter, was of royal blood, a grandson through his mother of Edward IV. He was known to have bitterly denounced the knaves that ruled about the king, and his threats to give them some day a buffet were formidable in the mouth of one whose influence in the western counties was supreme. Margaret, the Countess of Salisbury, a daughter of the Duke of Clarence by the heiress of the Earl of Warwick, and a niece of Edward IV, had married Sir Richard Pole and become mother of Lord Montacute, as of Sir Geoffrey and Reginald Pole. The temper of her house might be guessed from the conduct of the younger of the three brothers. After refusing the highest favours from Henry as the price of his approval of the divorce, Reginald Pole had taken refuge at Rome, where he had bitterly attacked the king in a book, The Unity of the Church. "There may be found ways enough in Italy," Cromwell wrote to him in significant words, "to rid a treacherous subject. When justice can take no place by process of law at home, sometimes she may be enforced to take new means abroad." But he had left hostages in Henry's hands. "Pity that the folly of one witless fool," Cromwell wrote ominously, "should be the ruin of so great a family. Let him follow ambition as fast as he can. Those that little have offended, saving that he is of their kin, were it not for the great mercy and benignity of the prince, should and might feel what it is to have such a traitor as their kinsman." The great mercy and benignity of the prince was no longer to shelter them. In 1538 the Pope, Paul III, published a bull of excommunication and deposition against Henry, and Pole pressed the emperor vigorously, though ineffectually, to carry the bull into execution. His efforts only brought about, as Cromwell had threatened, the ruin of his house. His brother, Lord Montacute, and the Marquis of Exeter, with other friends of the two great families, were arrested on a charge of treason and executed in the opening of 1539, while the Countess of Salisbury was attainted in Parliament and sent to the Tower. Almost as terrible an act of bloodshed closed the year. The abbots of Glastonbury, Reading, and Colchester, men who had sat as mitred abbots among the lords, were charged with a denial of the king's supremacy and hanged as traitors. But Cromwell relied for success on more than terror. His single will forced on a scheme of foreign policy whose aim was to bind England to the cause of the Reformation, while it bound Henry helplessly to his minister. The daring boast which his enemies laid afterward to Cromwell's charge, whether uttered or not, is but the expression of his system. In brief time he would bring things to such a pass that the king with all his power should not be able to hinder him. His plan rested, like the plan which proved fatal to Wolsey, on a fresh marriage of his master. Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, had died in childbirth, and in the opening of 1540 Cromwell replaced her by a German consort, Anne of Cleves, a sister-in-law of the Lutheran Elector of Saxony. He dared even to resist Henry's caprice when the king revolted on their first interview from the coarse features and unwieldy form of his new bride. For the moment Cromwell had brought matters to such a pass that it was impossible to recoil from the marriage, and the minister's elevation to the earldom of Essex seemed to proclaim his success. The marriage of Anne of Cleves, however, was but the first step in a policy which, had it been carried out as he designed it, would have anticipated the triumphs of Richelieu. Charles and the House of Austria could alone bring about a Catholic reaction strong enough to arrest and roll back the Reformation. And Cromwell was no sooner united with the princes of North Germany than he sought to league them with France for the overthrow of the emperor. Had he succeeded, the whole face of Europe would have been changed. Southern Germany would have been secured for Protestantism and the 30 Years' War averted. But he failed as men fail who stand ahead of their age. The German princes shrank from a contest with the emperor, France from a struggle which would be fatal to Catholicism, and Henry, left alone to bear the resentment of the House of Austria and chained to a wife he loathed, turned savagely on his minister. In June, the long struggle came to an end. The nobles sprang on Cromwell with a fierceness that told of their long hoarded hate. Taunts and execrations burst from the lords at the council table as the Duke of Norfolk, who had been entrusted with the minister's arrest, tore the ensign of the Garter from his neck. At the charge of treason, Cromwell flung his cap on the ground with a passionate cry of despair. "This, then," he exclaimed, "is my guerdon for the services I have done? On your consciences, I ask you, am I a traitor?" Then, with a sudden sense that all was over, he bade his foes make quick work and not leave him to languish in prison. Quick work was made. A few days after his arrest he was attainted in Parliament, and at the close of July a burst of popular applause hailed his death on the scaffold. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Mosier. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Cartier Explores Canada, A.D. 1534, by H. H. Miles. Early in the 16th century, when France, after the 100 Years' War with England, had begun to be a notable European power, the nation, under the young and brilliant Francis I, took up the project of prosecuting New World discovery and obtaining a firm footing on the mainland of America. The French king's attention had been directed to the enterprise by his Grand Admiral, Philip de Chabot, who seems to have been interested in the hardy mariner and skilled navigator Jacques Cartier, and wished to place him at the head of an expedition to the New World, to prosecute discovery on the northeastern coast of America. This was in the year A.D. 1534, 10 years after Verrazano had been in the region and named it New France, in honor of the French king. On April 20, 1534, Cartier, with 2 small vessels of about 60 tons each, set sail from the Brittany port of Saint-Malo for Newfoundland, on the banks of which Cartier's Breton and Norman countrymen had long been accustomed to fish. The incidents of this and the subsequent voyages of the Saint-Malo mariner, with an account of the expedition under the Viceroy of Canada, the Sieur de Roberval, will be found appended in Dr. Miles's interesting narrative. Canada was discovered in the year 1534 by Jacques Cartier, or Quartier, a mariner belonging to the small French seaport Saint-Malo. He was a man in whom were combined the qualities of prudence, industry, skill, perseverance, courage, and a deep sense of religion. Commissioned by the King of France, Francis I, he conducted 3 successive expeditions across the Atlantic for the purpose of prosecuting discovery in the Western Hemisphere, and it is well understood that he had previously gained experience in seamanship on board fishing vessels trading between Europe and the banks of Newfoundland. He was selected and recommended to the king for appointment as one who might be expected to realize, for the benefit of France, some of the discoveries of his predecessor, Verrazzano, which had been attended with no substantial result, since this navigator and his companions had scarcely done more than view from a distance the coasts of the extensive regions to which the name of New France had been given. It was also expected of Cartier that, through his endeavors, valuable lands would be taken possession of in the king's name, and that places suitable for settlement and stations for carrying on traffic would be established. Moreover, it was hoped that the precious metals would be procured in those parts, and that a passage onward to China, or Cathay, and the East Indies would be found out. And finally, the ambitious sovereign of France was induced to believe that, in spite of the pretensions of Portugal and Spain, he might make good on his own claim to a share in transatlantic territories. With such objects in view, Jacques Cartier set sail from Saint-Malo on Monday, April 20, 1534. His command consisted of 2 small vessels with crews amounting to about 120 men, and provisioned for 4 or 5 months. On May 10th, the little squadron arrived off Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland. But as the ice and snow of the previous winter had not yet disappeared, the vessels were laid up for 10 days in a harbor nearby, named St. Catherine's. From this, on the 21st, they sailed northward to an island northeast of Cape Bonavista, situated about 40 miles from the mainland, which had been called by the Portuguese the Isle of Birds. Here were found several species of birds which, it appears, frequented the island at that season of the year in prodigious numbers, so that, according to Cartier's own narrative, the crews had no difficulty in capturing enough of them both for their immediate use and to fill 8 or 10 large barrels, or peeps, for future consumption. Bears and foxes are described as passing from the mainland in order to feed upon the birds as well as their eggs and young. From the Isle of Birds, the ships proceeded northward and westward until they came to the Straits of Belle-Isle, when they were detained by foul weather and by ice in a harbor from May 27th until June 9th. The ensuing 15 days were spent in exploring the coast of Labrador as far as Blanc-Sablon and the western coast of Newfoundland. For the most part, these regions, including contiguous islands, were pronounced by Cartier to be unfit for settlement, especially Labrador, of which, he remarks, it might, as well as not, be taken for the country assigned by God to Cain. From the shore of Newfoundland, the vessels were steered westward across the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and about June 25th arrived in the vicinity of the Magdalene Islands. Of an island named Ile Brion, Cartier says it contained the best land they had yet seen, and that 1 acre of it was worth the whole of Newfoundland. Birds were plentiful, and on its shores were to be seen beasts as large as oxen, and possessing great tusks like elephants, which, when approached, leaped suddenly into the sea. There were very fine trees and rich tracts of ground on which were seen growing quantities of wild corn, peas in flower, currants, strawberries, roses, and sweet herbs. Cartier noticed the character of the tides and waves, which swept high and strong among the islands, and which suggested to his mind the existence of an opening between the south of Newfoundland and Cape Breton. Toward the end of June, the islands and mainland of the northwest part of the territory, now called New Brunswick, came in sight, and, as land was approached, Cartier began at once to search for a passage through which he might sail farther westward. The ship's boats were several times lowered and the crews made to row close inshore in the bays and inlets for the purpose of discovering an opening. On these occasions, natives were sometimes seen upon the beach, or moving about in bark canoes, with whom the French contrived to establish a friendly intercourse and traffic, by means of signs and presents of hatchets, knives, small crucifixes, beads, and toys. On one occasion, they had in sight from 40 to 50 canoes full of savages, of which 7 paddled close up to the French boats so as to surround them, and were driven away only by demonstrations of force. Cartier learned afterward that it was customary for these savages to come down from parts more inland, in great numbers, to the coast during the fishing season, and that this was the cause of his finding so many of them at that time. On the 7th day of the month, a considerable body of the same savages came about the ships, and some traffic occurred. Gifts, consisting of knives, hatchets, and toys, along with a red cap for their head chief, caused them to depart in great joy. Early in July, Cartier found that he was in a considerable bay, which he named l'Abbaye de Chelieu. He continued to employ his boats in the examination of the smaller inlets and mouths of the rivers flowing into the bay, hoping that an opening might be discovered similar to that by which, a month before, he had passed round the north of Newfoundland into the Gulf. After the 16th, the weather was boisterous, and the ships were anchored for shelter close to the shore several days. During this time, the savages came there to fish for mackerel, which were abundant, and held friendly intercourse with Cartier and his people. They were very poor and miserably clad in old skins, and sang and danced to testify their pleasure on receiving the presents which the French distributed among them. Sailing eastward and northward, the vessels next passed along the coast of Gaspé, upon which the French landed and held intercourse with the natives. Cartier resolved to take formal possession of the country and to indicate, in a conspicuous manner, that he did so in the name of the king, his master, and in the interests of religion. With these objects in view, on Friday, July 24th, a huge wooden cross, 30 feet in height, was constructed and was raised with much ceremony in sight of many of the Indians close to the entrance of the harbor, 3 fleurs-de-lis being carved under the cross, and an inscription, Vive le Roi de France. The French formed a circle on their knees around it and made signs to attract the attention of the savages, pointing up to the heavens, as if to show that by the cross came their redemption. These ceremonies being ended, Cartier and his people went on board, followed from the shore by many of the Indians. Among these, the principal chief, with his brother and 3 sons in one canoe, came near Cartier's ship. He made an oration, in course of which he pointed toward the high cross and then to the surrounding territory, as much as to say that it all belonged to him, and that the French ought not to have planted it there without his permission. The sight of hatchets and knives displayed before him, in such a manner as to show a desire to trade with him, made him approach nearer, and at the same time several sailors, entering his canoe, easily induced him and his companions to pass into the ship. Cartier, by signs, endeavored to persuade the chief that the cross had been erected as a beacon to mark the way into the harbor, that he would revisit the place and bring hatchets, knives, and other things made of iron, and that he desired the friendship of his people. Food and drink were offered, of which they partook freely, when Cartier made known to the chief his wish to take 2 of his sons away with him for a time. The chief and his sons appear to have readily assented. The young men at once put on colored garments supplied by Cartier, throwing out their old clothing to others near the ship. The chief, with his brother and remaining son, were then dismissed with presents. About midday, however, just as the ships were about to move farther from shore, 6 canoes full of Indians came to them, bringing presents of fish, and to enable the friends of the chief's sons to bid them adieu. Cartier took occasion to enjoin upon the savages the necessity of guarding the cross which had been erected, upon which the Indians replied in unintelligible language. Next day, July 25th, the vessels left the harbor with a fair wind, making sail northward to 50 degrees latitude. It was intended to prosecute the voyage farther westward if possible, but adverse winds and the appearance of the distant headlands discouraged Cartier's hopes so much that on Wednesday, August 5th, after taking counsel with his officers and pilots, he decided that it was not safe to attempt more that season. The little squadron therefore bore off toward the east and northeast, and made Blanc-Sablon on the 9th. Continuing thence their passage into the Atlantic, they were favored with fair winds which carried them to the middle of the ocean, between Newfoundland and Bretagne. They then encountered storms and adverse winds, respecting which Cartier piously remarks, "We suffered and endured these with the aid of God, and after that we had good weather, and arrived at the harbor of Saint-Malo, whence we had set out on September 5, 1534. Thus ended Jacques Cartier's first voyage to Canada. As a French-Canadian historian of Canada has observed, this first expedition was not sterile in results, for in addition to the other notable incidents of the voyage, the two natives whom he carried with him to France are understood to have been the first to inform him of the existence of the great river St. Lawrence, which he was destined to discover the following year. It is not certainly known how nearly he advanced to the mouth of that river on his passage from Gaspé Bay, but it is believed that he passed round the western point of Anticosti, subsequently named by him Ile de l'Assomption, and that he then turned to the east, leaving behind the entrance into the great river, which he then supposed to be an extensive bay, and, coasting along the shore of Labrador, came to the river Natashquan, near Mount Joly, whence, as already stated, he passed eastward and northward to Blanc-Sablon. Cartier and his companions were favorably received on their return to France. The expectations of his employers had been, to a certain extent, realized, while the narrative of the voyage, and the prospects which this afforded of greater results in future, inspired such feelings of hope and confidence that there seems to have been no hesitation in furnishing means for the equipment of another expedition. The Indians who had been brought to France were instructed in the French language, and served also as specimens of the people inhabiting His Majesty's western dominions. During the winter, the necessary preparations were made. On May 19, 1535, Cartier took his departure from Saint-Malo on his second expedition. It was in every way better equipped than that of the preceding year, and consisted of 3 ships manned by 110 sailors. A number of gentlemen volunteers from France accompanied it. Cartier himself embarked on board the largest vessel, which was named La Grande Hermine, along with his 2 interpreters. Adverse winds lengthened the voyage so that 7 weeks were occupied in sailing to the Straits of Belle-Isle. Thence the squadron made for the Gulf of St. Lawrence, so named by Cartier in honor of the day upon which he entered it. Emboldened by the information derived from his Indian interpreters, he sailed up the great river, at first named the River of Canada, or of Hochelaga. The mouth of the Saguenay was passed on September 1st, and the island of Orleans reached on the 9th. To this he gave the name Ile of Bacchus, on account of the abundance of grapevines upon it. On the 16th, the ships arrived off the headland since known as Cape Diamond. Near to this, a small river, called by Cartier St. Croix, now the St. Charles, was observed flowing into the St. Lawrence, intercepting at the confluence a piece of lowland, which was the site of the Indian village Stadacona. Towering above this on the left bank of the greater river was Cape Diamond and the contiguous highland, which in after times became the site of the upper town of Quebec. A little way within the mouth of the St. Croix, Cartier selected stations suitable for mooring and laying up his vessels, for he seems on his arrival at Stadacona to have already decided upon wintering in the country. This design was favored not only by the advanced period of the season, but also by the fact that the natives appeared to be friendly and in a position to supply his people abundantly with provisions. Many hundreds came off from the shore in bark canoes, bringing fish, maize, and fruit. Aided by the two interpreters, the French endeavored at once to establish a friendly intercourse. A chief, Donnacona, made an oration and expressed his desire for amicable relations between his own people and their visitors. Cartier, on his part, tried to allay apprehension and to obtain information respecting the country higher up the great river. Wishing also to impress upon the minds of the savages a conviction of the French power, he caused several pieces of artillery to be discharged in the presence of the chief and a number of his warriors. Fear and astonishment were occasioned by the sight of the fire and smoke, followed by sounds such as they had never heard before. Presents, consisting of trinkets, small crosses, beads, pieces of glass, and other trifles, were distributed among them. Cartier allowed himself a rest of only 3 days at Stadacona, deeming it expedient to proceed at once up the river with an exploring party. For this purpose he manned his smallest ship, the Hermelion, and 2 boats, and departed on the 19th of September, leaving the other ships safely moored at the mouth of the St. Charles. He had learned from the Indians that there was another town, called Hochelaga, situated about 60 leagues above. Cartier and his companions, the first European navigators of the St. Lawrence, and the earliest pioneers of civilization and Christianity in those regions, moved very slowly up the river. At the part since called Lake St. Peter, the water seemed to become more and more shallow. The Hermelion was therefore left as well secured as possible, and the remainder of the passage made in the 2 boats. Frequent meetings of a friendly nature with Indians on the river bank caused delays, so that they did not arrive at Hochelaga until October 2nd. As described by Cartier himself, this town consisted of about 50 large huts or cabins, which, for purposes of defense, were surrounded by wooden palisades. There were upward of 1,200 inhabitants belonging to some Algonquin tribe. At Hochelaga, as previously at Stadacona, the French were received by the natives in a friendly manner. Supplies of fish and maize were freely offered, and in return presents of beads, knives, small mirrors, and crucifixes were distributed. Entering into communication with them, Cartier sought information respecting the country higher up the river. From their imperfect intelligence, it appears he learned the existence of several great lakes, and that beyond the largest and most remote of these, there was another great river which flowed southward. They conducted him to the summit of a mountain behind the town, whence he surveyed the prospect of a wilderness stretching to the south and west as far as the eye could reach, and beautifully diversified by elevations of land and by water. Whatever credit Cartier attached to their vague statements about the geography of their country, he was certainly struck by the grandeur of the neighboring scenery as viewed from the eminence on which he stood. To this he gave the name of Mount Royal, whence the name of Montreal was conferred on the city which has grown up on the site of the ancient Indian town Hochelaga. According to some accounts, Hochelaga was, even in those days, a place of importance, having subject to it 8 or 10 outlying settlements or villages. Anxious to return to Stadacona, and probably placing little confidence in the friendly professions of the natives, Cartier remained at Hochelaga only 2 days, and commenced his passage down the river on October 4th. His wary mistrust of the Indian character was not groundless, for bands of savages followed along the banks and watched all the proceedings of his party. On one occasion, he was attacked by them and narrowly escaped massacre. Arriving at Stadacona on the 11th, measures were taken for maintenance and security during the approaching winter. Abundant provisions had been already stored up by the natives and assigned for the use of the strangers. A fence or palisade was constructed round the ships and made as strong as possible, and cannon so placed as to be available in case of any attack. Notwithstanding these precautions, it turned out that, in one essential particular, the preparations for winter were defective. Jacques Cartier and his companions, being the first of Europeans to experience the rigors of a Canadian winter, the necessity for warm clothing had not been foreseen when the expedition left France, and now, when winter was upon them, the procuring of a supply was simply impossible. The winter proved long and severe. Masses of ice began to come down the St. Lawrence on November 15th, and not long afterward, a bridge of ice was formed opposite to Stadacona. Soon the intensity of the cold, such as Cartier's people had never before experienced, and the want of suitable clothing occasioned much suffering. Then, in December, a disease, but little known to Europeans, broke out among the crew. It was the scurvy, named by the French mal de terre. As described by Cartier, it was very painful, loathsome in its symptoms and effects, as well as contagious. The legs and thighs of the patient swelled, the sinews contracted, and the skin became black. In some cases, the whole body was covered with purple spots and sore tumors. After a time, the upper parts of the body, the back, arms, shoulders, neck, and face, were all painfully affected. The roof of the mouth, gums, and teeth fell out. Altogether, the sufferers presented a deplorable spectacle. Many died between December and April, during which period the greatest care was taken to conceal their true condition from the natives. Had this not been done, it is to be feared that Donnacona's people would have forced an entrance and put all to death for the purpose of obtaining the property of the French. In fact, the two interpreters were, on the whole, unfaithful, living entirely at Stadacona, while Donnacona and the Indians generally showed in many ways that under a friendly exterior, unfavorable feelings reigned in their hearts. But the attempts to hide their condition from the natives might have been fatal, for the Indians, who also suffered from scurvy, were acquainted with means of curing the disease. It was only by accident that Cartier found out what those means were. He had forbidden the savages to come on board the ships, and when any of them came near, the only men allowed to be seen by them were those who were in health. One day, Domagaya was observed approaching. This man, the younger of the two interpreters, was known to have been sick of the scurvy at Stadacona, so that Cartier was much surprised to see him out and well. He contrived to make him relate the particulars of his recovery, and thus found out that a decoction of the bark and foliage of the white spruce tree furnished the savages with a remedy. Having recourse to this enabled the French captain to arrest the progress of the disease among his own people, and, in a short time, to bring about their restoration to health. The meeting with Domagaya occurred at a time when the French were in a very sad state, reduced to the brink of despair. 25 of the number had died, while 40 more were in expectation of soon following their deceased comrades. Of the remaining 45, including Cartier and all the surviving officers, only 3 or 4 were really free from disease. The dead could not be buried, nor was it possible for the sick to be properly cared for. In this extremity, the stout-hearted French captain could think of no other remedy than a recourse to prayers and the setting up of an image of the Virgin Mary in sight of the sufferers. But he piously exclaimed, "God in his holy grace looked down in pity upon us and sent to us a knowledge of the means of cure." He had great apprehensions of an attack from the savages, for he says in his narrative, "We were in a marvelous state of terror, lest the people of the country should ascertain our pitiable condition and our weakness," and then goes on to relate artifices by which he contrived to deceive them. One of the ships had to be abandoned in course of the winter, her crew and contents being removed into the other two vessels. The deserted hull was visited by the savages in search of pieces of iron and other things. Had they known the cause for abandoning her and the desperate condition of the French, they would have soon forced their way into the other ships. They were, in fact, too numerous to be resisted if they had made the attempt. At length, the protracted winter came to an end. As soon as the ships were clear of ice, Cartier made preparations for returning at once to France. On May 3, 1536, a wooden cross, 35 feet high, was raised upon the river bank. Donnacona was invited to approach, along with his people. When he did so, Cartier caused him, together with the 2 interpreters and 7 warriors, to be seized and taken on board his ship. His object was to convey them to France and present them to the king. On the 6th, the 2 vessels departed. Upward of 6 weeks were spent in descending the St. Lawrence and traversing the Gulf. Instead of passing through the Straits of Belle-Isle, Cartier this time made for the south coast of Newfoundland, along which he sailed out into the Atlantic Ocean. On Sunday, July 17, 1536, he arrived at Saint-Malo. By the results of this second voyage, Jacques Cartier established for himself a reputation and a name in history which will never cease to be remembered with respect. He had discovered one of the largest rivers in the world, had explored its banks, and navigated its difficult channel more than 800 miles, with a degree of skill and courage which has never been surpassed. For it was a great matter in those days to penetrate so far into unknown regions, to encounter the hazards of an unknown navigation, and to risk his own safety and that of his followers among an unknown people. Moreover, his accounts of the incidents of his sojourn of 8 months and of the features of the country, as well as his estimate of the 2 principal sites upon which, in after times, the 2 cities, Quebec and Montreal, have grown up, illustrate both his fidelity and his sagacity. His dealings with the natives appear to have been such as to prove his tact, prudence, and sense of justice, notwithstanding the objectionable procedure of capturing and carrying off Donnacona with other chiefs and warriors. This latter measure, however indefensible in itself, was consistent with the almost universal practice of navigators of that period and long afterward. Doubtless, Cartier's expectation was that their abduction could not but result in their own benefit by leading to their instruction in civilization and Christianity, and that it might be afterward instrumental in producing the rapid conversion of large numbers of their people. However this may be, considering the inherent viciousness of the Indian character, Cartier's intercourse with the Indians was conducted with dignity and benevolence, and was marked by the total absence of bloodshed, which is more than can be urged in behalf of other eminent discoverers and navigators of those days or during the ensuing 2 centuries. Cartier was undoubtedly one of the greatest sea captains of his own or any other country, and one who provided carefully for the safety and welfare of his followers, and, so far as we know, enjoyed their respect and confidence. Nor were his plans hindered or his proceedings embarrassed by disobedience on their part or the display of mutinous conduct calculated to mar the success of a maritime expedition. In fine, Jacques Cartier was a noble specimen of a mariner, in an age when a maritime spirit prevailed. A severe disappointment awaited Cartier on his return home from his second voyage. France was now engaged in a foreign war, and at the same time, the minds of the people were distracted by religious dissensions. In consequence of these untoward circumstances, both the court and the people had ceased to give heed to the objects which he had been so faithfully engaged in prosecuting in the Western Hemisphere. Neither he nor his friends could obtain even a hearing in behalf of the fitting out of another expedition, for the attention of the king and his advisers was now absorbed by weightier cares at home. Nevertheless, from time to time, as occasion offered, several unsuccessful attempts were made to introduce the project of establishing a French colony on the banks of the St. Lawrence. Meanwhile, Donnacona and the other Indian warriors, who had been brought captives to France, pined away and died. At length, after an interval of about 4 years, proposals for another voyage westward and for colonizing the country came to be so far entertained that plans of an expedition were permitted to be discussed. But now, instead of receiving the unanimous support which had been accorded to previous undertakings, the project was opposed by a powerful party at court, consisting of persons who tried to dissuade the king from granting his assent. These alleged that enough had already been done for the honor of their country, that it was not expedient to take in hand the subjugation and settlement of those far distant regions, tenanted only by savages and wild animals, that the intensely severe climate and hardships, such as had proved fatal to 1/4 of Cartier's people in 1535, were certain evils which there was no prospect of advantage to outweigh, that the newly discovered country had not been shown to possess mines of gold and silver, and finally, that such extensive territories could not be effectively settled without transporting thither a considerable part of the population of the Kingdom of France. Notwithstanding the apparent force of these objections, the French king did eventually sanction the project of another transatlantic enterprise on a larger scale than heretofore. A sum of money was granted by the king toward the purchase and equipment of ships, to be placed under the command of Jacques Cartier, having the commission of Captain General. Apart from the navigation of the fleet, the chief command in the undertaking was assigned to Monsieur de Roberval, who, in a commission dated January 15, 1540, was named Viceroy and Lieutenant General over Newfoundland, Labrador, and Canada. Roberval was empowered to engage volunteers and emigrants, and to supply the lack of these by means of prisoners to be taken from the jails and hulks. Thus, in about 5 years from the discovery of the River St. Lawrence, and 6 years after of Canada, measures were taken for founding a colony. But from the very commencement of the undertaking, which it will be seen proved an entire failure, difficulties presented themselves. Roberval was unable to provide all the requisite supplies of small arms, ammunition, and other stores, as he had engaged to do during the winter of 1540. It also was found difficult to induce volunteers and immigrants to embark. It was therefore settled that Roberval should remain behind to complete his preparations, while Cartier, with 5 vessels provisioned for 2 years, should set sail at once for the St. Lawrence. On May 23, 1541, Cartier departed from St. Malo on his 3rd voyage to Canada. After a protracted passage of 12 weeks, the fleet arrived at Stadacona. Cartier and some of his people landed and entered into communication with the natives, who flocked round him as they had done in 1535. They desired to know what had become of their chief Donnacona and the warriors who had been carried off to France 5 years before. On being made aware that all had died, they became distant and sullen in their behavior. They held out no inducements to the French to re-establish their quarters at Stadacona. Perceiving this, as well as signs of dissimulation, Cartier determined to take such steps as might secure himself and followers from suffering through their resentment. 2 of his ships he sent back at once to France with letters for the king and for Roberval, reporting his movements and soliciting such supplies as were needed. With the remaining ships, he ascended the St. Lawrence as far as Cap Rouge, where a station was chosen close to the mouth of a stream which flowed into the great river. Here it was determined to moor the ships and to erect such storehouses and other works as might be necessary for security and convenience. It was also decided to raise a small fort or forts on the highland above, so as to command the station and protect themselves from any attack which the Indians might be disposed to make. While some of the people were employed upon the building of the fort, others were set at work preparing ground for cultivation. Cartier himself, in his report, bore ample testimony to the excellent qualities of the soil as well as the general fitness of the country for settlement. Having made all the dispositions necessary for the security of the station at Cap Rouge, and for continuing, during his absence, the works already commenced, Cartier departed for Hochelaga on September 7th, with a party of men in 2 barges. On the passage up he found the Indians whom he had met in 1535 as friendly as before. The natives of Hochelaga seemed also well disposed, and rendered all the assistance he sought in enabling him to attempt the passage up the rapids situated above that town. Failing to accomplish this, he remained but a short time among them, gathering all the information they could furnish about the regions bordering on the upper St. Lawrence. He then hastened back to Cap Rouge. On his way down, he found the Indians, who a short time before were so friendly, changed and cold in their demeanor, if not actually hostile. Arrived at Cap Rouge, the first thing he learned was that the Indians had ceased to visit the station as at first, and, instead of coming daily with supplies of fish and fruit, that they only approached near enough to manifest, by their demeanor and gestures, feelings decidedly hostile toward the French. In fact, during Cartier's absence, former causes of enmity had been heightened by a quarrel, in which, although some of his own people had, in the first instance, been the aggressors, a powerful savage had killed a Frenchman and threatened to deal with another in like manner. Winter came, but not Roberval with the expected supplies of warlike stores and men, now so much needed in order to curb the insolence of the natives. Of the incidents of that winter passed at Cap Rouge, there is but little reliable information extant. It is understood, however, that the Indians continued to harass and molest the French throughout the period of their stay, and that Cartier, with his inadequate force, found it difficult to repel their attacks. When spring came round, the inconveniences to which they had been exposed, and the discouraging character of their prospects, led to a unanimous determination to abandon the station and return to France as soon as possible. At the very time that Cartier in Canada was occupied in preparations for the re-embarkation of the people who had wintered at Cap Rouge, Roberval, in France, was completing his arrangements for departure from Rochelle with 3 considerable ships. In these were embarked 200 persons, consisting of gentlemen, soldiers, sailors, and colonists, male and female, among whom was a considerable number of criminals taken out of the public prisons. The 2 squadrons met in the harbor of St. John's, Newfoundland, where Cartier, after making his report to Roberval, was desired to return with the outward-bound expedition to Canada. Foreseeing the failure of the undertaking, or, as some have alleged, unwilling to allow another to participate in the credit of his discoveries, Cartier disobeyed the orders of his superior officer. Various accounts have been given of this transaction, according to some of which Cartier, to avoid detention or importunity, weighed anchor in the nighttime and set sail for France. Roberval resumed his voyage westward and by the close of July had ascended the St. Lawrence to Cap Rouge, where he at once established his colonists in the quarters recently vacated by Cartier. It is unnecessary to narrate in detail the incidents which transpired in connection with Roberval's expedition, as this proved a signal failure and produced no results of consequence to the future fortunes of the country. It is sufficient to state that, although Roberval himself was a man endowed with courage and perseverance, he found himself powerless to cope with the difficulties of his position, which included insubordination that could be repressed only by means of the gallows and other extreme modes of punishment, disease which carried off a quarter of his followers in the course of the ensuing winter, unsuccessful attempts at exploration attended with considerable loss of life, and finally famine, which reduced the surviving French to a state of abject dependence upon the natives for the salvation of their lives. Roberval had sent one of his vessels back to France with urgent demands for succor, but the king, instead of acceding to his petition, dispatched orders for him to return home. It is stated on somewhat doubtful authority that Cartier himself was deputed to bring home the relics of the expedition, and if so, this distinguished navigator must have made a fourth voyage out to the regions which he had been the first to make known to the world. Thus ended Roberval's abortive attempt to establish a French colony on the banks of the St. Lawrence. Of the principal actors in the scenes which have been described, but little remains to be recorded. Roberval, after having distinguished himself in the European wars carried on by Francis I, is stated to have fitted out another expedition in conjunction with his brother in the year 1549 for the purpose of making a second attempt to found a colony in Canada. But he and all with him perished at sea. The intrepid Cartier, by whose services in the Western Hemisphere so extensive an addition had been made to the dominions of the King of France, was suffered to retire into obscurity, and is supposed to have passed the remainder of his days on a small estate possessed by him in the neighborhood of his native place, Saint-Malo. The date of his decease is unknown. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Darkheath Lofton. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Mendoza settles Buenos Aires. A.D. 1535. Robert Southy. By the discovery in 1515 of the Rio de la Plata, River of Silver, the Spaniards opened for themselves a way to colonization in South America. The first explorer, Juan Diaz de Solis, was killed by the Indians on landing from the river. But in 1519, Magellan, while on his great voyage of circumnavigation, visited the Plata, and in 1526, Sebastian Cabot, in the service of Charles I of Spain, the Emperor Charles V, ascended the river to the junction of the Paraguay and the Paraná, both of which he then explored for a long distance. It was not long, however, before a somewhat extensive settlement in those parts was projected. Don Pedro Mendoza, a knight of Guadix Granada, one of the royal household, undertook the colonization of the country, and September 1st, 1534, he sailed from Sanlúcar. Mendoza had enriched himself at the sackage of Rome by the Constable de Bourbon in 1527. Ill-gotten wealth had been so often ill-expended as to have occasioned proverbs in all languages. The plunder of Rome did not satisfy him, and dreaming of other Mexicos and Cuscos, he obtained a grant of all the country from the River Plata to the Straits, to be his government, with permission to proceed across the continent to the South Sea. He undertook to carry out in 2 voyages, and within 2 years, 1,000 men, 100 horses, and stores for 1 year at his own expense, the king granting him the title of Adelantado, with 2,000 more from the fruits of the conquest in aid of his expenses. He was to build 3 fortresses, and be perpetual alcalde of the first. His heirs after him were to be first alguazils of the place where he fixed his residence, and after he had remained 3 years, he might transfer the task of completing the colonization and conquest either to his heir or any other person whom it might please him to appoint, and with it the privileges annexed, if within 2 years the king approved the choice. A king's ransom was now understood to belong to the crown, but as a further inducement, this prerogative was waived in favor of Mendoza and his soldiers, who were to share it, first having deduced the royal 5th and then a 6th. If, however, the king in question were slain in battle, half the spoils should go to the crown. These terms were made in wishful remembrance of the ransom of Atahualpa. He was to take with him a physician, an apothecary, and a surgeon, and especially 8 religioners. Life is lightly hazarded by those who have nothing more to stake, but that a man should, like Mendoza, stake such riches as would content the most desperate life gambler for his winnings is one of the many indications how generally and how strongly the contagious spirit of adventure was at that time prevailing. Mendoza had covenanted to carry 500 men in his first voyage. Such was his reputation, and such the ardor of going to the Silver River, that more adventurers offered than it was possible for him to take, and he accelerated his departure on account of the enormous expense which such a host occasioned. The force with which he set forth consisted of 11 ships and 800 men. So fine an armament had never yet sailed from Europe to America. But they who beheld this departure are said to have remarked that the service of the dead ought to be performed for the adventurers. They reached Rio de Janeiro after a prosperous voyage, and remained there a fortnight, during which time the Adelantado, being crippled by a contraction of the sinews, appointed Juan Osorio to command in his stead. Having made his arrangement, they proceeded to their place of destination, anchored at Isle St. Gabriel within the Plata, and then on its southern shore and beside a little river. There, Don Pedro de Mendoza laid the foundation of a town which, because of its healthy climate, he named Nuestra Senora de Buenos Aires, Our Lady of Good Air. It was not long before he was made jealous of Osorio by certain envious officers and, weakly lending ear to wicked accusations, he ordered them to fall upon him and kill him, then drag his body into the plaza or public marketplace and proclaim him a traitor. The murder was perpetrated, and thus was the expedition deprived of one who was described as an honest and generous good soldier. Experience had not yet taught the Spaniards that any large body of settlers in a land of savages must starve unless well supplied with food from other sources until they can raise it for themselves. The Carandis, who possessed the country round about this new settlement, were a wandering tribe who, in places where there was no water, quenched their thirst by eating a root which they called cardes, or by sucking the blood of the animals which they slew. About 3,000 of these savages had pitched their movable dwellings some 4 leagues from the spot which Mendoza had chosen for the site of his city. They were well pleased with their visitors, and during 14 days brought fish and meat to the camp. On the 15th day they failed, and Mendoza sent a few Spaniards to them to look for provisions, who came back empty-handed and wounded. Upon this, he ordered his brother Don Diego, with 300 soldiers and 30 horsemen, to storm their town and kill or take prisoner the whole horde. The Carandis had sent away their women and children, collected a body of allies, and were ready for the attack. Their weapons were bows and arrows and targes, stone-headed tridents about half the length of a lance. Against the horsemen they used a long thong, having a ball of stone at either end. With this they were wont to catch their game, throwing it with practiced aim at the legs of the animal it coiled round and brought it to the ground. In all former wars with the Indians, the horsemen had been the main strength and often the salvation of the Spaniards. This excellent mode of attack made them altogether useless. They could not defend themselves. The commander and 6 hidalgos were thrown and killed, and the whole body of horse must have been cut off if the rest had not fled in time and been protected by the infantry. About 20 foot soldiers were slain with targes, but it was not possible that these people, brave as they were, could stand against European weapons and such soldiers as the Spaniards. They gave way at last, leaving many of their brethren dead, but not a single prisoner. The conquerors found in their town plenty of flour, fish, what is called fish butter, which probably means inspissated oil, otter skins, and fishing nets. They left 100 men to fish with these nets, and the others returned to the camp. Mendoza was a wretched leader for such an expedition. He seems, improvidently, to have trusted to the natives for provision and to have quarreled with them unnecessarily. Very soon after his arrival, 6 ounces of bread had been the daily allowance. It was now reduced to 3 ounces of flour, and every 3rd day, of fish. They marked out the city and began a mud wall for its defense, the height of a lance and 3 feet thick. It was badly constructed. What was built up one day fell down the next. The soldiers had not as yet planned this part of their duties. A strong house was built within the circuit for the Adelantado. Meantime, their strength began to fail for want of food. Rats, snakes, and vermin of every eatable size were soon exterminated from the environs. 3 men stole a horse and ate it. They were tortured to make them confess the fact and then hanged for it. Their bodies were left upon the gallows, and in the night all the flesh below the waist was cut away. 1 man ate the corpse of his brother. Some murdered their messmates for the sake of receiving their rations as long as they could conceal their death by saying they were ill. The mortality was very great. Mendoza, seeing that all must perish if they remained here, sent George Lucian, one of his German or Flemish adventurers, up the river with 4 brigantines to seek for food. Whenever they came, the natives fled before them and burned what they could not carry away. Half the men were famished to death, and all must have perished if they had not fallen in with a tribe who gave them barely enough maize to support them during their return. The Carandis had not been dismayed by one defeat. They prevailed upon the Bartenes, the Sechuas, and the Timbuas to join them, and with a force which the besieged in their fear estimated at 23,000, thought it did not properly amount to 1/3 of that number, suddenly attacked the new city. The weapons which they used were not less ingeniously adapted to their present purpose than those which had proved so effectual against the horse. They are said to have had arrows which took fire at the point as soon as they were discharged, which were not extinguished until they had burned out, and which kindled whatever they touched. With these devilish instruments they set fire to the thatched huts of the settlers and consumed them all. The stone house of the Adelantado was the only dwelling which escaped destruction. At the same time, and with the same weapons, they attacked the ships and burned 4. The other 3 got to a safe distance in time and at length drove them off with their artillery. About 30 Spaniards were slain. The Adelantado now left a part of his diminished force in the ships to repair the settlement, giving them stores enough to keep them from starving for a year, which they were to eke out as best they could, he himself advancing up the river with the rest in the brigantines and smaller vessels. But he deputed his authority to Juan de Ayolas, being utterly unequal to the fatigue of command. In fact, he was, at this time, dying of the most loathsome and dreadful malady that human vices have ever yet brought upon human nature. About 84 leagues up the river, they came to an island inhabited by the Timbuas, who received them well. Mendoza presented their chief, Wasu, with a shirt, a red cap, an axe, and a few other trifles, in return for which he received fish and game enough to save the lives of his people. The tribe trusted wholly to fishing and to the chase for food. They used long canoes. The men were naked and ornamented both nostrils with stones. The women wore a cotton cloth from the waist to the knee, and cut beauty slashes in their faces. Here the Spaniards took up their abode, and named the place Buena Esperanza, signifying good hope. One Gonzalo Romero, who had been one of Cabot's people and had been living among the savages, joined them here. He told them they were large and rich settlements of the country, and it was thought advisable that Ayolas should proceed with the brigantines in search of them. Meantime, Mendoza, who was now become completely crippled, returned to Buenos Aires, where he found a great part of his people dead, and the survivors struggling with famine and every species of wretchedness. They were relieved by the arrival of Gonzalo Mendoza, who, at the beginning of their distresses, had been dispatched to the coast of Brazil in quest of supplies. Part of Cabot's people, after the destruction of his settlement, had sailed for Brazil and established themselves in a bay called Igua, 24 leagues from St. Vicente. There, they began to form plantations and continued 2 years on friendly terms with the adjoining natives and the Portuguese. Disputes then arose, and, according to the Castilian account, for no other remains, the Portuguese resolved to fall upon them and drive them out of the country. Of this they obtained intelligence, surprised the intended invaders, plundered the town of St. Vicente, and, being joined by some discontented Portuguese from that infant colony, sailed in 2 ships for the island of St. Catalina. There, these adventurers began a new settlement, but such was their restless spirit that, when Gonzalo Mendoza arrived there, they were easily persuaded to abandon the houses which they had just constructed, and the fields which were now beginning to afford them comfortable subsistence. And the whole colony, with their 2 ships, joined him and made for the Plata, to partake in the conquests and spoils of the Silver River. They brought a considerable supply of stores, and were themselves well armed and well supplied with ammunition. Some Brazilian Indians with their families accompanied them, and they themselves, being accustomed to the language and manners of the natives, were of the most essential service to the adventurers with whom they joined company. At sight of this seasonable relief, Mendoza returned thanks to God, shedding tears of joy. He waited a while in hopes of hearing good tidings from Ayolas, and at length sent Juan de Salazar with a second detachment in quest of him. His health grew daily worse, and his hopes fainter. He had lost his brother in this expedition, and expended above 40,000 ducats of his substance, nor did there appear much probability of any eventual success to reimburse him. So he determined to sail for Spain, leaving Francisco Royts to command at Buenos Aires, and appointing Ayola's governor if he should return, and Salazar in case of his death. His instructions were that, as soon as either of them should return, he was to examine what provisions were left, and allow no rations to any persons who could support themselves, nor to any women who were not employed in either washing or in some other such necessary service, that he should sink the ships or dispose of them in some other manner, and, if he thought fit, proceed across the continent to Peru, where, if he met with Pizarro and Almagro, he was to procure their friendship in the Adelantado's name, and if Almagro should be disposed to give him 150,000 ducats for a resignation of his government, as he had given to Pedro de Alvarado, he was to accept it, or even 100,000, unless it should appear more profitable not to close with such an offer. How strong must his hope of plunder have been after 4 years of continued disappointment and misery! Moreover, he charged his successor, if it should please God to give him any jewel or precious stone, not to omit sending it to him, as some help in his trouble. And he instructed him to form a settlement on the way to Peru, either upon the Paraguay or elsewhere, from whence tidings of his proceedings might be transmitted. Having left these directions, Mendoza embarked, still dreaming of gold and jewels. On the voyage, they were so distressed for provisions that he was obliged to kill a favorite bitch which had accompanied him through all his troubles. While he was eating this wretched meal, his senses failed him. He began to rave, and died in the course of 2 days. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Great Events of Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles E. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Founding of Jesuits, A.D. 1540, by Isaac Taylor. Toward the middle of the 16th century, definite utterance began to be given to a widespread feeling in the Church that the old monastic orders were no longer fulfilling their purpose. Suggestions of new orders were entertained by the Church authorities, and plans for their formation, not to supersede, but to supplement the old, began to assume shape. Meanwhile, an enthusiastic Spanish soldier, who had renounced the profession of arms, independently gathered about himself the nucleus of what was to become one of the most famous orders in the history of the Church. This organization, called the Company or Society of Jesus, but better known to many as the Order of Jesuits, owes its foundation primarily to Ignatius de Loyola Inigo Lopez de Recalde, who was born at the castle of Loyola, Guipúzcoa, Spain, in 1491. After being educated as a page at the court of Ferdinand, he joined the army and during his recovery from a wound received at Pamplona in 1521, he became imbued with spiritual ardor and dedicated himself to the service of the Virgin. Henceforth, the fiery Ignatius devoted himself to the pursuit and, as he believed, the purification of religion. In 1528, he entered the University of Paris, and there, with a few associates, in 1534 he projected the new religious order, which in 1540 was confirmed by the Pope. The constitution of the order and spiritual exercises were written by him in Spanish. The object of these comrades was to battle for the Church in that time of religious warfare, to stop the spread of heresy, and especially to stay the progress of Protestantism and win back those who had abandoned the old faith. Exempting themselves from the routine of monastic duties, the members of the new order were to have freedom for preaching, hearing confessions, and educating the young. After considering and abandoning various plans for work abroad, the band of fathers at last decided to devote themselves to serving the Church within its own domains, and the first step was a visit of some members of the fraternity to Rome for the purpose of obtaining papal confirmation. Loyola himself, with his chosen colleagues, Faber and Lainez, undertook the mission to Rome, while the 8 others were to disperse themselves throughout northern Italy, and especially to gain a footing, if they could, and to acquire influence at those seats of learning where the youth of Italy were to be met with, such as Padua, Ferrara, Bologna, Siena, and Vicenza. Surprising effects resulted, it is said, from these labors, but we turn toward the 3 fathers, Ignatius, Lainez, and Faber, who were now making their way on foot to Rome. If Loyola's course of secular study, and if his various engagements as evangelist and as chief of a society, had at all chilled his devotional ardor or had drawn his thoughts away from the unseen world, this fervor and this upward direction of the mind now returned to him in full force. We are assured that, on this pilgrimage, and through favor of the Virgin, his days and nights were passed in a sort of continuous ecstasy. As they drew toward the city, and while upon the Siena road, he turned aside to a chapel, then in a ruinous condition, and which he entered alone. Here ecstasy became more ecstatic still, and, in a trance, he believed himself very distinctly to see him, whom, as Holy Scripture affirms, no man hath seen at any time. By the side of this vision of the invisible appeared Jesus, bearing a huge cross. The Father presents Ignatius to the Son, who utters the words so full of meaning, "I will be favorable to you at Rome." It is no agreeable task thus to compromise the awful realities of religion, and thus to perplex the distinctions which a religious mind wishes to observe between truth and illusion. Yet it seems inevitable to narrate that which comes before us, as an integral and important portion of the history we have to do with. And yet incidents such as these, while they would be very often from availing to bring us over as converts to the system, which they are supposed supernaturally to authenticate, need not generate any extreme revulsion of feeling in an opposite direction. Good men, ill-trained, or trained under a system which to so great an extent is factitious, demand from us often, we do not say that, which an enlightened Christian charity does not include, but as something which is logically distinguishable from it. We mean a philosophic habit of mind, accustomed to deal with human nature, and with its wonderful inconsistencies on the broadest principles. Some diversities of language present themselves in the narratives that have come down to us of this vision, in that which, perhaps, is worthy of the most regard. The phraseology is such as to suggest the belief that its exact meaning should not easily be gathered from the words. Loyola had asked of the Blessed Virgin, "Et iam cum filio suo poneret." And during this trance, this request, whatever it might mean, was manifestly granted. From this vision, and from the memorable words, "Ego vobis, Romi propitiis ero," the society may be said to have taken its formal commencement, and to have drawn its appellation. Henceforward, it was the Society of Jesus, for its founder, introduced to the Son of God by the Eternal Father, had been orally assured of the divine favor consequent upon this present visit to Rome. Here, then, we have exposed to our view the inner economy or divine machinery of the Jesuit Institute. The Mother of God is the primary mediatrix. The Father, at her intercession, obtains for the founder an auspicious audience of the Son, and the Son authenticates the use to be made of his name in this instance, and so it is that the inchoate order is to be the Society of Jesus. An inquiry, to which in fact no certain reply could be given, obtrudes itself upon the mind on an occasion like this, namely, how far the infidelity and atheism which pervaded Europe in the next and the following century sprung directly out of profanation such as this. Merely to narrate them, and to do so in the briefest manner, does violence to every genuine sentiment of piety. What must have been the effect produced upon frivolous and skeptical tempers, when with sedulous art such things were put forward as solemn verities not to be distinguished from the primary truths of religion, and entitled to the same reverential regard in our minds. Loyola, although thus warranted, as he thought, in assuming for his order so peculiar and exclusive a designation, used a discreet reserve at the first in bringing it forward, lest he should wound the self-love of rival bodies, or seem to be challenging for his company a superiority over other religious orders. So much caution as this his experience would naturally suggest to him, and that he felt the need of it, is indicated by what he is reported to have said as he entered Rome, although the words so recently pronounced still sounded in his ear. Ego vobis Romi propitius ero. Yet, as he set foot within the city, he turned to his companions and said, with a solemn significance of tone, "I see the window shut," meaning that they should there meet such opposition and find occasion for the exercise of prudence and of patient endurance of sufferings, of prudence not less than of patience. But while care was to be taken not to draw towards themselves the envious or suspicious regards of the religious orders or of ecclesiastical potentates, there was even a more urgent need of discretion in avoiding those occasions of scandal which might spring from their undertaking the cure of the souls of the other sex. Into what jeopardy of their saintly reputation had certain eminent men fallen in this very manner, and how narrowly had they escaped the heaviest imputations. The fathers were not to be taken upon themselves the office of confessors to women. Nisi essent admonium illustris, that the risk must necessarily be less, or that there would be none in the instance of ladies of high rank, is not conspicuously certain. But if not, what were those special motives which should warrant the fathers in incurring this peril in such cases? Mere Christian charity would undoubtedly impel a man to meet danger for the welfare of the soul of a poor sempstress, as readily as for that of a duchess or the mistress of a monarch. If, therefore, the peril is to be braved in the one case, which ought to be evaded in the other, there must be present some motive of which Christian charity knows nothing. So acutely alive was Loyola to the evils that might spring to his order from this source, that we find him at a later period not merely rejecting ladies, ad modium illustris, but beating the Pope and the cardinals, and glaringly contravening his own vow of unconditional obedience to the Vicar of Christ, rather than give way to the solicitations of fair and noble penitents. Soon after the arrival of the three, i.e., Loyola, Faber, and Lainez, at Rome in the year 1537, they obtained an audience of the Pope, who welcomed their return and gave anew his sanction to their endeavors. Faber and Lainez received appointments as theological professors in the gymnasium, while Loyola addressed himself wholly to the care of souls and to the reform of abuses. To several persons of distinction and to some dignitaries of the Church, he administered the discipline of the spiritual exercises, they, for this purpose, withdrawing to solitudes in the neighborhood of Rome, where they were daily conversed with and instructed by himself. At the same time, he labored in hospitals, schools, and private houses to induce repentance and to cherish the languishing piety of those who would listen to him. Among such, who fully surrendered their souls to his guidance, were the Spanish procurator, Peter Ortiz, and Cardinal Gaspar Cartarini, both of whom were led by him into a course of fervent devotion in which they persisted, and they, moreover, continued to use their powerful influence in favor of the infant society. The pulpits of many of the churches in the several cities where the fathers had stationed themselves, and some in Rome, have been open to their use, and the energy and the freshness of their eloquence affected the popular mind in an extraordinary manner. Sometimes, indeed, they brought upon themselves violent opposition, but in more frequent instances their zeal and patient assiduity triumphing over prejudice, jealousy, ecclesiastical inertness, and voluptuousness. The tide of feeling set in with this new impulse, and a commencement was effectively made of that Catholic revival which spread itself throughout southern Europe, turned back the Reformation wave, saved the papacy, and secured for Christendom the still needed antagonist influence of the Romish and of the Reformed systems of doctrine, worship, and polity. At Rome, Loyola, by his personal exertions, effected great reforms in liturgical services, induced a more frequent and devout attention to the sacraments of confession and the Eucharist, established and promoted the catechetical instruction of youth, and, in a word, restored to Romanism much of its vitality. The author and mover of so much healthful change did not escape the persecutions that are the lot of reformers. Such trials Loyola encountered and passed through triumphantly, so we are assured. But in listening to the Jesuit writers, when telling their own story, where the credit of the order and the reputation of its founder are deeply implicated, it is with reservation that we follow them. So fearful a storm, yet a storm long before decried, it is said, by Loyola, fell suddenly upon him and his colleagues, that it seemed as if the infant society could by no means resist the impetuous torrent that assailed it. The populace, as well as persons in authority, suddenly gave heed to rumors most startling, which came in at once from Spain, from France, and from the north of Italy, and the purport of which was to throw upon the fathers the most grievous imputations affecting their personal character, as well as their doctrine. These men were reported to be heretics, Lutherans in disguise, seducers of youth, and men of flagitious life. The author or secret mover of this assault is said to have been a Piedmontese monk of the Augustinian order, himself a secret favorer of the Lutheran heresy and a tool of Satan, and who at last, throwing off the mask, avowed himself a Lutheran. This man, for the purpose of diverting from himself the suspicions of which his mode of preaching had made him the object at Rome, raised this outcry against Loyola and his companions, affirming of them slanderously and falsely what was quite true as to himself. The Pope and the court having been absent for some time from Rome, this disguised heresiarch had seized the opportunity for gaining the ear of the populace by inveighing against the vices of ecclesiastics, and insinuating opinions to which he gave a color of truth by citations from Scripture and the early fathers. Two of Loyola's colleagues, Saint-Méran and Lainez, who in their passage through Germany had become skilled in detecting Lutheran gravity, were deputed to listen to this noisy preacher. They did so, and reported that the audacious man was, under some disguise of terms, broaching rank Lutheranism in the very heart of Rome. Loyola, however, determined to treat the heresiarch courteously, and therefore sent him privately an admonition to abstain from a course which occasioned so much scandal, and which could not but inflict Catholic ears. The preacher took fire at this remonstrance, and openly attacked those who had dared thus to rebuke him. Thus attacked, Loyola and his colleagues on their side loudly maintained the great points of Catholic doctrine impugned by this preacher, such as the merit and necessity of good works, the validity of religious vows, and the supreme authority of the Church, and in consequence it became extremely difficult on his part to ward off the imputation of Lutheranism, or to make it appear that he was anything else than a self-condemned heretic. He, however, so far commanded the popular mind that he maintained his reputation and his influence, and actually succeeded in rendering his accusers the objects of almost universal suspicion or hatred. Their powerful friends forsook them. All stood aloof, or all but a Spaniard named Garzonio, who, having lodged Loyola and some of his companions under his roof, knew well their soundness in the faith and their personal piety. Through his timely intervention, the Cardinal Dean of the Sacred College was induced to inform himself by a personal interview of their doctrine and life. This dignitary was satisfied, and more than satisfied, of the innocence and piety of the fathers. Nevertheless, Loyola, looking far forward, and knowing well what detriment to his order might arise in remote quarters from slanders not authoritatively refuted and disallowed, demanded to be confronted with his accusers before the ecclesiastical authorities. He would be content with no vague and irregular expression of approval. He would accept no half acquittal. He sought, and at length obtained, an official exculpation in the amplest terms, with an acknowledgment of his orthodoxy on the part of the highest authority on earth. And this was granted under circumstances that gave it universal notoriety. In court, the principal witness was confounded by proof, under his own hand, of the falseness of the allegation he had advanced, and at the same time, testimonials from the highest quarters in favor of the fathers, severally and individually, arrived opportunely. In a word, the society in this early and signal instance triumphed over its assailants, and thenceforward it occupied a position the most lofty and commanding in the view of the Catholic world. Loyola and his colleagues saw the ruin of their adversaries, two of whom, falling into the hands of the inquisitors, were burned as heretics. The time was now come for effecting a permanent organization of the society, and for installing a chief at its head. With these purposes in view, Loyola summoned his colleagues to Rome from the cities of Italy where they were severally laboring. The fathers being assembled, he commended to them anew the proposal which they had already accepted, but which he seemed anxious to fix irrevocably upon their consciences by often repeated challenges of the most solemn kind. To impart the more solemnity to this repetition of their mutual engagements, and to preclude by all means the possibility of retraction, he advised that several days should be devoted to preliminary prayer and fasting, during which season each should, with an absolute surrender of himself to the will of God, await passively the manifestation of that will. Heaven, said Loyola to his companions, heaven has forbidden Palestine to our zeal. Nevertheless, that zeal burns with increasing intensity from day to day. Should we not hence infer that God has called us, not indeed to undertake the conversion of one nation or of a country, but of all the people and of all the kingdoms of the world? Such was the founder's profession and such the limits of his ambition. This spiritual mechanism which he had devised and which he was now putting in movement intends nothing that is partial or circumscribed. Its very purport is universality. It is absolutism carried out until it has embraced the human family and has brought every human spirit into its toils. But so small a band could hope for no success that should be indicative of ultimate triumph unless they would surrender themselves individually to a common will, which should be to each of them as the will of God, articulately pronounced. After renewing, therefore, the vows of poverty, of chastity, and of unconditional obedience to the Pope, the fathers assented to the proposal that one of their number should, by the suffrages of all, be constituted the superior or general of the order, and as such be invested with an authority as absolute as it was possible for man to exercise or for men to submit to, yet to whose hand should be assigned, and for life, this irresponsible power over the bodies, souls, and understandings of his companions. It had not been until after a lengthened preparation of fasting, prayer, and night watching that a resolution so appalling had been formed. Yet it was easier to consent to the proposal, abstractedly placed before them, than to yield themselves to all its undefined and irrevocable consequences, when the awful surrender of what is most precious to man, his individuality, was to be made, not to a chief unnamed, but to this or that one among themselves. To whose hands could the 10 consign the irresponsible disposal of their souls and bodies? They had, however, already advanced too far to recede. They had, as they believed, in humble imitation of Christ the Lord, offered themselves as a living sacrifice to God, so far as concerned the body, by the vow of poverty and the vow of chastity. They had thus immolated the flesh, and had reserved to themselves nothing of worldly possessions, nothing of earthly solaces. All had been laid upon the altar. They had, moreover, professed their willingness to deposit there their very souls. The vow of unconditional obedience, as thus understood, was a holocaust of the immortal well-being. Each now, as an offering acceptable to God, was to pawn his interest in time and eternity, putting the pledge into the hands of one to be chosen by themselves. It was debated whether this absolute power should be conferred upon the holder of it for life, or for a term of years only, and whether in the fullest sense it should be without conditions, or whether it should be limited by constitutional forms. At length, however, the election of a general for life was assented to, and especially for this reason, and it is well to note it, that the new society had been devised and formed for the very purpose of carrying forward vast designs which must demand a long course of years for their development and execution, and that no one, who must look forward to the probable termination of his generalship at the expiration of a few years, could be expected to undertake or to prosecute with energy any such far-reaching project. On the contrary, he should be allowed to believe that the limits of his life alone need be thought of as bounding his holy ambition. Provisions were made, however, for holding some sort of control over the individual to whom so much power was to be entrusted. The actual election of Loyola to the generalship did not formally take place until after the time when the order had received pontifical authentication. Meantime, all implicitly regarded him as their master. From him emanated the acts of the body, and to him was assigned the task, aided by Linnaeus, of preparing what should be the constitutions of the society. During the interval between the concerted organization of the order and the formal recognition of Loyola as the general, he found several occasions highly favorable for extending and for enhancing his influence, as well among the common people as among ecclesiastical dignitaries. One such opportunity was afforded soon after the above-mentioned exculpation of the fathers by the occurrence of a famine during an unusually severe winter. The streets of Rome presented the spectacle of hundreds of half-naked and starving wretches who fruitlessly implored aid or who silently expired unaided. Loyola and his colleagues, themselves subsisting from day to day on alms, felt often, we are told, the nip of hunger. Yet they needed no incitement which these scenes of woe did not spontaneously supply. They were at once alive to the claims of humanity and to the requirements of Christian duty. They begged for the perishing, took them to such shelter as was at their command, carefully and tenderly ministered to the sick, and, withal, used the advantage which these offices of kindness afforded them for purposes of religious instruction. Hundreds, rescued from death through cold and hunger, were thus brought to repentance on the path which the Church prescribes. A great impression in favor of the Jesuit fathers was made upon all classes by this course of conduct. In humanity, self-denying assiduity, and Christian zeal, they had immeasurably surpassed any who might have pretended rivalry with them. It was now, therefore, that Loyola sought from the pontiff that formal recognition which his personal assurances of regard and approval seemed to show he could not refuse. Paul III was, however, cautious in this instance, and seemed unwilling to commit himself and the Church at this critical moment, except so far as he knew himself to be supported by the feeling and opinion of those of the cardinals whom he most regarded. He referred Loyola's petition to 3 of them. The first of these was Bartholomew Guidiccioni, who had often declared himself to be decisively opposed to the multiplication of religious orders. The Church, he thought, had too many of these excrescences already, and, instead of adding another to the number, he would gladly have reduced them all to 4. His 2 colleagues were easily induced to concur with him in this opinion, and thus it appeared as if the infant society, notwithstanding the advances it had lately made in securing the good opinion of persons of high rank, as well as in winning popular applause, was little likely to receive what was indispensable to its permanent establishment, a papal bull in its favor. Personally, however, the Pope did not conceal his cordial feeling toward Loyola and his companions. He seems to have perceived clearly that these men, resolute in their punctilious adherence to the doctrine and ritual of the Church, and committed by the most solemn engagements to its service, deep-purposed as they were, full of a well-governed energy, resolute in the performance of the most arduous duties, and, moreover, highly accomplished in secular and sacred learning, were the very instruments which the Church had need of in this crisis of its fate. Northern Europe was irrevocably lost. Germany and Switzerland were held to Catholicism at points only, while France and northern Italy were listening to the seductions of heresy. Scarcely could it be said, even of Spain, that it was clear of the same infection. The Church ought then, at such a moment, to embrace cordially and by all means of favor the efforts of men like Loyola and his distinguished companions. It was with this feeling that Paul III, while held back by his advisers from the course he would have adopted, went as far as he could in promoting and extending the influence of the society. At the same moment, application had been made, on the part of several potentates, for the services of the fathers, who had already gained a high reputation at the courts near to which they had exercised their ministry. It was seen and understood by princes that these were the men, and these almost alone, to whom might be confided those arduous tasks which the perils of the time continually presented. None so well furnished as these fathers, none so self-denying and laborious, none so uncompromising in the maintenance of their principles. They were, therefore, dispatched in various directions, and with the papal sanction to undertake offices more or less spiritual, and in some instances purely secular. It was thus that a commencement was made in that course which has thrown unlimited power into the hands of the society, and which again has brought upon it suspicion, hatred, and reiterated ruin. But the most noted of these appointments was that which, in sending as by an accident Francis Xavier to India, detached from the Jesuit society the man who, had he remained at home, must have imparted his own character to its constitutions, and have guided its movements, and who probably would have dislodged Loyola from the generalship, and have held Lainez and Faber in a subordinate position. Not merely did Xavier's departure allow Jesuitism to take its form from the hands of these 3, but it conferred upon the society from a very early date the incalculable advantage of that reflected power and reputation which the Indian mission secured for it. Xavier's apostleship in the East, with its real and with its romantic and exaggerated glories, was a fund upon which the society at home allowed itself to draw without limit. If it be admitted that Xavier effected something real for Christianity in pagan India, it may be affirmed that he accomplished at the same time, though indirectly, far more for Jesuitism throughout Europe. This course of events, so signal in its consequences as favoring the development and rapid extension of the Jesuit scheme throughout Christendom, and which yet could not be attributed to any forethought or machination on the part of Loyola, is well deserving of a distinct notice. The train of circumstances, as related and affirmed by the Jesuit writers, excludes the supposition of its taking its rise in any plot or intention. John III of Portugal, a religious prince, had long entertained the project of stretching the empire of the Church over those regions which his valiant and enterprising people were subjecting to his secular sway. In modern phraseology, he piously desired to consecrate his military triumphs in the East by spreading the gospel among the subjugated heathen. His royal wish and intention had become known to Loyola's friend Gouveia, who wrote to him from Paris on the subject. This letter was as a spark at contact with which Loyola's zeal burst forth in a flame. He replied, however, that as he and his companions had now solemnly surrendered themselves to the absolute and unconditional disposal of the Vicar of Christ, they could attempt nothing spontaneously. It is easy to imagine how speedily this declaration, conveyed to Gouveia, would produce its effect, would come round to its destination, and would assume the form of a pontifical injunction addressed to Loyola to dispatch some of the fathers to the court of John, there to await the pleasure of so religious a prince. 6 missionaries had been asked for. Loyola, with the consent of the Pope, assigned 2, Rodriguez and Bobadilla, to his service. The latter, however, falling ill, so it is affirmed, Francis Xavier was appointed in his place. Xavier, it is said, leaped for joy when summoned at a moment to set out toward Portugal commissioned to convert India to the Christian faith. A few hours sufficed for his preparations. By noon of the next day he had sewed the tatters of his attire with his own hand, had packed his bundle, had bid adieu to his friends, and was forward on the road to Lisbon. Upon this desperate enterprise he set forward with his eye steadily fixed upon objects far more remote and more dazzling than the sunny plains of Hindostan. The immeasurable difficulty of his mission was to him its excitement. Its dangers brightened in his view into martyrdom. Its toils were to be his ease, its privations his solace, and despair the aliment of his hope. But at this initial point of his course we must take leave of Francis Xavier, the Prince of Missionaries. Bobadilla, with Loyola's consent, remained in Portugal, where his zeal found scope enough. At length, but it does not appear in what manner this change of opinion had been brought about, Cardinal Guidiccioni professed himself favorable to the suit of Loyola, probably an enhanced conviction that the Roman hierarchy was encountering a peril which called for extraordinary measures, and that the new order was likely to meet the occasion, had prevailed over considerations less urgent and of a more general kind. This opponent gained, no obstacle remained to be overcome. On October 3, 1540, or September 27th, was issued the bull which gave ecclesiastical existence to the new order under the name of the Company of Jesus. At the first, the society was forbidden to admit more than 60 professed members, but 3 years later, Another bull removed entirely this restriction. The time was now come when the decisive step must be taken which should enable the new institute to realize its intention, which should render Jesuitism indeed. This was the election of a chief, individually, who thenceforward should be absolute lord of the bodies and souls, the will and well-being of all the members. Until this election should be made and ratified, the society was a project only. It would then become a dread reality. Those of the fathers who could leave their functions at foreign courts, and these were 3 only, were summoned to Rome. Those who could not attend there sent forward their votes. But in what manner are we to deal with the account that is presented to us of that which took place on this occasion? How is it to be made to consist either with the straightforwardness and simplicity of intention that are the characteristics of great and noble natures, or how with those maxims of guilelessness which Christianity so much approves? The problem admits of only a partial and unsatisfactory solution, nor can we advance even so far as this, unless we make a very large allowance in favor of Loyola personally, on the ground of the ill influence of the system within which he had received his moral and religious training. He conducted himself after the fashion of his church. This must be his apology. It was he, unquestionably, who had conceived the primary idea of the society. He was author of the book which constitutes its germ and law, the Spiritual Exercises. He had been principal in digesting the constitutions or actual code of the society. It was he, individually, whom the others had always regarded as their leader and teacher. His personal influence was the cement which held the parts in union. It was Loyola who, while his colleagues dispersed themselves throughout Europe, remained in Rome, there to manage the common interests of all, and to carry forward those negotiations with the papal court which were of vital importance and of the highest difficulty. In a word, it was he who had convoked this meeting to elect a chief and who asked the proxies of the absent. Are we then to believe that this bold spirit, this far-seeing mind, this astute, inventive, and politic Ignatius, born to rule other minds, and able always to subjugate his own will, that this contriver of a despotism, after having carried the principle of unconditional obedience, and after having won the consent of his companions to the proposal that their master should be their master for life, are we to believe that he never imagined it as probable, much less wished, that the choice of his compeers should fall upon himself, or that he had peremptorily resolved in such a case to reject the preferred sovereignty? Surely those writers, the champions of the society, use us cruelly who demand that we should believe so much as this. Leger, Brouet, Lainez, and Loyola were those who personally appeared on this occasion. The absent members sent their votes in sealed letters, 3 days having passed in prayer and silence. The 4 assembled on the 4th day, when the votes were ascertained. All but Loyola's own were in his favor. He voted for the one who should carry the majority of votes. Loyola, we are told, was in an equal degree distressed and amazed in discovering what was in the minds of his colleagues. He, indeed, to be general of the Society of Jesus. How strange and preposterous a supposition! Positively he could think of no such thing. What a life had he led before his conversion! How abounding in weaknesses had been his course since! How could he aspire to rule others who so poorly could rule himself? Days of prayer must yet be devoted to the purpose of imploring the divine aid and directing the minds of all toward one who should indeed be qualified for so arduous an office. At the end of this term, Loyola was a second time elected, and again refused to comply with the wishes of his friends. He would barely admit their importunities. They could scarcely bring themselves to listen to his contrary reasons. Time passed on, and there seemed a danger lest the society should go adrift upon the rocks, even in its first attempt to reach deep water. At length, Loyola agreed to submit himself to the direction of his confessor. He might thus, perhaps, find it possible to thrust himself through his scruples by the loophole of passive obedience, for he already held himself bound to comply with the injunctions of his spiritual guide, be that what they might. This good man, therefore, a Father Theodosius of the Communion of Minor Brethren, is constituted arbiter of the destinies of the Society of Jesus. To his ear, Loyola confides all the reasons, irresistible as they were, which forbade his compliance with the will of his friends. The confessor listens patiently to the long argument, but sets the whole of it at naught. In a word, he declares that Loyola, in declining the preferred generalship, is fighting against God. Further resistance would have been a flagrant impiety. The installation of the general was carried forward in a course of services held in the 7 principal churches of Rome, and with extraordinary solemnity in the Church of St. Paul without the city, April 23, 1541. On this occasion, the vows of perpetual poverty, chastity, and obedience were renewed before the altar of the Virgin, where Loyola administered the communion to his brethren, they having vowed absolute obedience to him, and he the same to the Pope. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Murphy. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. De Soto discovers the Mississippi, A.D. 1541. John S. C. Abbott. From the eastern coast of Florida, the Spaniards made early explorations of the interior until they reached the Mississippi River. Florida, which was discovered by Juan Ponce de Leon in 1513, was soon visited by other voyagers, and in 1528 Panfilo Narvaez made a disastrous march into the forest. One survivor of his party, Cabeza de Vaca, afterward crossed the Mississippi, near the site of Memphis, and made his way to the Spanish settlements in Mexico. Still, the vast Florida region was unexplored, but in 1539, Hernando de Soto, the companion of Pizarro in the conquest of Peru, 1532, landed with upward of 600 men at what is now called Tampa Bay on the west coast, in search of the fabulous wealth believed to await him. For month after month and year after year, the procession of priests and cavaliers, crossbowmen, arquebusiers, and Indian captives laden with the baggage wandered on through wild and boundless waste, lured hither and thither by the ignis fatuus of their hopes. Through untold hardships, increased by fierce battles with the Indians, they traversed wide regions now embraced in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, reaching the great river probably in the spring of 1541, and still looking for the phantom El Dorado. De Soto directed his footsteps in a westerly direction, carefully avoiding an approach to the sea, lest his troops should rise in mutiny, send for the ships, and escape from the ill-starred enterprise. This certainly indicates, under the circumstances, an unsound, if not a deranged mind. For 4 days the troops toiled along through a dismal region, uninhabited and encumbered with tangled forest and almost impassable swamps. At length they came to a small village called Chisca, upon the banks of the most majestic stream they had yet discovered. Sublimely, the mighty flood, 1.5 miles in width, rolled by them. The current was rapid, and bore upon its bosom a vast amount of trees, logs, and driftwood, showing that its sources must be hundreds of leagues far away in the unknown interior. This was the mighty Mississippi, the father of waters. The Indians at that point called it Chicagua. Its source and its embouchure were alike unknown to De Soto. Little was he then aware of the magnitude of the discovery he had made. De Soto, says Irving, was the first European who looked out upon the turbid waters of this magnificent river, and that event has surely enrolled his name among those who will ever live in American history than if he had discovered mines of silver and gold. The Spaniards had reached the river after a 4 days' march through an unpeopled wilderness. The Indians of Chisca knew nothing of their approach and probably had never heard of their being in the country. The tribe inhabiting the region of which Chisca was the metropolis was by no means as formidable as many whom they had already encountered. The dwelling of the cacique stood on a large artificial mound from 18 to 20 feet in height. It was ascended by 2 ladders, which could of course be easily drawn up, leaving the royal family thus quite isolated from the people below. Chisca, the chieftain, was far advanced in years, a feeble, emaciated old man of very diminutive stature. In the days of his prime he had been a renowned warrior. Hearing of the arrival of the Spaniards, he was disposed to regard them as enemies, and, seizing his tomahawk, he was eager to descend from his castle and lead his warriors to battle. The contradictory statements are made that De Soto, weary of the harassing warfare of winter, was very anxious to secure the friendship of these Indians. Unless he were crazed, it must have been so, for there was absolutely nothing to be gained, but everything to be imperiled, by war. On the other hand, it is said that the moment the Spaniards descried the village, they rushed into it, plundering the houses, seizing men and women as captives. Both statements may have been partially true. It is not improbable that the disorderly troops of De Soto, to his great regret, were guilty of some outrages, while he personally might have been intensely anxious to repress this violence and cultivate only friendly relations with the natives. But whatever may have been the hostile or friendly attitude assumed by the Spaniards, it is admitted that the cacique was disposed to wage war against the newcomers. The more prudent of his warriors urged that he should delay his attack upon them until he had made such preparations as would secure successful results. "It will be best first," said they, "to assemble all the warriors of our nation, for these men are well armed. In the meantime, let us pretend friendship, and not provoke an attack until we're strong enough to be sure of victory." The irascible old chief was willing only partially to listen to this advice. He delayed the conflict, but did not disguise his hostility. De Soto sent to him a very kindly message, declaring that he came in peace, and wished only for an unmolested march through his country. The cacique returned an angry reply, refusing all courteous intercourse. The Spaniards had been but 3 hours in the village when, to their surprise, they perceived an army of 4,000 warriors, thoroughly prepared for battle, gathered around the mound upon which was reared the dwelling of their chief. If so many warriors could be assembled in so short a time, they feared there must be a larger number in reserve who could soon be drawn in. The Spaniards, in their long marches and many battles, had dwindled away less than 500 men. 4,000 against 500 were fearful odds, and yet the number of their foes might speedily be doubled or even quadrupled. In addition to this, the plains around the city were exceedingly unfavorable for the movements of the Spanish army, while they presented great advantages to the nimble-footed natives, for their region was covered with forest, sluggish streams, and bogs. By great exertions, De Soto succeeded in effecting a sort of compromise. The cacique consented to allow the Spaniards to remain for 6 days in the village to nurse the sick and the wounded. Food was to be furnished them by the cacique. At the end of 6 days, the Spaniards were to leave, abstaining entirely from pillage, from injuring the crops, and from all other acts of violence. The cacique and all the inhabitants of the village abandoned the place, leaving it to the sole occupancy of the Spaniards. April, in that sunny clime, was mild as genial summer. The natives, with their simple habits, probably found little inconvenience in encamping in the groves around. On the last day of his stay, De Soto obtained permission to visit the cacique. He thanked the chief cordially for his hospitality, and, taking an affectionate leave, continued his journey into the unknown regions beyond. Ascending the tortuous windings of the river on the eastern bank, the Spaniards found themselves, for 4 days, in almost impenetrable thickets, where there were no signs of inhabitants. At length they came to quite an opening in the forest. A treeless plain, waving with grass, spread far and wide around them. The Mississippi River here was about half a league in width. On the opposite bank large numbers of Indians were seen, many of them warriors in battle array, while a fleet of canoes lined the shore. De Soto decided, for some unexplained reason, to cross the river at that point, though it was evident that the Indians had in some way received tidings of his approach and were assembled there to dispute his passage. The natives could easily cross the river in their canoes, but they would hardly venture to attack the Spaniards upon the open plain, where there was such a fine opportunity for the charges of their cavalry. Here De Soto encamped for 20 days, while all who could handle tools were employed in building 4 large flatboats for the transportation of the troops across the stream. On the second day of the encampment, several natives, from some tribe disposed to be friendly, on the eastern side of the river visited the Spaniards. With very much ceremony of bowing and semi-barbaric parade, they approached De Soto and informed him that they were commissioned by their chief to bid him welcome to his territory, and to assure him of his friendly services. De Soto, much gratified by this message, received the envoys with the greatest kindness, and dismissed them highly pleased with their reception. Though this chief sent De Soto repeated messages of kindness, he did not himself visit the Spanish camp, the alleged reason being, and perhaps the true one, that he was on a sick bed. He, however, sent large numbers of his subjects with supplies of food, and to assist the Spaniards in drawing the timber to construct their barges. The hostile Indians on the opposite bank frequently crossed in their canoes, and attacking small bands of workmen, showered upon them volleys of arrows, and fled again to their boats. One day the Spaniards, while at work, saw 200 canoes filled with natives, in one united squadron, descending the river. It was a beautiful sight to witness this fleet, crowded with decorated and plumed warriors, their paddles, ornaments, and burnished weapons flashing in the sunlight. They came in true military style, several warriors standing at the bow and stern of each boat, with large shields of buffalo hide on their left arms, and with bows and arrows in their hands. De Soto advanced to the shore to meet them, where he stood surrounded by his staff. The royal barge containing the chief paddled with a few rods of the bank. The cacique then rose and addressed De Soto in words which, translated by the interpreter, were as follows: "I am informed that you are the envoy of the most powerful monarch of the globe. I have come to proffer to you friendship and homage, and to assure you of my assistance in any way in which I can be of service." De Soto thanked him heartily for his offer, and entreated him to land, assuring him that he should meet only with the kindest reception. The boats immediately returned for another load. Rapidly they passed to and fro, and the whole army was transported to the western bank of the Mississippi. The point where De Soto and his army crossed, it is supposed, was at what is called the lowest Chickasaw Bluff. The river in this place, says the Portuguese narrative, was 1.5 miles in breadth, so that a man standing still could scarcely be discerned from the opposite shore. It was of great depth, of wonderful rapidity, and very turbid, and was always filled with floating trees and timber carried down by the forces of the current. The army having all crossed, the boats were broken up, as usual, to preserve the nails. It would seem that the hostile Indians had all vanished, for the Spaniards advanced 4 days in a westerly direction, through an uninhabited wilderness, encountering no opposition. On the 5th day they toiled up a heavy swell of land, from whose summit they discerned, in a valley on the other side, a large village of about 400 dwellings. It was situated on the fertile banks of a stream, which is supposed to have been the St. Francis. The extended valley, watered by this river, presented a lovely view as far as the eye could reach, with luxuriant fields of Indian corn, and with groves of fruit and trees. The natives had received some intimation of the approach of the Spaniards, and in friendly crowds gathered around them, offering food and the occupancy of their houses. 2 of the highest chieftains subordinate to the cacique soon came, with an imposing train of warriors, bearing a welcome from their chief and the offer of his services. De Soto received them with the utmost courtesy, and in the interchange of these friendly offices both Spaniards and natives became alike pleased with each other. The adventurers remained in this village for 6 days, finding abundant food for themselves and their horses, and experiencing in the friendship and hospitality of the natives joys which certainly never were found in the horrors of war. The province was called by the name of Kaski, and was probably the same as that occupied by the Kaskaskia Indians. Upon commencing anew their march, they passed through a populous and well-cultivated country, where peace, prosperity, and abundance seemed to reign. In 2 days, having journeyed about 20 miles up the western bank of the Mississippi, they approached the chief town of the province, where the cacique lived. It was situated, as is supposed, in the region now called Little Prairie, in the extreme southern part of the state of Missouri, not far from New Madrid. Here they found the hospitable hands of the cacique and his people extended to greet them. The residence of the chief stood upon a broad artificial mound, sufficiently capacious for 12 or 13 houses, which were occupied by his numerous family and attendants. He made De Soto a present of a rich fur mantle, and invited him, with his suite, to occupy the royal dwellings for their residence. De Soto politely declined this offer, as he was unwilling thus to incommode his kind entertainer. He, however, accepted the accommodation of several houses in the village. The remainder of the army were lodged in exceedingly pleasant bowers, skilfully and very expeditiously constructed by the natives of bark and the green boughs of trees outside the village. It was now the month of May. The weather was intensely hot, and these rustic bowers were found to be refreshingly cool and grateful. The name of the friendly chief was Cosquin. Here the army remained for 3 days without a ripple of unfriendly feeling arising between the Spaniards and the natives. It was a season of unusual drought in the country, and on the 4th day following, an extraordinary incident occurred. Cosquin, accompanied by quite an imposing retinue of his most distinguished men, came into the presence of De Soto, and, stepping forward with great solemnity of manner, said to him, "Señor, as you are superior to us in prowess and surpass us in arms, we likewise believe that your God is better than our God. These you behold before you are the chief warriors of my dominions. We supplicate you to pray to your God to send us rain, for our fields are parched for the want of water." De Soto, who was a reflective man, of pensive temperament and devoutly inclined, responded, "We are all alike sinners, but we will pray to God, the Father of mercies, to show his kindness to you." He then ordered the carpenter to cut down one of the tallest pine trees in the vicinity. It was carefully trimmed and formed into a perfect but gigantic cross. Its dimensions were such that it required the strength of 100 men to raise and plant it in the ground. 2 days were employed in this operation. The cross stood upon a bluff on the western bank of the Mississippi. The next morning, after it was reared, the whole Spanish army was called out to celebrate the erection of the cross by a solemn religious procession. A large number of the natives, with apparent devoutness, joined in the festival. Cosquin and De Soto took the lead, walking side by side. The Spanish soldiers and the native warriors, composing a procession of more than 1,000 persons, walked harmoniously along as brothers to commemorate the erection of the cross, the symbol of the Christian's faith. The cross! It should be the emblem of peace on earth and goodwill among men. Alas, how often it has been the badge of cruelty and crime. The priests, for there were several in the army, chanted their Christian hymns and offered fervent prayers. The Mississippi at this point is not very broad, and it is said that upon the opposite bank 20,000 natives were assembled, watching with intensest interest the imposing ceremony, and apparently at times taking part in the exercises. When the priests raised their hand in prayer, they too extended their arms and raised their eyes, as if imploring the aid of the God of heaven and earth. Occasionally a low moan was heard wafted across the river, a wailing cry, as if woe-stricken children were imploring the aid of an Almighty Father. The spirit of De Soto was deeply moved to tenderness and sympathy as he witnessed this benighted people paying such homage to the emblem of man's redemption. After several prayers were offered, the whole procession, slowly advancing 2 by 2, knelt before the cross, as if in brief ejaculatory prayer, and kissed it. All then returned with the same solemnity to the village, the priest chanting the grand anthem, Te Deum Laudamus. Thus more than 300 years ago, the cross, significant of the religion of Jesus, was planted upon the banks of the Mississippi, and the melody of Christian hymns was wafted across the silent waters and blended with the sighing of the breeze through the treetops. It is sad to reflect how little of the spirit of that religion has since been manifested in those realms in man's treatment of his brother man. It is worthy of especial notice that upon the night succeeding this eventful day clouds gathered, and the longed-for rain fell abundantly. The devout Las Casas writes, God in his mercy, willing to show these heathen that he listeneth to those who call upon him in truth, sent down in the middle of the ensuing night a plenteous rain, to the great joy of the Indians. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Revolution of Astronomy by Copernicus, A.D. 1543, by Sir Robert Stawell Ball. The promulgation of the accepted system of astronomy, called the Copernican system, which represents the Earth as revolving on its axis and considers the Sun as the center of motion for the Earth and other planets, marked the greatest of scientific revolutions. Copernicus, whose name was Latinized, was Copernic or Copernic, was born at Thorn, Prussia, February 19, 1473, and died at Frauenburg, Prussia, May 24, 1543. The founder of modern astronomy was probably of German descent. According to some authorities, his father was a Germanized Slav, his mother a German, and the honor of producing him is claimed by both Germany and Poland. With equal conciseness and lucidity, in the following pages, the eminent British astronomer furnishes important particulars concerning the life of Copernicus, and he gives an account, no less interesting than instructive, of the evolution of the Copernican astronomy in its founder's mind. Copernicus, the astronomer whose discoveries make him the great predecessor of Kepler and Newton, did not come from a noble family, as certain other early astronomers have done, for his father was a tradesman. Chroniclers are, however, careful to tell us that one of his uncles was a bishop. We are not acquainted with any of those details of his childhood or youth, which are often of such interest in other cases where men have risen to exalted fame. It would appear that the young Nicholas, for such was his Christian name, received his education at home until such time as he was deemed sufficiently advanced to be sent to the university at Cracow. The education that he there obtained must have been in those days a very primitive description, but Copernicus seems to have availed himself of it to the utmost. He devoted himself more particularly to the study of medicine, with the view of adopting its practice as the profession of his life. The tendencies of the future astronomer were, however, revealed in the fact that he worked hard at mathematics, and for him, as for one of his illustrious successors, Galileo, the practice of the art of painting had a very great interest, and in it he obtained some measure of success. By the time he was 27 years old, it would seem that Copernicus had given up the notion of becoming a medical practitioner and had resolved to devote himself to science. He was engaged in teaching mathematics and appears to have acquired some reputation. His growing fame attracted the notice of his uncle, the bishop, at whose suggestion Copernicus took holy orders, and he was presently appointed to a canonry in the Cathedral of Frauenburg, near the mouth of the Vistula. To Frauenburg, accordingly, this man of varied gifts retired. Possessing somewhat of the ascetic spirit, he resolved to devote his life to work of the most serious description. He eschewed all ordinary society, restricting his intimacies to very grave and learned companions, and refusing to engage in conversation of any useless kind. It would seem as if his gifts for painting were condemned as frivolous. At all events, we do not learn that he continued to practice them. In addition to the discharge of his theological duties, his life was occupied partly in ministering medically to the wants of the poor, and partly with his researches in astronomy and mathematics. His equipment in the matter of instruments for the study of the heavens seems to have been of a very meager description. He arranged apertures in the walls of his house at Allenstein so that he could observe in some fashion the passage of the stars across the meridian. That he possessed some talent for practical mechanics is proved by his construction of a contrivance for raising water from a stream for the use of the inhabitants of Frauenburg. Relics of this machine are still to be seen. The intellectual slumber of the Middle Ages was destined to be awakened by the revolutionary doctrines of Copernicus. It may be noted as an interesting circumstance that the time at which he discovered the scheme of the solar system coincided with a remarkable epoch in the world's history. The great astronomer had just reached manhood at the time when Columbus discovered the New World. Before the publication of the researches of Copernicus, the orthodox scientific creed averred that the earth was stationary, and that the apparent movements of the heavenly bodies were real movements. Ptolemy had laid down this doctrine 1400 years before. In his theory, this huge error was associated with so much important truth, and the whole presented such a coherent scheme for the explanation of the heavenly movements, that the Ptolemaic theory was not seriously questioned until the great work of Copernicus appeared. No doubt others before Copernicus had from time to time in some vague fashion surmised, with more or less plausibility, that the sun and not the earth was the center about which the system really revolved. It is, however, one thing to state a scientific fact. It is quite another thing to be in possession of the train of reasoning founded on observation or experiment by which that fact may be established. Pythagoras, it appears, had indeed told his disciples that it was the sun and not the earth which was the center of movement, but it does not seem at all certain that Pythagoras had any grounds which science could recognize for the belief which is attributed to him. So far as information is available to us, it would seem that Pythagoras associated his scheme of things celestial with a number of preposterous notions in natural philosophy. He may certainly have made a correct statement as to which was the most important body in the solar system, but he certainly did not provide any rational demonstration of the fact. Copernicus, by a strict train of reasoning, convinced those who would listen to him that the sun was the center of the system. It is useful for us to consider the arguments which he urged, and by which he effected that intellectual revolution which is always connected with his name. The first of the great discoveries which Copernicus made relates to the rotation of the earth on its axis. That general diurnal movement by which the stars and all celestial bodies appear to be carried completely round the heavens once every 24 hours had been accounted for by Ptolemy on the supposition that the apparent movements were the real movements. Ptolemy himself felt the extraordinary difficulty involved in the supposition that so stupendous a fabric as the celestial sphere should spin in the way supposed. Such movements required that many of the stars should travel with almost inconceivable velocity. Copernicus also saw that the daily rising and setting of the heavenly bodies could be accounted for either by the supposition that the celestial sphere moved round and that the earth remained at rest, or by the supposition that the celestial sphere was at rest while the earth turned round in the opposite direction. He weighed the arguments on both sides as Ptolemy had done, and as the result of his deliberation, Copernicus came to an opposite conclusion from Ptolemy. To Copernicus it appeared that the difficulties attending the supposition that the celestial sphere revolved were vastly greater than those which appeared so weighty to Ptolemy as to force him to deny the earth's rotation. Copernicus shows clearly how the observed phenomena could be accounted for just as completely by a rotation of the earth as by a rotation of the heavens. He alludes to the fact that, to those on board a vessel which is moving through smooth water, the vessel itself appears to be at rest, while the objects on shore appear to be moving past. If, therefore, the earth were rotating uniformly, we dwellers upon the earth, oblivious of our own movement, would wrongly attribute to the stars the displacement which was actually the consequence of our own motion. Copernicus saw the futility of the arguments by which Ptolemy had endeavored to demonstrate that a revolution of the earth was impossible. It was plain to him that there was nothing whatever to warrant refusal to believe in the rotation of the earth. In his clear-sightedness on this matter, we have especially to admire the sagacity of Copernicus as a natural philosopher. It had been urged that if the earth moved round, its motion would not be imparted to the air, and that therefore the earth would be uninhabitable by the terrific winds which would be the result of our being carried through the air. Copernicus convinced himself that this deduction was preposterous. He proved that the air must accompany the earth, just as one's coat remains round him, notwithstanding the fact that he is walking down the street. In this way he was able to show that all a priori objections to the earth's movements were absurd, and therefore he was able to compare together the plausibilities of the two rival schemes for explaining the diurnal movement. Once the issue had been placed in this form, the result could not be long in doubt. Here is the question: which is more likely, that the earth, like a grain of sand at the center of a mighty globe, should turn round once in 24 hours, or that the whole of that vast globe should complete a rotation in the opposite direction in the same time? Obviously, the former is far the more simple supposition. But the case is really much stronger than this. Ptolemy had supposed that all the stars were attached to the surface of a sphere. He had no ground whatever for this supposition, except that otherwise it would have been well nigh impossible to devise a scheme by which the rotation of the heavens around a fixed earth could have been arranged. Copernicus, however, with the just instinct of a philosopher, considered that the celestial sphere, however convenient from a geometrical point of view as a means of representing apparent phenomena, could not actually have a material existence. In the first place, the existence of a material celestial sphere would require that all the myriad stars should be at exactly the same distances from the earth. Of course, no one will say that this, or any other arbitrary disposition of the stars, is actually impossible, but as there was no conceivable physical reason why the distances of all the stars from the earth should be identical, it seemed in the very highest degree improbable that the stars should be so placed. Doubtless also Copernicus felt a considerable difficulty as to the nature of the materials from which Ptolemy's wonderful sphere was to be constructed. Nor could a philosopher of his penetration have failed to observe that, unless that sphere were infinitely large, there must have been space outside it, a consideration which would open up other difficult questions. Whether infinite or not, it was obvious that the celestial sphere must have a diameter at least many thousands of times as great as that of the earth. From these considerations Copernicus deduced the important fact that the stars and other important celestial bodies must all be vast objects. He was thus enabled to put the question in such a form that it would hardly receive any answer but the correct one. Which is more rational to suppose, that the earth should turn round its axis once in 24 hours, or that thousands of mighty stars should circle round the earth in the same time, many of them having to describe circles many thousands of times greater in circumference than the circuit of the earth at the equator? The obvious answer pressed upon Copernicus with so much force that he was compelled to reject Ptolemy's theory of the stationary earth, and to attribute the diurnal rotation of the heavens to the revolution of the earth on its axis. Once this tremendous step had been taken, the great difficulties which beset the monstrous conception of the celestial sphere vanished, for the stars need no longer be regarded as situated at equal distances from the earth. Copernicus saw that they might lie at the most varied degrees of remoteness, some being hundreds or thousands of times farther away than others. The complicated structure of the celestial sphere as a material object disappeared altogether. It remained only as a geometrical conception, whereon we find it convenient to indicate the places of the stars. Once the Copernican doctrine had been fully set forth, it was impossible for anyone who had both the inclination and the capacity to understand it to withhold acceptance of its truth. The doctrine of a stationary earth had gone forever. Copernicus, having established a theory of the celestial movements which deliberately set aside the stability of the earth, it seemed natural that he should inquire whether the doctrine of a moving earth might not remove the difficulties presented in other celestial phenomena. It had been universally admitted that the earth lay unsupported in space. Copernicus had further shown that it possessed a movement of rotation. Its want of stability being thus recognized, it seemed reasonable to suppose that the earth might also have some other kinds of movements as well. In this, Copernicus essayed to solve a problem far more difficult than that which hitherto occupied his attention. It was a comparatively easy task to show how the diurnal rising and setting could be accounted for by the rotation of the earth. It was a much more difficult undertaking to demonstrate that the planetary movements, which Ptolemy had represented with so much success, could be completely explained by the supposition that each of these planets revolved uniformly round the sun, and that the earth was also a planet, accomplishing a complete circuit of the sun once in the course of a year. It would be impossible in a sketch like the present to enter into any detail as to the geometrical propositions on which this beautiful investigation of Copernicus depended. We can only mention a few of the leading principles. It may be laid down in general that, if an observer is in movement, he will, if unconscious of the fact, attribute to the fixed objects around him a movement equal and opposite to that which he actually possesses. A passenger on a canal boat sees the objects on the banks apparently moving backward with a speed equal to that by which he himself is advancing forward. By an application of this principle, we can account for all the phenomena of the movements of the planets, which Ptolemy had so ingeniously represented by his circles. Let us take, for instance, the most characteristic feature in the irregularities of the outer planets. Mars, though generally advancing from west to east among the stars, occasionally pauses, retraces his steps for a while, again pauses, and then resumes his ordinary onward progress. Copernicus showed clearly how this effect was produced by the real motion of the earth, combined with the real motion of Mars. When the earth comes directly between Mars and the sun, the retrograde movement of Mars is at its highest. Mars and the earth are then advancing in the same direction. We on the earth, however, being unconscious of our own motion, attribute, by the principle I have already explained, an equal and opposite motion to Mars. The visual effect upon the planet is that Mars has two movements, a real onward movement in one direction and an apparent movement in the opposite direction. If it so happened that the earth was moving with the same speed as Mars, then the apparent movement would exactly neutralize the real movement, and Mars would seem to be at rest relatively to the surrounding stars. Under the actual circumstances considered, however, the earth is moving faster than Mars, and the consequence is that the apparent movement of the planet backward exceeds the real movement forward, the net result being an apparent retrograde movement. With consummate skill, Copernicus showed how the applications of the same principles could account for the characteristic movements of the planets. His reasoning in due time bore down all opposition. The supreme importance of the earth in the system vanished. It had now merely to take rank as one of the planets. The same great astronomer now, for the first time, rendered something like a rational account of the changes of the seasons, nor did certain of the more obscure astronomical phenomena escape his attention. He delayed publishing his wonderful discoveries to the world until he was quite an old man. He had a well-founded apprehension of the storm of opposition which they would arouse. However, he yielded at last to the entreaties of his friends, and his book was sent to the press. But ere it made its appearance to the world, Copernicus was seized with mortal illness. A copy of the book was brought to him on May 23, 1543. We are told that he was able to see it and to touch it, but no more, and he died a few hours afterward. End of section 27.